Is it morning still? Nobody knows. Good morning. How the fuck are you? Headphone, get the fuck on. I just had to blow the shit out of my nose, my dudes. And let me tell you, the amount of paint dust in my snot is alarming. If I wasn't aware that I was doing art projects, I'd be scared of what came out of my nose. But I'm aware, so we good. I just have to move my mic and make it not so far away. Don't do that. Stay. Thank you. Good fucking morning. How the fuck are all of you? I hope you're doing well. Yesterday sucked a bunch, like a literal bag of dicks. Um, I've never lost power like more in my life ever. I've just never. I mean, I've lived in the fucking. You guys know I grew up like Amish, and I didn't lose power this often. It's fucking wild how often we lose power here. Dude, V Rising is really fun, isn't it? I actually like last night. I'm trying so desperately to finish this stupid fucking table that like every moment my back isn't hurting, I stand up and work on it. But I did start my own little server last night on Vampire Rising, and I was playing it. It's the building. I just want to build forever. Any game that is, a builder like that is crack to me. Like that was Valheim. Valheim became like such a fucking addiction because of the building. Like I don't know what it is about building. It just gets me all sorts of hot and bothered. I don't know. I love building games. I don't know what it is, but only some. I'm very picky about them. You can build for free. Like without resources? Really? I just realized I have sunglasses on. I apologize for that glare. It's really bright outside. Yeah, how do you build for free? What do you mean? Oh, in the server settings. I don't know if I could do. I think that might like eliminate the. I don't know if that would ruin it if that was like cheating. I don't know. Builders are weird for me. Like I own like every decent, renowned builder, whatever. I own them all. I've played them all. I love them. I love builders. But there's something like my coffee's so hot. I want to drink it, but it's literally boiling. There's something that turns me off in some builders, and I don't know what it is. But some of them Is it UK 420? Shut the fuck up. I have a little stoner bowl. Oh my god. I have like look at this. This is from last night. I have that. Let's burn it. Cheers to the UK. Oh my gosh. Happy 420. Wait, where's that alert? Oh god.
Right. Basically.
How did I remember? Help. That's a miracle. That never happens. Cheers to the UK, my loves. Did I tell you I'm gonna be in London in July? Crazy. I'm gonna try to put something together. I'm going with my little sister. She bought me, I guess. She bought us tickets for my birthday to go see Pearl Jam in London. Crazy. I've been to London once and it was beautiful, but I don't think Sarah's ever been to London. Wait, no, yes she has. Yes, she has. No, she totally has. She's been to the Globe Theater and shit. She went when she was really young. She's been there. But I'm very excited to return. So we're gonna see Pearl Jam and, jam out because I'm old. Don't talk about it. Cheers. Cocky, is he okay? Is he doing all right? You don't have to like put everything in here. I'm just curious. God damn, that was strong weed. I don't even know what that was. Jesus God. My shit's a long road to recovery. But recovery. I mean, we are on the road to recovery. That's something. Honestly. That's something. I'm hot and sweaty. That was a big hit. Jesus Christ. That weed is so strong. It's crazy. It's probably the strongest weed I've ever tried. It's called Empire Apple, if anyone's wondering. Warm. Oh shit, yes! Extubation is the best day. Fuck yes. Unless you're the RT, it's stressful. But fuck yeah. Meatball with that fucking 28 months. I'm sweating, dude. That hit me. Good God, that weed is strong. Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an anus swings. Go forth and be consensual. Sorry about the slapping. I'm so that hit sweated me. Ooh, director's cut? I've never had that before. I haven't had that strain. Is it good? Sometimes strong ass weed will make you vasodilate really fast when you take a hit. And when you vasodilate really fast, it means that all the vessels in your body get really big. They dilate. And so all the blood rushes to the surface of your skin and makes you sweat. And gives you like a good 5-minute fucking I'm going through menopause. And then it goes away. But every once in a while, in case you don't smoke pot and you're wondering why the fuck I'm cooking, I'm not dying. This is normal sometimes. I'm just so warm. Holy crap. Did you guys see we got fucking snow? What fucking is this world? Oh, hell yeah, fan. Pull me off. Fuck yeah, I'm just gonna lay here for a minute. Hell yeah. Probably gonna be vibrating. Sorry. I have like a air purifier down here. But the air's pretty good strong to the coolings. Words. How's everyone doing? That's strong weed. It's crazy. Not too overpowering so I can function. Fuck yeah, dude. It's really rare that I find a weed that I find a strain that like affects me in a way that I don't like. It happens. Like there's definitely been strains that for some reason they fucking knock me out. You know, just make me really sleepy or otherwise. I've definitely had those strains. They are not my favorite. I like strains where I can still like go about my fucking day. Like I just want to smoke a little bit just to like make whatever I'm doing less tedious, like laundry or something. You know what I mean? Dude, you take it, LASIK. Take it. It's May 22nd today. No, we're not supposed to have snow. It's supposed to be like the day before it snowed, it was 80 degrees. Like hot, like none of our AC was cooling the house off. I actually put sprinklers on in the yard, which I never do because it's a waste of water, just to cool the dogs off because it was so hot. My dogs were like just laying on the floor panting. They couldn't cool down. So I soaked them in the yard, and then the next day, literally, it was like below zero and we had snow. It was so fucking weird. It's still off for me. I did the thermostat at work. Oh, really? Good. That cocky, that's what I'm saying. Like, there should not be snow this time of year. We're done now. We should be done. Like, the official planting day. Hi, LZT. How are you, love? The official planting day of Denver is May 11th. If I had planted anything, it would all be dead. Everything. I mean, our big, we have a huge tree in our yard. One big tree. I'm guessing it's at least like 80 years old or something. It's so big. And it snapped. The snow was so heavy and thick, it snapped a branch off my tree, which I think is why we lost power. I think a branch somewhere else must have snapped off on a power line or something because we had no power yesterday forever. And then all day it just flickered. And I wanted to turn that down so it doesn't vibrate all day. What sucks is like I'm in the living room. Like I'm just tucked in a corner of the living room or the front room of our house. We don't really use it as a living room because there's just two of us. But I'm like tucked in a corner of it. And so in order to plug in everything I have out here for like a stream setup, I'm on actually 2 different breakers. And I only have one UPS, whereas Zach's entire office is on a UPS. So when the power flickers, his stream doesn't drop. But when the power flickers out here, my internet drops and everything drops and it sucks. So I was just sitting here like, you know what? Fuck this. It was terrible. Like every time I'd get my computer up, I'd go to start music on YouTube or something and it'd all go down again. I was just like, I'm living my best life right now. Oh my God, dude. Has anybody not watched Our Father who wants to watch it? I would love to talk about it because it is so fucked. I mean, wow. I've talked about it probably 3 days already because I really wanted you guys to watch it. It's a little documentary, whatever. Is it a series or is it just one movie? I think it's just one movie. I don't know. I just binged it. But it's about a fertility doctor who, long story short, fertilized all his patients himself, i.e., he went in the room next door, jerked off in a cup, and dumped it in their poons. And, like, fast forward 40 years, all these kids do Ancestry.com, and there's, like, a lot. A lot. More than I have ever. I've heard of these things happening before. Like, it's not an isolated case. Like, there's been a few pretty creepy, I don't know, irresponsible, I don't fucking know, fertility docs out there. But this one is the highest number I've ever heard of in my life. I mean, it's just the sheer amount of times this person jerked off in such a short amount of time is in such a short amount of years is pretty wild, to be honest. It's an hour and 27 minutes. Thank you. I never know because, sometimes you put on those shows and it could be like a docu-series and it just rolls into the next episode and I'm like painting or doing something around the house, so I don't even see it happen. So sometimes I'm like, fuck, I don't remember if it was a fucking series or a movie. It's terrible, but it's wildly well done. And it's well done in that it's not like corny, It doesn't just, I don't know. I feel like a lot of those docuseries, like all they want to do is like highlight and focus on the psychosis of the doctor who's inseminating people on their own. And this one, it really goes into the children. Like it covers a lot, like a lot of the kids come forth and do interviews and stuff. And to hear how they feel, like how they felt, like half these kids truly thought they were their father's child because like sometimes fertility docs are taking the sperm and the egg from your parents and, putting them together in a petri dish or whatever and then putting them in your mom. That's one form of fertility. And so these women would like have their husbands jerk off in a cup and they would race to the clinic because this was like the late 80s. And I think the technology wasn't there to freeze semen yet. You had to get it to the clinic within an hour and get it in the person within an hour. Like that was it. That was your time frame for semen. And literally the nurses and the moms would keep the sperm in their boobs, between their boobs to keep it body temperature so it would survive on its way to the clinic. And this doc would dump it and then jerk off in a cup and dump it into other people, dump his semen. So there were like 30-year-old, 40-year-old people who went 40-something years thinking, I have my dad's nose, to find out like that's not their dad. It's fucked up. The interviews will fuck you up. Isn't that a Vince Vaughn movie? Isn't that Vince Vaughn? Viro, how are you, love?
Hail Satan, motherfucker. The wave, motherfucker.
That's a lot of months. Thank you very much for resubbing the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving a fucking anus its wings. Go forth and be consensual in every way. I appreciate you. Good morning, Greg. How are you, love? Rod got way more than us. Ours actually started as like disgusting wet, like, I call it snain. I don't know. You can call it whatever the fuck you want. It's like that thick ass rain. It's not quite snow. It's not rain. It's like raining slush kind of. It started out as that, which is what made my yard a fuck story. I mean, I texted Rod and I was like, dude, my yard is literally like quicksand of clay. I couldn't walk through my yard. You would just start to sink indefinitely. Like I had to stay on the cement. It was so bad. And then it snowed, but it was so wet that it wouldn't really stick to the ground at all. It just stayed fucking gross. Like, I can't even explain to you how many times I've vacuumed in the past 24 hours. And it's not for psychosis reasons. It's just, I mean, there's already a spot right here next to me. I could show it to you. And it looks like a rabbit shit all over the carpet because of the clumps of this clay shit that comes off the dogs. It's just wildly insane. And it's May. It's Sleep Me! Sleep Me! Weave, thank you for the biddies, lover. Too damn hot today to really do anything. Might be an excuse for day drinking. Doesn't drinking make you hot, though? I haven't drank in a really long time, but from what I remember, like, scotch warms me up. The slush, exactly. And then it freezes, and then we have fucking black ice, and there was an accident out here already. Like, you guys know I live at some shitty intersection. It's a two-way intersection. So one way, people fly through, even though there's like children, and literally a block away is an elementary school. and one way is stop signs. There was already an accident, and like we have all these detour signs now. I don't even fucking know what's going on. It's just crazy and stupid. It's ice snot. That's a really good way to put it. It's ice snot. Vile. Holy shit.
That's 2 fucking years? I'm gonna be honest, I feel like we've been friends for a lot longer. We probably have, to be honest. I don't know. Time confuses me. But hail the dank lord.
I gotta pack a bowl, man. I think. I finished off my stoner bowl from last night, and damn, this weed is just like so. It's not even. I mean, I'll give you the stats for it. It's a new strain. I always try out new strains if they've got them at my local dispensary. By the way, if you're curious, I live in Denver, Colorado, where it's recreationally legal to consume marijuana. The strain's called Empire Apple, and the THC is 23.5, which is pretty average. That's not like an insanely high. I've definitely had higher THC, and it doesn't affect me the way this shit does. But damn, Empire Apple by Tickle. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I like to say Tickle. It's a funny word. But damn, it's so strong. But yeah, let's grind up some Mary Jane Wandas, and I shall cheers with you. Drinking makes everyone hotter, I've heard. Oh fuck, you got me there. Touche. So I use ice in my booze. Does it help? I mean, I thought like consuming alcohol warmed you up though. Does the ice help? Maybe because of the water. Coffee and weed. Cheers to that. Amen. There's so many memes. I follow a lot. Not a lot. I follow a couple like weed Instagram accounts because I'm not on TikTok. I'm still an old school Instagrammer. And there's every couple of days there's a meme that's like, babe, why don't you feel well? You're having your morning dose of medicine or whatever, and it's just like an extra, like a 24-ounce Starbucks coffee and a bong, and it brings me joy because it means we're not the only ones. You know what I'm saying? Like, this account has billions of followers. Like, fucking A. It's not a joke. It's real. Dom Patrol, yep, still, dude, the Dom Patrol's really nice. It's so smooth. I'm the only one that really drinks coffee, like, regularly in the house, I guess. Zach has it every once in a while. Let's grind up some Free Mac. It's always a good go-to strain if you've never had Free Mac before. So, like I said, like, that one was only 23%. This one says it's 26.9% THC, but this does not hit me harder. This is a 70-30 sativa, whatever the fuck that means. Trekkie, good morning. My face and scars get super red when I drink too, which is why I can drink a lot of the time. Can't, yeah. That's what I was gonna say. Like, what? I used to have a friend, I had a friend when I was in college, and her name was Audie. I always thought that was a really cool name. Not like the car, Audie. Her name was Adriana, but she went by Audie because her dad divorced her mom, went and married another woman, and had another child and named it Adriana. So now he has 2 daughters named Adriana, which is fucking weird. So Audie was like, fuck that, and went by Audie. But anyways, I'm trying to think she was Asian. She had Asian ethnicity, and I'm trying to think exactly what she was. Filipino. Her dad was Filipino, and she would get the Asian glow, quote unquote, so hard. But she still would drink, and it would drive me nuts because she would swell up. I mean, like Safe Puff Marshmallow Man, to the point where I'd be like, do we need to bring an EpiPen when we go to parties together? Like, I'm legit concerned when I look at your face. But she's still alive. We're still in contact. Ooh, what kind of coffee, Vial? Fuck yes. 23.5 on flour? That's pretty good. Most of the flour in my dispensary isn't that potent unless you buy it. Really? No, Kinger, dude, seriously. This one that I'm smoking right now, Free Mac, it says it's 26.9, and this was $14. This is like the medicine man, you know. It's not the generic, but it's kind of like when you buy a Safeway brand from Safeway. It's not bad. It's just medicine man. So you get a lot cheaper because it's theirs. You know, there's no middleman between me and this weed. Whereas this one was $35, I think, for the same amount of weed. Which maybe that's why this one's fucking my day. Free Mac's strong, though. I mean, Free Mac is a good strain. I definitely get it on purpose. Slurm gifted a sub to Vex Cheese. Bitch.
I knew I smelled something kind of funky. Cheesy, what up? Slurm. You silly fuck.
Thank you for your generosity in gifting a sub. I appreciate you. Go forth and be consensual. Beyond Dark from Black Rifle Company. Ooh, is it like a dark roast? I'm assuming because it says Beyond Dark. It's such a weird. I don't know like what the stipulations are on calling something a dark roast or a light roast. Because I've had some dark roasts that I really enjoy, and then I've had some dark roasts that taste like burnt dick, and I hate them with all the passions of all the fire in my soul. Like they're so gross that no amount of creamer or sugar will fix. And I don't even like creamer and sugar. But, like, if I'm desperate, like, I'll try to fix coffee. Frozen Valkyrie, welcome to my channel, welcome to my stream. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it anus swings.
With that Bezos bucks, I'm going to buy drugs with it. And I appreciate you. Thank you.
Very much. Fun fact, did you guys know that if you have Amazon Prime, you can sub to any one streamer once a month? For like literally you're paying for it even if you're not using it. So I would use it because that's like billions of dollars that are just going back into Bezos's pee hole or whoever owns the company now. I don't even know anymore. But thank you very much for the sub. Make sure if you've been gifted a sub today or if you're a new sub to refresh the channel because every couple of hours we take a break and I manually run like a little 3-minute block of ads to keep Twitch off our back, because otherwise they'll do it. And I don't think just because you can't sub to me that you should have to miss out on hanging out and conversation and shit. And Twitch has not figured out how to make ads happen without blocking the content yet. We know the technology's there. YouTube does it. I don't know, man. It's weird. But I don't think that's fair. Because this is entertainment, my dudes. Entertainment should be free. We survive off the generosity of awesome people, for real. I don't think it should ever be a mandatory thing. But if you sub, you don't have to watch ads, which is super cool. But sometimes you have to refresh the channel to make it like kick in. I spilled a little weed, so I'm cleaning it up because I'm anal. Dude, Twitch, was it yesterday or was it on Zach's birthday? Twitch was terribad. Oh, yesterday was Steam. Steam was terribad yesterday. On Zach's birthday, I felt so bad. I could barely get his channel to load. Like, we were going to play games together and stuff. I could barely get the chat to load to, like, watch chat when we were playing games and stuff. I felt so bad. What a terrible day. You remember to use your free sub on Smoke? Fuck yes. I check my free sub probably neurotically. But when you think about it, just, like, don't even do math. Just think for a minute. All the people out there who don't use Twitch, who have Amazon Prime, they're paying for a free sub, a $4.99 sub every month that they don't know about or use. And then all the people who forget about them, holy shit, that's a long time. David! Let me finish this thought real quick. Just think about that, times $4.99, and then think about all the streamers out there who are, like, wonderful human beings who might not be, you know, the #1 streamers who are just trying to make it, who really enjoy what they're doing. And all those Prime subs that go unused could literally, like, feed the world. It's fucking nauseating. I can't think about it too hard because I get really sick. So I check mine a lot. But it's if you've got Amazon Prime, you're already paying for it, and I'm all about not giving my money to rich people for no reason. Like, who would want to do that? What would burnt dick taste like? Dude, I mean, honestly, I can kind of guess because we get those dicks for our dogs. The Pizzles. All right. Boy Fruit a la David has just subbed for 43 months.
Holy shit. That is a lot of days. David, thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an anus its wings. Also,
did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Take your joy, motherfuckers. Sarah, my love, how are you? Sub for the weed talk? Oh, fuck yes! Oh my god, Frozen Valkyrie, we have so many cool people who are, like, in the industry, in our community. We have a little Discord channel. And one of the sub channels, you know, one of the chats in it is called Hypothetical Shenanigans, and that's where we like put all of our cool weed stuff because, you know, half of America it's still like a fucking felony to smoke pot, which is insane to me. So I don't want people like, you know, scrolling Discord at work and getting busted for like we smoke pot chat on their fucking phone or something. But you're welcome to join, dude. For me it's weird. It's a lot of people ask, because I've only lived in Colorado Is it 2 years or 3 years? I don't know. When shutdown? The weekend of shutdown is when I moved here, so it's just been COVID and time doesn't mean anything anymore. But I used to live in Maryland where when I lived there, it was still criminalized, so it's still like, you could get a felony for a joint in your pocket kind of thing. Um, and when I moved here, a lot of people were like, "What's it like to be able to finally like smoke on stream?" Because I would smoke. Everybody knew I loved pot. Like we would just call it other names, the jazz cigarette or the devil's lettuce or whatever. But it wasn't like a thing to me. Like it didn't suddenly make my channels all about weed or like all we do is talk about pot. It's more like imagine you live in a state where Pokemon cards are illegal and then you just like drive across the state border into a different state and suddenly you can like buy Pokemon cards and talk about your hobby with your friends and like play Pokemon with your friends. That's what it feels like. Feels like just something I've been doing since I was 11 and 21. I mean, and now cops want to arrest me for talking about it, which is fucking weird. Because they have yet to prove pot kills people or can harm you. Like, but it's categorized with heroin, If you're in the industry, you fucking know the problems. We've got problems. The police return your stolen weed still blows my mind here. Oh my God, the police return your stolen weed? Oh, cheers. Yes, I always cheers. I just packed a beautiful bowl of Free Mac in my semi-clean. It's as clean as it can get without having actual cleaner. I boiled this bitch today. My Hemper Easter egg. Chi-town. How are you, love? Good morning. Cheers, everyone. I'm already a little stoned because that first hit rocked me, dude. That strain is insane. But Free Mac's pretty mellow. Bitch. Q Cucks just fucking subbed with that Prime Gaming sub.
Thank you for the Bezos bucks. He doesn't need it.
Side note, Jeff Bezos makes like $8 million every minute. So like, if nothing else makes you use your Prime sub, maybe that will. I don't know. My cat. Oh, there it is. Thank you for the sub, love. Enjoy your emotes and make sure to refresh the channel so you don't have to suffer the ads. Thank you. Isn't that bowl cool? This bowl, it's real gross. Please ignore it. Bowls are the hardest part of a bong to clean, I swear to fuck. The bowl, this guy, like the design, it came from my cactus bong. Wactus Cactus, rest in peace. I bought that bong twice and broke it twice. So I said, no more. Even though it's a hardcore bong, I firmly believe, I'm not a superstitious, religious, spiritual person. However, every bong I've ever had, I have broken and I have named them. And I just didn't name this one, and it's over a year old now. We're not naming it. Stop it. It's never going to happen. I don't know if that's real or not, but I had this idea for a weed shroom resort in the state where it's legal. Your meals made by a weed chef have a chocolate edible on your pillow. Oh my God. Activities to make tripping more amazing. That would be incredible. I mean, seriously, like right now, the only equivalent to that is those fucking like, what are they? The ayahuasca tent where you like puke in a river in the woods or something. You think so, Vex? It's just these stain things. I don't know if that... Oh, the orange is really weird on stream. This, like, line from the tar that builds up, that is... It's... How do you get it off? Like, there's no pipe cleaner that'll get in there and touch those sides. And without, like, literally fucking soaking it for 2 nights overnight, that shit just is on there. I don't know, man. I literally pour boiling water in it. And cleaner. It's wild. I just gotta soak it overnight, but I smoke too much pot. Like, who has time to soak it overnight? What if I wake up and want to hit? Salt and sub-boiling water? I've never thought of putting salt in it. Really? That might act... That's actually... I have that chunky-ass salt, too. Like, that kosher chunky salt. That might actually get it. Because I think that's what I need. Like, honestly, a fluid with some sort of grit in it just to grab it. Because what's weird is, like, when I pour boiling water in this, and then I grab, like, the neck and this part so I don't burn my hands, and I shake the fuck out of it, you can watch this, like, moving on the glass. Like, streaking with the swirling of the water. the tar like stains. So I think honestly it just needs something to like scratch it off the side because it's melted. It wants to come off. It's just nothing gets it. Kelsey with that 20-month.
That's a lot of months. That's almost 2 years. Wow. Time is so fucking weird. It upsets me. Thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving the anus its wings. I love you and appreciate you.
Bro, that alcohol-based solvent shit, I have to use it on my intricate single pieces. And see, I use the cleaner I've been using for years now is called, oh god, Grandmaster Smoke. And the reason I use it is because it's reusable, which I really like because I smoke a lot of pot, and it's biodegradable. And I grew up with a plumber dad, so I'm just like hyper aware of anything going down drains that could possibly ruin my plumbing. And there are some like really caustic bong cleaners out there that will literally eat away at your plumbing slowly. Especially if it sits in there for a while, like if you're not like running the sink afterwards. Rod, good morning. I was just telling everyone how different our yards were. Like you got so much more snow than we did. My yard, I told everyone, I was telling Rod, like, I can't walk through my yard. It was quicksand, but clay, like the clay mud that's here. Because we don't have a yard, we don't have a lawn or anything. And it was just, I was trying to walk through it and I would just sink forever. I like ran back to the house kind of like yipping. Our snow is gone, thankfully, but I'm living in a mud hell. I could hardly believe it. Oh. How are you, Sealand love? Oh, and vinegar? Really? Do you use any particular vinegar or just like white vinegar? Because I know a lot of people do salt and alcohol, but the idea of rubbing alcohol inside of a piece that I'm definitely going to set on fire. I mean, have you ever seen someone that fucked up freebasing? I have. A lot. And I imagine the results are similar. And like, I just don't want that. I have accidentally one time hallucinated because, well, theoretically because I cleaned my bong one morning really well as I could, and then I went to go do a podcast, and I guess I was kind of in a hurry and maybe didn't rinse all the cleaner out as much as possible, and then just started smoking because the podcast was about pot, so we were like getting high together. And my vision crippled, and I was like, "Oh my! I think there might be cleaner in here. This is fun." Like, my heart rate got weird. I felt like I was floating on my chair. Pot doesn't do that, in case you're wondering. That was a hard time. So I'm pretty weird about what I clean my bong with, because like, you just don't want it in there. Grandmaster isn't strong enough. It is if you let it soak for days. That's the thing. Like, you have to have multiple bongs, but I don't, because I'm boring. I mean, I have that crystal ball one. I guess I could. Technically, it just takes a long soak to get those stains off because it's tar. It's like it's the resin. It's the black shit that builds up. It's so gross. We're getting our spring rain weather now, even though the past 3 weeks have been 80 plus. Dude, that's us too. Like the past 2 weeks have been gorgeous here. 70s, kind of almost the 80s, just beautiful weather, and it's fucking freezing now. And then we wake up and it's just snow. The weather ruined everything. Colorado, though. I've lived a lot of places. Nothing happens like here, like that. Like this. Nowhere. Like, I use ISO alcohol to clean all my smoke and stuff all the time. As long as it's high grade and you rinse it out, you're fine. How long do you rinse it? Like, I feel like I would rinse it for 2 hours and waste all my water. I heard that weed, dude, California weed ain't bad, but goddamn is it expensive. I wouldn't be surprised if that cop just wanted him to buy his weed because the taxes, dude. Their weed is so dumb expensive, in my opinion. Comparatively. I'm also semi-lurking while creating a D&D universe. Oh my god, I do that all the time, Sea Lion. I've created so many universes. I'm working on one right now where, like, the millennials have taken over and we put all of our parents in jail and all they get is avocado toast. Forever. they live on avocado toast. We made them weak by convincing them gluten was bad for them. That's the one I write these things all the time. I've never ever run a campaign. I never will. But I write them all the time. I do. It's fun though, man. It's kind of like a brain dump. When you got a shit ton of ideas, you can kind of, because with a D&D or anything like that, any kind of tabletop game, literally there are no limits. So any idea you have can be thrown in and usable, you know? Oh my God, Dark, what up? How are you? Aw, thank you. Do I like cryptids? What do you mean, cryptids? Like the bugs? A little fuzz I just watched fly through the air towards me. Why are you not DMing? I don't know, man, because I don't know. I don't know. No balls. Oh, I have a crazy aunt who doesn't care about me and thinks she knows about my budget and car broke down. Oh, I have two crazy aunts like that, Kelty. I feel you. One of my aunts divorced us, like my family, because she didn't get her money the moment my Nana's breath stopped. I feel that. She also called me and my sister lying cunts when we were like, I think I was 10. Because her daughter came over. I have a cousin who's a lot older than me. Her daughter came over to my Nana's house, and my Nana was like, "Oh, Maria, don't touch the bird food feed, or the hummingbird." She had like a hummingbird feeder outside of her window. She would watch. Georgie's coming over. That's my mom's name. Georgie's coming over, and she knows how to make the food. And Maria was like, "Oh, I'll get it, Nana," and like went to get it and just broke it, like shattered it on the deck. And my Nana was like, "Okay," and Maria goes, "Fuck you, Nana," and ran out of the house. And my little sister and I were on the ground, like, playing Lego. And I was like, and of course we were like, "Mom, Maria told Nana to fuck off, and it was really scary." And her mom, my aunt, was like, "Oh, those little girls are lying. My daughter would never." We were totally lying. Because when I was 10, I knew the word fuck. And it scared me. As skinwalkers? Wait. What is a cryptid? Wait. I thought cryptids were like a bug. Like stick bugs, I think, are called cryptids, but am I crazy? You have everything here. Cheers to that. Fuck, it's cold. My legs are so freezing. It's just like, it's probably not that cold. It's just like, it was 80s, you know, for 2 weeks, and then it snowed. So my body's like, we don't know which way to go. Help. How do we adjust? Oh, dude, do I believe in them? I mean, I want to. It's really, really crazy to think that anything doesn't exist with the amount of species we know about and the amount of species we know we don't know about, which is like triple the amount we know about, if not like 3,000 times. I have no idea. I'm not a biologist. Chemist over here. But it would be ignorant to say that anything can't exist. Seriously, like think of all the species out there we don't know about. Just because of places we can't go, i.e. deep sea, super tall mountains, super deep caves and shit. There's so many, like, there's a really rare ass fish that lives in like hot springs in Arizona, and it's literally like a fucking minnow, like this big, and it only lives in like a square mile area of Arizona in a pond. Like that's the only place in the world it exists. So how can we say anything doesn't exist? Why not? Mothra is my favorite. I would love for that to exist. I'm from Washington State. Like my whole family is kind of based in Washington State, my mom's side. And so we kind of grow up with the whole Bigfoot thing. But I don't know if anyone really believes in Bigfoot or if it's just like, yeah, it's the Pacific Northwest and we got a Bigfoot, you know? Get sponsored to run one of your campaigns. No one will sponsor this. I'm way too honest. Oh, Mighty, dude, pass out, man. Sleep. Ness, like Loch Ness, we still don't know how deep that bitch is. We don't have the technology to get it, you know? Which is cool. Yeah, why not? Anything that's like a devil or something, I have a really hard time because it's obviously got some sort of religious connotation behind it, and I'm a recovering Catholic. So anything with religious spit on it, I just am like, nah. I don't want to. There are known knowns and there are unknown knowns. There are also unknown unknowns and unknown unknown wait, and known unknowns and unknown unknown known knowns. Wow.
Right.
Nope. That's what that made me think of. Like a secret society of lizard men from the moon controlling the fate of humanity for their own. You mean the Jewish laser wielding lizard men? Yes. Yes, exactly. Good morning, Berserker. How are you, love? We don't know what we don't know. Exactly. And like science changes, like even respiratory therapy is changing every fucking day. And that's such a fucking specialized, narrow, funneled, view of medicine. And just exponentiate that as you go up the chain. It's crazy. It's constant, He's trying to bury his bone. So I've never in my life owned a dog who actually did this. I always thought it was something you just see in cartoons. But if I give Trick a bone, like I gave him a pizzle, he tries to bury it somewhere in the house. Anywhere. Like we found them buried in the laundry. Everywhere. And so right now it's going to be, and he's pushing the blanket on it with his nose. It's so fucking weird. He's adorable. But I've never in my life, I've had dogs my entire existence. Like we used to have a pack. I lived on a farm. Never have I seen a dog bury shit. He buries stuff outside too. But he never digs a hole. He usually noses stuff on top of whatever he wants to bury. So like pushes stuff over it, whatever it is. Now he's going to fuck my... It's fine. It's like children. I know. Kind of looks like he's going to puke. Nope. He's shoving his cow dick into the corner of the couch and then shoving blankets on it with his face. What's an unknown known? Like dark matter. Not for nothing, but how much would it cost to sponsor a CK DM'd one shot for 4 episodes? I don't know what people charge for that, to be honest. I mean, I have an hourly rate when I've been sponsored before, but I have no clue what people do. I wouldn't want to charge. Like, honestly, it makes me feel so creepy when people pay me for shit like that. Usually when we do DMs shows, it's like a lump sum, like when we did Take Tone for Adult Swim and stuff like that. I have no clue. Oh man, Mighty. Guilt is built in. Like guilt never, even if there's no one, even if you were the last person on earth, this is my firm belief, we would somehow find a way to put guilt on ourselves. It's just incredible. Did he he knocked something over big. There's so much violence back here. See, now he'll nose the blankets onto it. But yes, he will go back for it. And usually what's funny is he'll bury it, but then he'll like lay on top of it and guard it while it's buried. Like if Lilith comes anywhere near me, he'll sit on it real fast and guard it, or he'll rip it out of the couch. Like he's such a weird dog. Oh, fuck. The street flooded? Oh, no. iPhones are so expensive. They're nice. I mean, they're great phones if you can afford one, but Jesus fuck, they're expensive. We've lost the rock. I have no idea. I think he like brought it with us when we went up into the mountains and dropped it off somewhere. I have no idea. The rock is gone. Haven't seen it. It might be under the couch. It might be buried somewhere, to be honest. Like you see this madness. What's happening? Now he's taking my flag and my... See, he's using tools now to bury things. Grassman of North Florida. It's a Sasquatch. There are so many sightings of Sasquatch-like creatures in the world, right? And I mean, it's the same with like UFOs and shit. Like we can all say that it's the crazies in the hills that want to get probed in their beeholes that are seeing aliens. But I think it's really neurotic to think that our little blue speck is the only place in the infinite universe that holds a definition of life. There is no the definition of life. You know what I mean? Like we have our biology, but that doesn't mean that what's living elsewhere doesn't have its own unique definition of life. By the way, the definition of life in humans is having a nucleus around your DNA. That's it. Was it because I said Hail Satan too many times? My God, look what he did. He shoved my pride flag, my pride flag and my calcifer fucking rug straight into the couch, and his thing is under there. He's such a dork. I love him though. He's thinking about putting the teddy bear on it. He's like kind of pushing the teddy bear. He might. The rock should be easy to find. You can usually just follow the scent of what he's cooking. Can you smell what the rock is cooking? You want to know something my brother used to say to me all the time when I was a kid that was a rock quote that I think actually damaged me slightly? It doesn't matter what you think. Dude, my brother Corey was obsessed with the rock. As I am. You guys know I have lots of rock figurines. We were very much a wrestling family. And he would just throw, candy ass quotes all over the place of the rock constantly. And anytime I would go to speak. Any fucking time. When we were anywhere, we could be in the middle of a restaurant. We could be at the dinner table with my parents. We could be at the breakfast table. We could be whatever. It doesn't matter. He'd scream it at the top of his lungs at me if I opened my mouth. And I'd just be like, this might be why I'm quiet now, IRL. Just afraid people are going to scream abruptly in my ears. COVID ruined The Rock for a lot of people. Did The Rock do something stupid? Did he promote fucking ivermectin or some dumb shit? At Friday's Target inventory, I counted this mobile box that had $80K worth of iPhones in it. That's insane. $80,000 worth of iPhones in it. Just sit there and collect dust because they have no one that can sell them. 63 phones, $80,000. Yeah, and it's just I appreciate Apple for their simplicity. I have an iPad. You guys know I love my iPad more than anything. But I really do think half the price is just paying for a brand when it comes to Apple, because I know everything's made in China. They are not one of those companies that's we're definitely making everything in America and that's why it's expensive. Absolutely not. You look like 500 pounds. Wow, Katie, 500 pounds pile of monkey crap in a 5-pound bag. Fucking Christ, I ruined it. I was a big fan of Stone Cold, to be honest, and I still kind of like Stone Cold. He's said some he's still very much Go America redneck, but he's told off anti-vaxxers and shit on his Instagram, and it gives I can rub one out to it. It's pretty hot. Speaking of The Rock, his energy drink Zoa has been discounted. What happened to The Rock? What happened? Super Sea Lion. I totally get it. Totally get it. He's kind of a showboat. I get, he's kind of well, he was, I guess, back in the day, I would equivalent, is that a word? I don't know. He reminds me of, John Cena. He's the showboat. He never got injured, really, at the beginning. He went years of just getting he could just get pummeled for forever and get big fast. And, he was just kind of, flawless, and I've never been a fan of that, I guess. If that makes sense. I can't think of another word for it. Not a pretty boy. He wasn't a pretty boy. Maybe maybe I was being a contrarian, maybe because everybody liked him. But Stone Cold was kind of an anti-hero. He was never the super good guy, and he was never the really bad guy in the soap operas of wrestling. But he just would get pissed and smash a can of beer on his head or something. I was I get that. I feel this, man. I identify. I still do what at times? Dude, I quote that shit. It comes out of me and I don't even know what I'm quoting half the time. I'll throw around rock quotes or shit from, oh God, what's the guy that used to wear the leather mask and I'm just really bad with names, and the plaid shirt. Fuck. You guys are gonna say it, and I'm gonna feel really stupid. He was one of my favorites. I mean, I loved Mankind. Thank you. Undertaker. Honestly, I watched wrestling up until they gave away Undertaker's streak. When they gave away Undertaker's streak to fuck McFuck Dick on his chest, I gave up. I was like, oop, I'm out of wrestling. I'm gonna stop paying for those pay-per-views. Because that was the yeah, there's so many words for my anger and feelings about that pay-per-view that happened like 10 years ago now. I can remember exactly where I was sitting in my friend Chase's apartment where his cat was. Just had a lot of emotions about it. I didn't think they'd do it. And neither did Chase. And we literally just turned the TV off, sat in silence. And I don't think either of us watched wrestling again together for like a year. It was a terrible time. Mick Foley. Oh, I love Mick Foley. Yep. Mick Foley, Mankind, do love Cactus Jack. Man, how many names he's gone through? He's kind of like Undertaker, man. He's gone through the ringer of identities. You know what I mean? What is the appeal of WWE? I don't know. Honestly, for me, when I was a kid, it was the really cool outfits and the music. That was really awesome to me. I loved the outfits. Like, if you could ever, like, the female wrestling was just kind of coming into mainstream, and the fucking costumes they had were so cool. And it was like, I imagine the way I was attracted to it is the way most little girls like watch like beauty pageants or something. Maybe it's the pretty and the sparkly, but I'm not a beauty pageant girl. Like, I've always been tall, muscular, athletic build. So I like saw like myself represented for the first time, like tall, strong cunts who were not afraid to like, and that was big to a kid, really big to me. I think that's what probably got me into it, but it was like the music and it's like theater, really. It's a soap opera. The wrestling and everything is real. Like, it's planned, but the injuries they sustain and the things they are doing to each other are absolutely fucking real. Like, it's wild. Like, if you listen to the stories of back in the 80s, they used to like literally smack themselves in the head with razor blades and shit. It's just gnarly. But the rest of it's all just a written, soap opera, a telenovela, to be less exact. But it was fun, and it was something that I could do with all of my siblings. I think that was the one thing that all of my siblings sat down and did together, and we wouldn't have a problem at any point. You know what I mean? So that was probably a part of it. Like, I could go sit in a room with all my siblings and no one would beat the shit out of each other or scream or do anything weird, and we just watch it. But it was WWF when we watched it, and it was like you were either WWF or WCW, and fuck you. Fucking dumb. Just in case you missed it, as far as I know, The Rock didn't say anything controversial about COVID. So many people can't smell what he's cooking anymore. Interesting. I mean, there were a lot of people who came out and said some very stupid things about COVID that were famous, who, they just run their mouth before they know anything. Kelsey Cutie.
You silly hoe. That's a lot of months. Thank you for resetting the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an anus its wing speed. How you doing, love?
AEW is incredible. AEW, I think, is the best. It's got, like, the most quality, I think, to it. Because it doesn't have, like, that overhanging fucking McMahon bullshit. I agree. I think it would be hilarious to watch a wrestling show, but I was never really all that interested in following it on TV. It's like Monster Trucks. Wouldn't seek it out, but I could eat hot dogs and watch cartoon. That's kind of, yeah, same. I never really followed, like, the little stories between the characters. The only ones that I actually remember are because usually someone ended up getting critically injured in a fucked up fight. Like, actually injured, they fucked up. And that's why it sticks out in my mind. Like, the Triple H and McMahon's daughter shit. Like, it was like Triple H, McMahon, and someone else, and she was like engaged to one, and then she got a head injury and she had amnesia, and then she went and got engaged to the other, and these two guys were rivals. I don't fucking remember it at all. But I think during all of this, one of the three sustained some fucking crazy injury, and it scared the shit out of me as a kid, and that's why it stands out in my head. But other than that, I couldn't tell you, like, the storylines of any of the characters. They're the same thing, every couple of years they just recycle. But it's fun to watch, and their outfits change, and It's pretty cool when a wrestler like comes onto the show and at first you're like, I don't really feel them, and they change their, identity, they change their costume and identity and shit, and it just like fucking works, and they go and you can see they're more comfortable with who they are on the stage and shit like that. Maybe it's a form of theater that I like it, and the makeup and the costumes are fucking phenomenal. Of course, I'm talking about the female wrestlers because the dudes, I don't think they're wearing makeup most of the time. I think I remember a wrestling match between women I randomly stumbled on that was 2-on-2 on 2-on-1. That sounds like porn. And a girl from the outside the ring distracted the opponent by making out with her. Was it problematic? Kinda. Was it the drama? Yeah. Uh-huh. That shit, and they always go like running backstage and there's film cameras like, oh, we're gonna fucking get him. And it was like Cops when you're a kid, but not real. Real, but not real. See how he went to his bone because Lilith's here now? He went and got it because she's here, and he does not want that to happen. It was Stone Cold versus Triple H versus The Rock was always huge. Oh, yeah, those were the best. I think those were, like, the three biggest dudes. Oh, was it Jericho? Was it Triple H and Jericho? And the McMahon daughter? I really don't remember. Dwayne came out in support of Joe Rogan? Really? Oh, Dwayne, stop it. I finished my friend's first book last weekend. I'm about to start their second. Wow, that's pretty cool. That your friend wrote a book and is like published and shit. We started talking about who plays their version of Lucifer, Lilith, Metatron, and some other characters. They picked Sam Rockwell for Lucifer, Lady Gaga for Lilith, and John Turturro from Metatron. Oh my god, John Turturro from Metatron, go fuck yourself. Perfection. That's perfection. Lita Trash and Tori and Stacy is my favorite WWF long time ago. I don't like the new WWE women here right now. I haven't watched it, honestly, in a couple years now. Like, I have not followed wrestling for a couple years just because I don't have time, really. But the Bella Twins, I liked the Bella Twins before. I think, honestly, one of them married the GOAT dude who broke his neck and doesn't wrestle anymore. And then they had a feud and something else happened. One of them got really injured bad. One of them, like, broke their neck, I think. Not, like, paralyzed, broke their neck, but really did some damage. I mean, there's constant, serious, life-threatening injuries in wrestling. Like, I don't know how anybody can be like, that shit's so fucking fake. It's planned, sure. But every fighter is planning things. Dude, I've always wanted to do roller derby. I already have a roller derby name. Lucy Flawless. But COVID. I don't want other people's blood on me right now. Ew. People don't even wash their hands. Dwayne was supporting him until the report on all the racist stuff on Rogan's podcast. So does that mean that Dwayne supports, like, ivermectin and shit, though? And, like, misinformation? That's what I'm wondering. Not that I assume you would know, Glut. I'm just curious. John Turturro is just fucking... Oh, I like feet. I thought Tilda Swinton would be... Oh, my God. Tilda Swinton... Dude, have you... I mean, I can't see her as anything but Gabriel ever again. That's just Tilda Swinton now. In everything ever, she's Gabriel. If you haven't seen... I mean, I know you have seen Constantine. If you haven't seen the Constantine movie with Keanu Reeves, it's phenomenal. Phenomenally well done. Is it like the comic? Fuck no. Who cares? It's a really good movie. And, oh my god. Tilda Swinton as Gabriel, like... I just got chills all over my tits thinking about it. My nips are hard. They do such a good fucking job. Like, she just is Gabriel. That's all I can say. I just have nothing else. Yeah. You know what's weird, Vex, is I've seen a couple stand-ups of Rogan's, and he's okay. Nothing special, though. Like, I don't get the hook. Honestly, the only thing I can come up with is he's like a nostalgic reference to the 90s and Fear Factor. And so people follow that, because it's like familiar. Oh my god, did you guys know that they're coming out with a Jekyll Hyde movie starring Eddie Izzard, and I'm pretty sure one of the two is going to be a girl? I think there might be a spider on top of my tarantula cage right now, which I don't think that spider realizes is super unsafe. There's literally that giant ass jumping spider is between 2 tarantula cages. I wouldn't go in there, bro. It's Vissy. He's on top of Vissy's cage. I wouldn't do it. That's a tough bitch. She will eat your soul. Run away. Run away. Oh, don't do it. You'll die. Oh, God. That's a rough death for that one. Worsty, how are you, love? Oh, I know, vile. I mean, honestly, if I see someone not wash their hands, I say something. Like, hey, you should probably wash your hands. Think about all the poop on the door handle. And I don't wait for the response. I just leave after that. Because there's no way I'm arguing in a public bathroom. However, I will point out how gross you are. Everybody sees you. Stop it. I think it was more him having the freedom to express his opinion. As far as I know, Dwayne hasn't said anything anti-vax. Me too. That's what I was going to say. Like, I haven't seen anything weird about Dwayne. I know he came out with a tequila. She's really good in Doctor Strange, too. A lot of people got pissed off, though, because I think the character in the comics is Asian, and she's not Asian. But I think she did a good job. She has there's something about Tilda. Honestly, I haven't seen anything with her that I don't enjoy. Her face is so unique. And, like, she's really, really good at not giving the game away. I don't know how to word that other than that. You know what I mean? Like, you just have no fucking idea what's going to happen when she's in a movie. She's so good at acting. Maybe that's it. That poor spider, I know. I mean, it hasn't gone in. I don't think it's... Good morning. Oh, Zach's awake. It happened. Eddie Izzard is Eddie Izzard and uses she, her pronouns. Yes. Eddie Izzard, I actually looked it up last night because I was like, I don't want to be insulting. I don't remember if Eddie Izzard has officially taken on a new pronoun or if she was, just being a queen. Like, who the fuck knows? Honestly, like, you're Eddie Izzard. You're Eddie Izzard. You are a queen regardless. To me, I worship Eddie Izzard. I've got a big weddy for her. But I looked it up last night and they consider themselves gender fluid, but are currently in a moment of time in their life. I can't remember how they worded it, where they are a trans woman right now and go by she. Which is awesome that I could Google that. Hello, Domestic Dave. How are you, love? Good evening. Morning time zone to you. Ice Queen from Narnia was so fucking well done. She's got that icy thing. Have you ever seen, there's a kind of off, hello, Synesthesia. How are you, love? A kind of an off-brand movie. It was like there's a fruit fly. An indie movie called, I think it's called The Only Lovers Left Alive or Only Lovers Left Alive, something like that. It's one of those titles that is like that. And it's her and Loki, dude. I'm bad with names. And they're vampires. And it's not a vampire movie, though. I would never tell you it was a vampire movie. But it's one of my favorite movies. I don't even know how to describe. It's like a slice of life kind of movie. I guess. I don't know how else to describe it, but it's really good. Yep, Rod, same. I didn't know, like, honestly, I know Eddie had identified as a male before, but, like, been in full drag and fucking rocked it. Like, Jesus fuck. I was a fucking slip and slide. And so I didn't want to, like, we were talking about Eddie Izzard last night because I saw the Jekyll Hyde movie coming out, and I was like, I feel really, really insulting, even though Eddie's not in any, doesn't know who I am, and is not in my presence. I feel really insulting, just, like, misgendering someone. It felt wrong. So I was like, you know what? Google's a tool of magic. Let's find this out. A Jim Jarmusch. Ooh, what other movies does he make? I'm really bad at, like, looking at directors and stuff of movies, so I never know, like, what that means. But if you tell me what else he's made, I'll know what you mean. Tom Hiddleston, thank you. I like Tom Hiddleston. I think he's a really good actor. Everything I've seen him in, he does really well. Crimson Peak, man. Ugh. I know. Oh my god. I think of Eddie far too often. She has such beautiful eyes. I could get lost in them. My brain did a dumb thing. I thought Eddie Izzard was dead, but I was thinking of Philip Seymour Hoffman. You cool. You good. Eddie's kind of, like, backed away a little bit in the past, like, 10 years, I think. I didn't like Eddie was doing a lot of stand up and, had a bunch of specials out kind of in the earlier 2000s ish, the knots, I guess you would call them. Um, and then she just kind of like decided to take a break, I guess. And I didn't really see her on much. I see interviews here and there, like spotty, like she always definitely has an opinion about like, the rights of humans and trans rights and things like that, but kind of just stopped doing stuff. It was weird. She does acting, marathons, and charitable stuff now. More now, if I recall. That's awesome. Is she in the Ocean movies? Wait, I haven't seen those movies in so fucking long. I cannot stand watching Brad Pitt chew with his mouth open like 24/7. And that's all those movies to me. Like, I can't stop watching. I love Brad Pitt. He's one of my favorite actors. But it's like, it's a nervous thing of his. If you watch most of Brad Pitt's movies, and like 80% of Brad Pitt's movies, his first couple scenes, he's chewing food. And it's an anxiety thing on his part. That's how he like gets into character. But they made it part of his character in the Ocean's movies. And he's just like, oh my fuck. Oh. First off, I told Rod about this tattoo artist, I think, because this is a dream tattoo artist of mine. I'm desperately going to get a tattoo by this tattoo artist someday. This is the name, by the way, Mash Cow. They're up in New York, and they just do these incredible tattoos like this. I follow this dude. He does amazing work. But wow. Mother of God. Spence, good morning. How are you, love? Ooh, Rod, let me look. Oh, wait, not. Oh, Dead Man, Coffee and Cigarettes, Patterson. Oh, no shit. Yes, I've seen all of those. I'm going to write his name down, David. Hold up. Let me look back. I want to see how to spell it. Jim Jarmusch. Jarmusch? Hell yeah. I'm excited. I've always loved the older, like the Hounds of Baskerville and Jekyll Hyde, like those kind of books and stories. They're so old, they're cool. The eyes behind the glasses. Well, wouldn't they warp a little bit? And it's on a round thigh. That's what sucks about getting tattoos like that on any part of your body if you're like thinner, because it's rounded. And so like you've probably had tattoos. I assume everybody's had tattoos done. I don't know. Probably not. I have lots of tattoos. And when they tattoo you, they roll you around on the table and like stretch your skin in such strange directions because they want it to lay perfectly when you're just like standing there. But there's only so much they can do. Only so much. You know what I'm saying? I'm scared to get anything like that on my body specifically because I'm very round and curved. Alex, oh my God, cheers, dude. We had power out. My power was flickering all day yesterday, but we got snow after an 80-degree weather couple week streaks. It was interesting. Oh my God, Jekyll and Hyde has a musical with a fantastic soundtrack? Really? How did I not know that? I'm gonna have to look that up. Good morning, how are you, love? Cheers, everybody. Alex, I'm smoking Free Mac, and it's very delicious. I feel that, sea lion. Sunday. Free Mac? Oh, dude, it's a pretty common strain in the States. It's, I'll show you it. So it's like the word free. Oh God, that's so fucking bleached out. You probably can't see it. And then just like the makeup company, MAC. Free MAC. And it's one of those strains that like everyone in the US at least, everybody knows about. You always see it in dispensaries. It's pretty high THC too. 26.9. It's dope. And dope. No pun intended. But I like it because it's, it'll get you high with a little hit. You don't have to smoke 10 bowls to feel kind of stoned. And I don't Like we all know, if you've been in my channel for any amount of time, and if you're new, I'm a respiratory therapist. Welcome to my channel, who smokes a lot of pot. And of all we've done, by we I mean scientists and research medicine specialists, blah blah blah. I don't know their titles. Don't expect me to know these things. They have been researching and studying weed for quite some time now, and the only way weed can kill you is if a crate of it falls on your head. However, via researching ancient civilizations, we know that excessive exposure of any heat, anything over 160-ish degrees to the mucous membrane of your throat can cause necrotizing fasciitis, dead tissue, and cancer. And so correlation, we can look at that and say, all right, so these ancient civilizations that lived in northern countries and lived off of like melted snow and boiling soup died really early in life from esophageal cancer a lot of the times, like their 40s. Maybe we should cool down the smoke of the pot as much as possible. But like it hasn't been legal long enough for any of us to see like repercussions of how people are doing it. And I'm sure you guys have seen on YouTube and shit, some people put like a habanero pepper in their bong and smoke it for views. So who the fuck? I just don't know anymore. What the fuck? Like how badly do you want to be known? I guess. Particulates and heat. Yep. That's it right there. It's crazy. But it's still categorized with heroin. Dude, stop it. Did you really think it's an Easter egg or are you fucking with me? It's supposed to be an Easter egg, but it's like a it's like a what do you say? A not licensed, not officially licensed Yoshi egg with a little like the 1-up mushroom in it. I got it from Hemper. So it's got the Hemper H on the star. It's like, you know, not official Mario shit. I do anything for fame. Anything. I mean, murder gets you there pretty quickly. Mickey, good morning, love. How are you? The current idea I've had for a tat would be one arm in swirling smoke grayscale, morphing across the shoulder blades. Ooh, to a colorful phoenix. That'd be, you know how I picture it? I don't know if this is what you mean, but when you said the swirling smoke grayscale, I pictured the way that the Death Eaters like move in the later movies. You know, when they can like fly and they have that crazy like spirally smoke trail behind them, like I cannot fucking I don't know what they're not apparating, but they're doing something that makes smoke come out their butts. But it's like really, it looks like fluid kind of like ink in water or something. It looks really, really cool. El Bell. Thank you so much for having manners and saying thank you for your gifted sub, by the way. I just have to say that. Like, manners are just such an easy thing to have, and so many people lack them. It's crazy. Thank you, Elle, for being my friend and for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an anus to swings. I appreciate you. No shit, Berserker. I mean, it's honestly, I wouldn't like shill out Hemper if it was shit. You know that. I would never lie to you about it. It's good stuff. Everything I've gotten from Hemper has been great. Anything that's broken has been on me. She a clumsy bee. It is not on them. Like, they make good stuff. Doing good, Kitty. Got that pillow you recommended, and I assembled my new bed today, just in time for Cake, who comes over on Thursday. Oh, fuck yes. I hope it works for you. Honestly, like, my neck feels great. And I hate to think that just sleeping bad was giving me such extreme pain in my neck. Like, that's kind of crazy. But it's been, what, I think I've had the pillow for like 2 weeks now. I think there's paint in my hair. Latex paint doesn't come out with shampoo. It's a great time. I wouldn't do a sex tape either, but other than that, anything. Wait. You'd rather murder? Wait. Oh, I mean, sure. Yeah, you could do both. Why not both? 2 birds with 1 stone. I've been trying to figure out how to help my mom after she told me she was diagnosed with lupus. So vile. I'm not a specialist in the digestive tract or anything like that. However, I loved it. I loved studying digestion and went way too far into it. And I worked with a woman who had lupus, and she would talk to me about it all the time. I would ask her. She was really, really open about allowing me to ask her all these questions about her lupus. And one thing that was really interesting, and I'm not saying this is a cure-all, and in no way am I saying, like, don't do this without a doctor's, like, talking to your doctor. But one way that she personally managed her lupus was, and she was off of meds, was by maintaining an extremely high-fat, zero-carb diet. And it wasn't for like thin reasons. She was a very thin person. Most people with lupus end up being kind of thin just because they have problems with digestion and stuff like that. But she would like make her own yogurt and stuff, and she just it was like veggies and really high fat meats and stuff like that. It was like keto, like crack keto. Yeah, like no carbs. And I don't know how sugar or carbs or glucose really relates. Oh, losing their fucking minds over here. I don't know how they relate to it because I'm not a specialist in the area, but I've heard that a lot of people have had much success with it. One place I would go, honestly, Berserker, is Reddit. Do you see how crazy my dogs are for him when he gets up in the morning? Katie says crack and Lilith appears. She's a crackhead. It's facts. We know this. We know this. I would go to Reddit. There is so many cool subreddits for communities of people, and a lot of people like to shit on Reddit and just say it's 4chan. It is not. I've been on Reddit for like over 10 years. It's crazy. I'm a really old Redditor. But the reason is because I found some of the most supportive and incredible communities of human beings on Reddit. And of course, there's smaller subreddits. But for instance, there's one called A Bra That Fits. I'm not kidding you. It's reddit.com/r/a bra that fits. And it is a community of people just trying to find a fucking bra brand that doesn't hurt or actually fits their boobies. And it's incredible. Like, it's got an impressive trans presence in the community. It's like, people are just so wonderful. They teach you like how, instead of like looking at the website and it's stupid DBs, whatever, measure your rib cage and everything and translate it. Like, but there's communities for like children who have narcissistic parents. There are communities for bipolar people who suffer with bipolar, which is amazing sometimes if you just need to vent about how you feel crazy. But I guarantee there's got to be some cool communities for people who suffer with lupus. And I mean, just finding that for her might be a really nice gesture of goodwill. Because just like, I imagine, I don't have anything like that. Thank fuck. I try not to take my like physical health for granted ever because neck pain. But I think a lot of the time, sometimes when people tend to get a little depressed and stuff when they get diagnosed with something new, it's that aloneness. You know what I mean? It's that otherness. Like, now you've been shoved out of the group and you got to find a new one to relate to somehow. And we all know that the internet's a great filter for just being able to be open. I can guess any bra size, but only by taste. Notice I did not say correctly. My porn throwaway Reddit account hit 7 years old. I don't even know how old my oldest one is, to be honest. I have two. I have a Classy Katie account that I made when I, honestly, just because I started streaming and I didn't want anyone to go over there and try to pretend to be me. But my old, like, I did have an original user account from way back before I knew Twitch was even a thing. But I don't know how old it is, to be honest. I was gonna go look, because it'll always tell you. It'll tell you, like, your cake day or whatever. Oh, fuck, Reddit's not working. I'll look at it later. Yeah, I don't know how old my oldest one is, but it's since, like, my freshman year of college-ish. Guys, we need to take a break. We're gonna get a fucking ad. And you know how oh. If I can. Oh, come on. There we go. Look at us go. You can't even see Trick because there's so. Look at this. My little void boy. He's not even limp wristing. He's like, not today, mother. Not today. They're such good pups, though. All right, let's take a break real quick. I haven't actually seen Zach this morning, so I'm gonna go say good morning really quick. But if we don't take a break, like I said, Twitch will start running ads without my permission, and that's not okay. I don't think you should have to ever pay to hang out and chill with friends. It's fucking weird. Oh my god, what? I can't picture the real one in my head. I can only picture the actor from. Oh, what was that show? It had like Gacy on it. Oh, fuck. And they had an actor that played him. That's all I can picture. I'm going to Google it on my break, though. Hi, Mel Love. Hello, Allie Love. Okay, let's catch up in a minute. We gotta take a break, otherwise, ads will run for people who can't sub, and I don't think you should have to fucking sub to my channel. It's crazy. Entertainment should be free for everybody. Period. Like the fucking Globe Theater of the internet. All right, I'll be right back. Maybe not. Maybe never. Wow, the ink screen went white. We hate it. All right, I'll be right back. At one point, it was 80 degrees. And by one point, I mean 2 days ago. Now I'm just old. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the brack. Thank you for being so tolerant and wonderful and putting up with ads. Like I said, this shit, I mean, I always compare it to like, I remember when I was growing up, I grew up around like, basically everyone was under the poverty line in terms of income. And when people say shit like, oh my God, you're so poor and you can't afford your bills, but you have an iPhone. Oof with that. It's the same shit to me. Like, there is no status point or income level for entertainment check. You know what I mean? It is so weird here, dude. It's just like frozen outside now and the wind bites. Is it really? Oh, dude, we don't have snow today. Thank fuck. It all melted, but we're a little bit higher up than you guys. I think we're honestly as high as Denver gets without living on a literal peak. It doesn't say it in the forecast. We'd have no snow. We have like rain. Great. Probably will turn into snow then because it's cold. But honestly, I'm okay with it because we don't have AC yet. And those days without AC are terrible. My blanket's a Nightmare Before Christmas blanket. Funny. My favorite. Funny. I say it every single day when I spread this blanket out on my bed, and Zach looks at me like, yeah, she's touched by Jesus every day. Sean, good time zone love. Dude, I'd be cuddled. I mean, that's the thing, Synesthesia. I was saying, like, it's probably not that cold out, actually, like, temperature-wise, but you get your body, we adjust. That's why we get spring and fall are nice, because it gives you, like, a chance to acclimate. And so we had those 2 weeks of, like, hella crazy nice weather, and I was acclimating to it and wearing short shorts and tank tops, and I was sweaty. And now it's, like, really cold and snowy. So I'm just not, like, there yet. My body doesn't know what to do. Mickey, yes? Is that even a question? The cost of entertainment is much higher today than it was at as early as 30 years ago. No, I mean, seriously, though, for real. I was actually listening to a podcast yesterday while I was painting, I think. And they were talking about, like, I can't remember which queen it was, but it was the British. Oh, I think it was during the Victorian era, so it was Victoria. But how she, like, established parks. Like, that was one of the first free forms of entertainment for people. And that was kind of crazy because that's really not that long ago in terms of history. You know what I'm talking about? What up, Bronny? How are you? Good time zone. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. I gotta put it on the other monitor so we can look at it. Oh my God. Pupper, though. Okay, I'm gonna put it up. I guess a little bit. It's a pupper that has some stitches. So something happened, but there's a story and we're gonna read it. So, this is Eva, or Eva. Eva. She saved her human from a mountain lion? Oh my God. It pounced at them while they were hiking, and Eva fought it off. She spent a few days in the hospital, but is expected to make a full recovery and return home. Oh my fucking what? Oh my God, there's 15. Okay, stop. Let's look at the pictures first, and then I'll move on. Look at that little lifesaver. Oh my fucking what? I might cry. That's so scary. Like, honestly, I'd rather die than my dogs get killed by a dog get killed by a cougar, but sometimes you can't help it. Your dog's gonna try to protect you. I took my niece and nephew to see Sonic 2 Friday. Tickets, popcorn, drinks, and a pretzel to share for 4 people, $70. Shut the fuck up. Oh, that's disgusting. I know I'm kind of old, but when I was in high school, I could take $20 and get me and all my sisters into a movie. That's crazy. That is so crazy. Oh my God, Rod. She trying to kill all her studs. Okay, so I'll continue now. So it says, we're proud to award her our highest honor. What's the highest honor, though? Wait, okay, I have no idea. It doesn't matter. Look at that baby. Oh my God. Oh my God. Leave us home safe. That dog, like, what? How does no one like dogs? How can you not love dogs? They are the best ever. I have 6 nephews and nieces. Dude, I have so many. But they're all from one. Like, I have 8 siblings, you know. I have only 3 of them. 4? Oh my God. Nick had, okay, wait. I have a lot. So my oldest sister, Paige, she has 2 kids. So I have 2 nephews there. One of them's older than me. And then Josette has so many kids, and a lot of them were taken away by the state 'cause she was on drugs. I have no idea. So that's a big old plus or minus. Nick has 1 kid. And then Adam died. Corey has Carmen, Jordan, Taylor, Bailey, and new baby we don't even know is his. And then Katrina had 2 kids, and then Joshua has 2 kids. So 12, I think. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It's a lot, but I have a lot of siblings. Honestly, that's not a lot of kids for the amount of siblings I have, to be fair. Dude, Vile, I love going to matinees, man. As long as it's not like a Disney movie, because then it's just full of kids. Because parents love to go to matinees with their kids. I get it. It's fucking, as Spence just said, it costs literally like a paycheck to go to the movies anymore. But a matinee is the best. That's what we did for the fuck the time when we Doctor Strange. We went to the matinee and it was literally nobody was there. We had the entire theater to ourselves. I think there was one other couple like off in the corner or something, other than like Scott and Bree and his kids. Their kids, his kids. Wow. I go to see movies super early. Yeah, same. They get ice cream cones if they're lucky. Nothing would make my brother happier than me going broke on his kids. No shit. I wish. That's the rating, 15 out of 10. I mean, how do you get higher than saving your owner's life from a cougar and then surviving it? Maybe from a bear? Maybe? Dude, cougars, like, it's crazy. I grew up, like, it's hard to say I grew up anywhere. I moved a lot as a kid, but it was all kind of back and forth between 2 places in Eastern Washington. And where I ended my growing up and my Washington times was in Eastern Washington on the river. And I remember as a kid, I would go walking on the beach all the time by myself in the middle of the night. We lived on the river, so like river beach. And I would go walking in the woods and shit, just like because I was insomniac. I wasn't doing anything nefarious or anything. Never in my life did I even have the one briefest, oh, a cougar might eat me. And they're everywhere there. Like, people are constantly having their chickens and shit eaten by cougars. Never fucking thought about it a day in my life. Still alive, thank fuck, but they will stalk you silently. Like, it's crazy. Dude, they're huge. If you've never seen a mountain lion in IRL, oh my fucking God. I didn't know. I've seen Bob. You guys know I had a pixie bob when I was a kid, like a half bobcat cat on accident. So I'd been around big cats, but I'd never in my life seen something that big. Like, wow. What is this growing up? I mean, like I guess reaching my full height, filling the cup, so to speak. Because I'm definitely not any more mature, I don't think. If anything, I'm less. I went to see Doctor Strange at 9 a.m. on a Saturday, and there was just one other couple in there. Yeah, it was great. The whole theater with no stupid children. Dude, isn't that amazing? It was the best. I know. It was so nice. I love not having... I mean, honestly, like, the thing that bothers me the absolute most about any form of entertainment these days is when people just can't get off their cell phone. It's so distracting. If between me and whatever I've paid to consume, there's 20 million blue screens glowing at me. I can't, like, stop paying attention to them. I'm just like, is it Christmas? And I wonder, like, you paid for this. Like, why are you here? You could be on your phone at home. What are you doing? Ah, ciao, Bella. How are you doing? Basho, thank you so much for the Prime sub.
And hail the Dangalord, motherfucker.
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Cookie. Me want cookie. Cookie is for me.
Dude, Cookie Monster eats vegetables now, and I just don't know how the world acts anymore. What happened? Berserker, it's everywhere, dude. It's at concerts. Like, every concert I've ever been to, there's at least 20 people sitting there recording the concert from the moment they show up until they leave. And I'm just, like, thinking to myself, I guarantee there's a better recording out there that doesn't sound like... You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's weird. I love going somewhere where I can just shove my phone in a pocket and have an excuse not to look at it for a few hours. So people are like, oh my God, I texted you and you didn't text me back. I'd be like, I was in a movie. Oops. I still have the story, the cougar that made it into North Seattle with a radio collar, no reported sightings. Whoa, what? I didn't hear about that. That's fucking wild. Where did it come from? I wonder if it was a pet. I say Cookie, but you know me. I'm a big Cookie fan. Probably people who live in town and never have to realize how boring their life is. I mean, everyone's boring. At least I'm aware of my boringness. What's the product you use to do your hair that's blue? Ooh, I use Manic Panic is the brand, and the color is literally called Blue Moon. This is pretty darn faded, just to be completely transparent with you. This is very faded compared to, well, I mean, it looks pretty damn good. On the bottom, I don't know why this happens, but on the bottom of my neck, it fades way more violently. It's like kind of a gross green color. This color, I guess. It doesn't come up. It's honestly, it's really held up well, huh? I mean, I'm hating on it, but it's mostly just grown out. It's held up pretty well. Yeah, Manic Panic, man. I mean, they used to be like the only, vibrant hair dye color brand out there. We would always have to go to Hot Topic to get it when I was in high school. And now it's like, fuck, they're actually like, they're cruelty free, which means they don't scrub it into rabbit eyes for 7 years before you're allowed to put it on your head, which is really nice. It's not permanent. I know this would denote otherwise, but it's semi-permanent hair dye. So it doesn't have any ammonia in it or anything. Nothing that's going to actually damage your hair follicle. It's more like a deep conditioner with some color in it. But I definitely bleached my hair first. I mean, you can see the line, obviously, right? Where the black hair starts. Brown, poop brown. You're very welcome, yeah. Matt Nelson... Oh, I have to pay to look at that website. That's not happening. Fucking websites. I want to dye my hair from strawberry blonde to purple. What kind of purple? Because honestly, you could probably get away without having to bleach your hair at all. Like if your hair's a pale strawberry blonde and you're going to purple, oh yeah, you wouldn't even have to bleach it, man. Yeah. You're lucky. My hair, I mean, you can probably tell, other than that huge spot of silver. We're going to cover that up. My hair is damn dark, and it's hardy. Like my hair is really coarse. I always refer to it as like horse hair. It literally feels like the mane of a horse. It's so coarse and thick. And so I can fucking damage the fuck out of it and it can hold up to a lot. But most people, their hair would fry off if they did what I did, so I don't advise it. But no, dude, if your hair, no, yeah. The cool thing about semi-permanent dyes is they don't have ammonia in them, which is the lifting agent. So like, box dye, like Garnier or whatever the brands are that you would go get, all of those that are permanent hair dyes, those actually have dye that's going to, place dye into the hair as well as the lifting agents at the same time, which is why they're really, really bad for your hair. And so the cool thing about semi-permanent hair dye, like Manic Panic and shit, is there's none of that peroxide. So if your hair is lighter than the color you want to go, you don't need to bleach at all. No, your hair will be so much healthier. Like your hair won't feel like, right now I'm at this really awkward moment in the grow out period where like there's enough of grow out where I can tell the difference now. This is so much softer than this. And I hate it. Like this feels like Barbie hair. And then I feel the stuff close to the root and I'm like, oh my God, health though. What's that like? Yeah. I don't think you need to bleach your hair. I mean, if your hair's lighter than the color you're going, seriously, like there is no hair color lighter than my natural hair color other than like, blue black. Obviously, I'm not teaching you anything with that. But if your hair is like a pale strawberry blonde and you're going dark purple, fuck yeah, you'd be fine. And honestly, the cool part is because it's a semi-permanent dye, it will wash out over time. Like it'll just slowly fade. Blue is notorious, like amongst anyone who's ever dyed their hair with anything with blue in it, for being permanent beyond permanent, even if it says it's not. I don't want to tell this story, but I will. When I first moved to Maryland and I was getting a job at Johns Hopkins, I was really scared that they would no longer give me the job once they saw that I had dark blue hair. So I went to a very high-end like hair place, I don't know, in Baltimore, and I went to a color corrector lady and said, please help me color correct my hair. My hair was long. It was like to here. And she, for 4 hours, did nothing and charged me over $500, and they couldn't do it. Like nobody could get the blue out. So the only thing you can do on top of blue is something darker, something in the same tone range, like cool tones, or wait. So I guess my only advice would be like the dark purple you go with, try to go, if you have natural strawberry blonde hair, honestly, this is probably best for you anyways. So normally people who are strawberry blonde or like ginger, they have very cool toned skin, like pinky tones in their skin. So you want to stay away from warm toned purples like fuchsia because it will look so contrasting with your skin. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think of a good example that puts any relevance on this at all, because I know that color theory is hard. I try not to, I don't want to sound like I know everything, because I don't. I'm not, I'm not like hella smart, but when you stick to the tones that are already present in your skin, whatever color you do, whether it's unnatural or not, will look more natural, quote unquote. It'll just look flattering, if that makes sense. So like, I'm trying to think of purple hair color names. Usually when you go, like if you went to a Sally's or something, they'll let you, if you go up to the counter, be like, is it cool if I take a swab of this dye out real quick and test it on a paper towel to see what color it really is? Do I have any hair dye that I could even show you how to do this? I think I do. So if you look at hair dye, like, on the pot, whatever color it says, and then you look at it in the pot, that's never really the color you're going to get. You know what I mean? You're always going to get some variation of it. It's going to get close if you've got lighter hair, but it's hard. And a really, really good way to tell what tones are in a color, like if you're looking at a really dark dye, like a dark purple or a dark blue or dark green, is to get a little bit on a cotton swab or on your finger and smear it across a paper towel or a piece of white paper. And the dye dilutes as you smear it, and you can kind of see if there's yellow base or red base or whatever. And so if you took a very fuchsia purple, like a really reddish, pinky purple color, and smeared it, you would see it would almost be pink. As opposed to when you look at it in the pot, it's literally like black purple. It can be super misleading. I've definitely fucked up with my own hair many times. But that's one like foolproof way I've found. is to smear it on some paper and like check it. What up, Lizzie? How are you, love? I'm trying to do the 32. Oh my God. I'm not even on 32 heat. Bitch. That's intense as fuck. Absolutely, Jackie. Hell yeah. I love dyeing my hair. But I mean, never in my wildest dreams will I lie to you and say that, no, you can totally bleach your hair and end up with not straw hair. Like, everybody's going to get damaged from bleach. Bleach literally kills anything about your dead hair that was alive. It's so bad. So if you can get away with no bleach, fuck it. Do it. I wish. But my hair just keeps getting darker and darker. Other than the silvery bits, obviously. Fuck yeah. It took me until I was like 30 years old to learn that. I never in my life, I was just experimenting and failing. I know, I hate it, Vile. It's crazy. I mean, I understand that they want to keep those products to people who have licenses and work in salons because that's what gets us to go to salons. But the thing is with the internet and shit, like, we know what's in your store and we can get it cheaper online now anyways. Like, just let me shop there. I mean, give them a bigger discount. Like, give a bigger discount to people with a license and let me come. Because I can't afford $400 to get my hair done. So I've learned to do it myself. This is a technique used when picking paint colors for your home. No shit. Smearing it on white paper? I didn't know that. I mean, it makes sense. Honestly, it really does. Once you dilute it, it looks just so much truer than it does in a pot. I don't know. I don't know why it took me so long to figure that out. Ghetto. I'm honestly, sometimes I wonder if I've lost like my social skills, if they died. Katie, you got the usual video message after your button press earlier? My Wi-Fi hasn't worked all day. I don't know what's wrong. I mean, it says I have full bars. It says I have full connectivity. It says the Wi-Fi is high quality, and yet nothing will load on my phone. So I have to go in my yard and turn the Wi-Fi off and then turn on my data to like get anything. It's stupid. But I mean, it's, you know my struggles right now with Wi-Fi. Yeah. The fence guy's coming tomorrow, which is exciting. Chelsea, thank you so much for subbing to the class.
Keeping the classy alive and hailing the dank lord. I appreciate you.
It's important to me. I fucking want my Wi-Fi to work. We pay for internet, for fuck's sake. Gimme. It's upsetting. What are social skills? I mean, now I'm like, I just feel like I'm either cold or overly social when I go out. I do inventory at all three of those places, and I think Salon Centric has the best products. Really? And cleanest stores out of the three. No shit. I'm going to write that down just for future reference. I may or may not have friends with beauty licenses that buy me shit at those places. You're like such a... Dude, Vile, have you ever thought about being like an insider reviewer person? Because you could fly under the radar so easily as an inventory specialist. You know what I mean? Like, you get the view that most people don't get, like, behind everything in the shelves. Like, what's behind the shelves? Shit like that. Like, I would trust your reviews over most people's, to be completely honest. Glut just fucking gifted a sub to Sean, motherfucking water dragon.
Hail the dank lord and suck titties, bitch. Cheers.
I see that. Cheers, bitches. Let us cheers. Where's my lighter? Cheers. Here's the thing, Rod.
Come out. I'm gay.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. I found that my newest kink is someone tying me up and putting black olives on each of my fingers before sucking them off and then smearing jizz on my forehead while whispering Simba in my ear like the Lion King while listening to ritualistic chanting Uwu.
Zoe, good morning. I love black olives. And anytime someone says they like black olives, I say, but do you put them on your fingers and eat them one at a time, though? Because that's what a true child does. Good fucking morning, lover. How are you? Thank you for that very generous tip. And that. Oh my fucking God, that's beautiful. Beautifully welcome, honey. I'm just awkwardly cold because I have nothing to do. That's me. I feel that way, Sean, all the time. You just getting old and cynical. Hard that. And like, I feel like the older you get, the more you learn how to enjoy yourself better, I guess. You know, when you're a kid, you kind of just feed off the energy around you because you have no identity. You have no idea who you are and what you like. But as you grow older, like, especially because I just grew up in the middle of nowhere, I kind of adapted to being alone really, really well. So, like, the vast majority of activities I enjoy do not involve other people and are not enhanced by other human beings in any way, shape, or form, like reading books and things. It's not that I don't, like, it's just, eh. Like, all those damn phones sitting in a Target stockroom, that nauseates me a little bit. Or the sheer amount of how much some employees lie about what's back there because they don't want to go back there. That's so fucking lazy. What? Okay, at Lowe's, though, to be fair, there is no back of the store. The amount of times that people would be like, oh, I see you're out of this spray paint. Can you look in the back? And I'd be like, ma'am, this is a warehouse. This is the back. I guess. But I know what you mean. There's still shit back there. That's just so fucking lazy. Like, you're getting paid to do something. Weave. Cheers. Hydrate. Caffeine. All the things. Dude, fuck yeah, man. I always try to, like, tell people, like, I'm a stoner and smoke a lot of pot and, like, we got cheers commands and shit. But I in no way, like, think everybody needs to be a stoner to enjoy a good time, regardless of whether you're here or not. I don't know. Is that gatekeeping? You know, when some people are like, everybody should enjoy weed. I don't think so. Rob Insomniac.
Cheers, motherfucker! Thanks so much for setting the glass keeping class and I'm giving an Anderson swings for 13 months, baby. Oh.
Dude, I can't get a black olive on, like, my middle finger and my thumb. But, see how my middle finger's, like, really wide and flat? I think that's from playing piano for so many years. I don't know. It's different from the other ones. With those two fingers, it busts the olive in half. I feel your pain. I feel that. If the backstock room's not organized, finding something there is often a 40-minute errand or more. I mean, we always had people in the back who were paid to organize that. Like, we had people who worked in, receiving. Stockrooms at Walmart, Mayors, and Targets, throw this shit in a random spot rooms, go fuck yourself. And you guys have to shift through all that and then count it. Do they get in trouble for overages and underages because of these stacks of nonsense everywhere? Let people enjoy their shit and also let them not enjoy their shit they don't want. Fucking men. Also, transgender women are women, transgender men are men, and they owe us nothing in regards to how they look, how they act, or how they present themselves otherwise. Poops. Oh my God, Zoe, did you see that Eddie Izzard is starring in the new Jekyll Hyde film? And I believe it may be, like, a trans character. Because the like, cover of it is the silhouette of Eddie Izzard in full drag. Like, beautiful big titty silhouette. Oh, bitch. She is going to turn me on in so many awkward ways. That's a movie I'm not allowed to see in theaters. Like, they might bar me at the door. I've had a Weddy for Eddie Izzard since before Weddies were a thing. It's a hard life. Oh, yeah. I saw that this morning and I was like, I must tell Chad. I got way too excited because A, Eddie Izzard, but B, fucking Jekyll Hyde. Like, I love those old English, like, my camera's tilted a little bit. The Hounds of Baskerville and Jekyll and Hyde and those kind of stories. They're always so, like, they're, like, dark and gritty and creepy and gothic, and I love them. But Eddie Izzard, like, shut your fucking nipples. I have so many emotions about that. It's so cold. My nipples are just perpetually hard today, and that's all I can think about is nipples. Apologize for the lack of jokes regarding. Wait. What is it? Milagro Respisado? Did I say that right? Fuck yeah. Co is on drop frames without a hat. Oh, I heard Co got a massive haircut though. Can you screenshot it so I can look at it? I don't like streaming other people's stream. That seems really creepy. Especially because it's fucking drop frames. But I heard he got a haircut. We're basically resetting their bad organization with audit and inventory. They do get in serious trouble for how much of a percentage of their products in the back room. Although now it's in the distribution center's fault for sending so much at one time. How is it? But you have to order it. They're ordering too much then. You know that. I'm not informing you of anything. I'm just logically putting it out there. Like that distribution centers aren't just sending shit. I used to work in receiving. At Lowe's, granted, but I'm assuming most retail stores are similar. Like the managers tell you what you need, you put it in the system and order it, blah, 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 blah. From my lone retail experience at Goodwill, nobody cares if back of operations is a miserable shit show as long as not employees are openly aware. Aren't openly aware. Oh my God. I was like, do you guys take people on a tour of the shit show? I don't know how to shut my nipples. Aren't they just shut? It's really weird. Nipples aren't like one hole. It's like millions of little holes because they're little sweat glands. So like if any of you have had a baby, I'm sure your wife has like squeezed her at you and it's like a spray gun. It's because it's coming out of a bunch of little sweat gland holes. Everything was backlogged because it was stuck somewhere. Oh, sure it was. I mean, we've had that happen like a few times where it mattered, but not often enough for it to be like a literal the reason. Like we'd have it happen like every once in a while. I gotta open Discord because I don't ever open it. On my computer. Forgot what I was gonna say. Fuck Discord. Everything. Damn it. Died. My brain. Oh, I remember Millworks. Everything Millworks ordered, like windows, window frames, window panels, doors, door frames, anything that comes from a Millworks department, all came from China on a boat because the weight of it was it's too expensive to airship or something. And it was so insanely long. Like you would literally wait 6 months for doors sometimes, which would lapse over, but it was rare. Adam, cheers, ho. I'm going to cheers you off to bed. Have a wonderful sleep if it's not a nap. If it's a nap, I hope you don't wake up sweaty and gross. Because that's always happens to me and it's the worst. I hate a bad nap. Oh my God, I'm so excited for you to see Rammstein though. I hope you get like at least just a picture of the stage. I just want to see what the stage looks like. My work actually gets tours, but it's always explaining the same few things that are genuinely important to making money. Yeah, probably not the shit show. I feel that. Do you guys ever have like corporate walkthrough? It's still like that, Spencer, and less on the order, but more auto replenish. Oh, auto replenish. That makes sense though for things you normally sell out of. And a little more of what the fuck is this, dude? I mean, we used to find, I've told you this before, like the Lowe's returns department, cheers by the way, was notorious amongst all the stores. We would take anything, like literally anything. And one time, I'll never forget, this little adorable little old lady comes into this. Oh my God, this is crazy. Little lady comes in with a fucking, like a drawer pull in the bag that says IKEA in giant black block letters on it. And she was so convinced she bought it at Lowe's, she started crying. And so we just like made up a price and pulled out money out of a cash register, gave it to her, and took a fucking IKEA knob, which is now in our inventory. Like, what do you do about that? You know, I don't know what you do about that. That is, I just don't. Who is she? Who is she though? That is really. I mean, I can't like. Is anyone going to pay attention to anything else? I don't think so. Vial I cut. Is it like they're recycling them? Because that's kind of dope. I'm all about reuse, recycle. But if they're just paying for extra broccoli boxes, then I mean, sure. Shut the fuck up, Sean. Why? Do they get fired? I didn't mean why to be insulting. I was assuming they were quitting. But is it because they get fired? My biggest challenge was 1, we got more inventory than we could stock to the shelf and reasonably store. 2, warehouse receiving team was like 3 to 4 people, most part-time, that also had to pick online orders. So they had no time to organize help. I feel that hard. I feel like when I worked at Lowe's, it really went to shit when Amazon, like, oh man, this crazy. I think I just remembered when Amazon started delivering. But like, our way of trying to compete with Amazon's Prime delivery shit was that we would have, what was it? Oh my God, I'm trying to think of the wording. You could buy shit online and then pick it up in store, right? As you can now. That's been a thing for quite some time. But we would literally like have a cashier sprint to receiving to go find it, and they'd have to be to the front desk within like 8 minutes or something. They had to receive your item from the back of Lowe's to the front of Lowe's, regardless of size or amount or anything. And it was this stupid push. But it was so dumb. I mean, it was just the dumb. You're never going to beat same-day Prime delivery. Like, that's... This person still had to drive here. Like, they still wasted the gas, the time, the everything. It's because they can't afford anything else. Some of it still has leftover food juices. I mean, I'm not eating anything at Sally's Beauty, and most of it is such caustic chemicals, it would kill anything in the vegetables. Honestly, I'd be more scared of the vegetables that maybe were put in that box after the Sally's stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, I wouldn't want to eat anything at Sally's. But I put a lot of food on my hair all the time. That weed is strong. So many companies have taken on the churn and burn approach to their bottom employees. It's so fucking weird because on the flip side of that, like in hospitals, they prioritize new hires because they want to pay you the least amount possible. And like, for instance, my mom and my aunts were all nurses and respiratory therapists and all this stuff, and they make about on par, depending on like all these dumb certifications. We talked about this the other day that you can tack onto your license. Some hospitals pay more, some don't give a fuck. And one of my aunts, as a trauma ER nurse at the same hospital, granted for like over 50 years, when she retired, she was making about $70 an hour, which is insane. It's crazy. That is so much money for the same job she did forever. It's not like she got anything extra, but with just yearly raises. And so what a lot of hospitals will do is they will force retire nurses and doctors and shit that are like close to retirement age. And they'll be like, oh, we'll give you a nice package and bring in a bunch of new hires that are getting paid $20 an hour, who are potentially, theoretically, more dangerous, less experienced, less worldly, but you don't have to pay them as much to take care of people the same way as the other person with all the experience who probably wasn't ready to retire, because what is retirement anymore? My mom still hasn't fucking retired. The first two switched to the other stuff. Third got fired for stealing. Oh my God, stop. They stole from the Goodwill. Really? Though. That's just low. I mean. Right now we just have a part-time guy 5 days a week that barely understands anything, is genuinely afraid of the computer. I have to read this again for those who don't read chat and are just listening. This is fucking... It's like something out of a movie. Right now we have a part-time guy 5 days a week that barely understands anything and is genuinely afraid of the computer. I hope. I mean, I dead Kel. I always hope that's not the reason. And if it is, like, bitch, gotta live. I get it. We all been there. I mean, can't assume everybody, but a lot of people have been there. I hope that's not why they were stealing. Because that's so sad. But probably. I mean, goddamn, half of our country's under the poverty line right now. Got the blank phone box? Yes, I do. Yes. Was it like fear like that? Like, the information's inside the computer, like Zoolander level? Also, fun fact, if you see an older man or woman with big gulp or extra large drink in their hand, it's most likely filled with stolen product as well as beverage. What? Ew. What? My Cloaca appointment turned out okay, guys. I told you last week I had an appointment for it. Yes, and it was well. Everything's okay. Okie dokie. Yay. I'm glad. I've never actually worked for an employer that didn't give a crap about how much turnover they have. You can always be replaced and they can pay that person less. Like, I think when I worked at the hospital, we really didn't. I mean, I was friends with one of my bosses, and so when we would hang out, she would talk about, not insider stuff. She never told me anything I shouldn't know, but we would talk about like the hiring, firing process stuff. And she was like, it's heartbreaking when you train people because not only do you like invest in them as a person, but it costs on average about $10,000 to train someone to be able to work on their own in a hospital. So like that's how much wages you're gonna have to pay that person until they're solo. And especially in like nursing and respiratory and surgery, a lot of the times there's certain areas of medicine where they're very highly specialized in areas of the country. And a lot of people nowadays, like, and I don't know why, I know it, I see it everywhere. I probably do it. We all do it, but it's like they'll get a job at a hospital, and once they learn whatever the top level of their area of study is at that hospital, they look and go, okay, what else you got for me? And if they don't have anything, they leave. They go to another hospital to get more certifications, more education, higher, whatever. And that happens a ton. Like, you get so much new grad turnover, it's crazy. People are really tentative sometimes to hire new grads, not just because you're a new grad, but because they look at you and they're like, you're not going to stick around. You're 18. Or, 21 at the youngest, probably. The best sci-fi movie ever, Terminator, not a horror movie. You know that Rod in my phone is Rod, parentheses, Terminator is a slasher, end parentheses, Johnston. It's literally what his name is in my phone. Good Lord. There's no slashing. There's no knife. There's no last girl except you. Excuse me. Sorry. She would steal jewelry and antique books. Oh, she doesn't sound poor. I mean, a lot of people shop stores like that. I'm sure Sean sees it all the time. I used to shop. You guys know, I have a first edition Jungle Book and a first edition Winnie the Pooh that I got because it was not identified. You can win out, but I bought it. I still bought it. I did not pay what it's worth because they didn't know what it was worth, but I still bought it. I didn't steal it. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Have you been watching that, Zoe? Dude, you guys, have you been watching this crypto? The crypto and NFTs have taken a fucking nosedive into death. I mean, I hope you guys, none of you have, put all your eggs in one basket with any of that. I've never been a fan of gambling, nor have I had extra money to do so with. So I'm not in it at all. NFTs sound absolutely just. You're an idiot. I don't get it. You bought nothing. Crypto, I kind of understand. Like, it's kind of, I feel like crypto's established itself to this point. Like, there are large places, like the whole dark web is run with crypto and shit like that. There's huge banks of it. But Man, dude. I mean, I don't even know what the dip was. I just saw like a bunch of Reddit highlights this morning about it. I wish we had enough people to still have turnover. We can't get anyone to stay after the hire date interview. What? Okay, who's in charge of the hire date interview? Because maybe they need some charisma or personality. You know what I'm saying? It is. I mean, it's literally, I said the same. Lizzie, I'm not even kidding you. Someone close to us recently asked our opinion on investing into NFTs, which both Zach and I were like, no. Like, I even said, I'm like, I spent 2 8-hour streams with my community watching everything we could about it, reading about it, learning exactly what the fucking NFT was because I was so lost on it. No. And they went and invested like over 20 grand in it this past weekend. And I just literally, I think last night I was like, you could have thrown it in a barrel and set it on fire and maybe at least you made heat. It's just wild to me. Like, I don't know how anyone was convinced to go with this, with the NFT thing. I wish we had enough people to still. Oh, sorry. Yes. That's weird. She's poor, but in the fucked around, found out kind of way and never bothered to get help. Is it kind of like that eternal victim thing? I have an aunt like that. The same aunt who like divorced our family because she didn't get money out of my Nana the moment my Nana stopped breathing. She is just a victim of the universe. Like, no matter what. She has never done anything wrong in her life. She's never done anything to deserve anything. And the world is out to get her. And she's like a 70-something-year-old woman and still acts that way. And she's been that way my entire life. It's kind of crazy. Churn and burn has taken its toll. The Great Resignation has ensured they can't have that tact anymore. Oh my God. Lilith farted and it's so bad. These companies deserve it. The people who are getting burned at the bottom level don't. Agreed. 100%. Shananana Danana was gone. Was gonna make his sewer slide note an NFT. What the fuck? No. Oh my God, Ghetto, show me. No. We only have one person for all of Chicagoland attempting to hire people. Last new hire we just fired because he left in the middle of an inventory to Uber himself home to fix his car. I'm wondering what pool you're pulling from, because this doesn't sound like a deep one. You know what I'm saying? Here's the thing about crypto that most of the bros don't understand. Bros, quote unquote, hard quotes. It would have to replace the world's current reserve currency, which is the US dollar. And it never will. I mean, I understand the need for crypto. Like, I see it, and I see it being used. I know people that buy, like, their medications on the black market because they don't have insurance and it's too expensive through pharmacies. I know lots of stuff like that that literally crypto is used for. But the investing in it and stuff like that, like, you're never going to make out at this point because it can't, I mean, I don't know how crypto could become bigger than the US dollar when we're in so much government debt. I have no idea. I don't understand money that much. I grew up poor. Just avoid it. Oh, absolutely share it. I must see it. You know how many dollars are in circulation worldwide? 40 trillion. And is that like American dollars if we, ignored converting every single form of currency? Sorta, but tries to pretend to be in the middle ground of the way where she admits she's fucked up, but also still refuses to improve. Oh. I don't. It's really hard to sit and listen to someone just like bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch, but have zero want to do anything about it when it's possible to. It's one thing, if it's something completely out of your grasp or out of your reach or whatever. But, oh man, that's shit. I just start to like tweak. I'm like, but you could just do it. From Kenosha? Jesus. How do you guys advertise jobs? Just curious. I really don't know. Is it like Craigslist? The biggest problem with crypto is that it's a mechanism to launder drug money and other black market cash. I mean, it's the biggest problem to the people who care about it, but it's a great, a great tool for people who do their best to work outside the system because they literally can't afford to work within the system. I know so many like elderly people whose grandkids are getting their drugs on the black market and shit like that. The dark web. Because they can't afford them. They literally would, their entire retirement would go to pills and they would die. It would be horrible. It's so tragic. America's a very tragic place sometimes. What blows my mind is that the vast, vast majority of crypto isn't even anonymous. So you're not even getting that. I know. I mean, nothing. It's hard. I'm sure there's a way to be truly anonymous, but it's hard for me to even conceptualize anonymity in the world like this. Like, you can Google someone's face at this point. Like, literally take a picture of someone and just Google the picture without words, and it will come up with anything that could relate to that person. It's kind of crazy how, privacy is kind of like a safety blanket, like a false what's the term for that? A false sense of security a little bit. Because really, at the end of the day, like, anybody good with computers can get whatever they want. It just, you just hope that intelligence isn't in an evil brain that wants to steal all my money or whatever. Not that I have money, but you know. Really, Nyan? That's my aunt. It's crazy to watch. The vast, vast majority of crypto, yeah. I mean, anonymity though, how even? We used to go to job fairs. I don't know how it's advertised anymore. I found it through Monster Jobs 8 years ago. I assumed it would be like Indeed, Monster Jobs, like something like that. But honestly, like, I just don't know. Hospitals, you really just go to the hospital's literal website, or they have some websites where you can, put in, I'm a critical care nurse. I'm a CRT. I'm an RRT, whatever, and then it'll tell you all the jobs in your areas. And that's all I've applied for job-wise in the past forever, so I don't even remember how normal things work anymore. The biggest problem with crypto is that it isn't regulated, so it's like the Wild West, and if you snooze, you lose. You can get scammed? What do you mean? I've never bought crypto before, so I don't understand what you mean. Like, if you don't invest right away, or like you could buy crypto, like try to trade your real money for crypto to buy something on the dark web, and then that person doesn't give you crypto? Shut up, cum sugar. Fuck yes! It's the only thing in that goddamn Pride box I got that's actually for sale. It's my favorite. It's honestly, like, it's not even the design of it. The design is really cool. I mean, I like the two different arms are cool and everything, but it fits just so nicely. I don't know what the fuck it is about this sweater. It fits so nice that I have to avoid overwearing it because I don't want it to wear out. I will kill this fucking sweater. It just fits so well. And it has a decent sized hood. Amazing. Monster Jobs. I would feel insulted being told to apply at a job site named that. I mean, dude, oh my God, Sean. One of the weirdest moments I had when I worked at Lowe's was towards the end of my career when I was graduating school. And this man came in. And I think he was in his 70s, but he wanted to apply for a job, and he had like a resume and application, and he did not own a computer. Like, this was, 15 years ago-ish, when that was still a reasonable thing out in the boonies of Washington. And we had some computers at the store where you could sit down and apply for a job. And I ended up sitting with him and doing it all. He had no clue how to use a computer. I felt so bad. I just had this like crazy like realization that this technology boom kind of left a large amount of people behind in its tracks, violently. People that just don't live in the city, aren't exposed to that stuff. Maybe are farmers, whatever. He could not use a computer. We did hire him, actually. Ended up being an amazing employee. He was so fucking smart, but just never had a need for a computer. He was a fucking farmer, man. What's that gonna do? Know what I'm saying? A bastardized version of history talks about pre-World War II Germany having to have a wheelbarrow to bring in cash to buy food. Wow. Imagine that digitally with crypto, because one day it could be worth thousands of percent less than it was worth that morning. Isn't that what literally happened this weekend? Oh my god, Lilith is farting. It's so fucking nasty. Okay, so basically the largest crypto scams are giant Ponzi schemes that will claim quote unquote massive returns. Oh, massive, get it. Massive returns annually, but only way they can maintain that is by pulling a Bernie Madoff and taking in more money forever, which is impossible. So they're like, it sounds like they're trying to mimic stocks. They're trying to sell their idea like, oh, it's like stocks, but it's not at all. Am I off on that one? Oh, Solo. I've seen a lot of that. Dude, that Jake Paul dude did it. I'm amazed he's not in some big trouble for that. He created his own like crypto coin and just pulled out and took all the money, I think. Something like that. I don't follow the dude. I just saw it on a Philip DeFranco or something. Is that about basically it, Zoe? Wow. And because it's not regulated, like there's nothing. If you get fucked, you get fucked. Is that basically what it is? It is, well, a pyramid scheme for sure. I mean, the second I learned about NFTs, I was like, oh, this is a pyramid scheme. And people will be like, well, it's blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, it's a pyramid scheme. Well, it's blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you're doing a really good job of explaining a pyramid scheme in 20 different ways, but we can just stop there. We all know what it means. It's like you have to infinitely take in new employees who are infinitely taking in more money to have any results whatsoever, which eventually ends, as we've seen with like Mary Kay and Avon and all those self or pyramid scheme makeup things, all the fucking Tupperware pyramid schemes, door-to-door Tupperware sales. What else was there? God, it was they had everything going door-to-door for a while. And then it was just religion. It's Cutco. That's the other one. Cutco all over again. Literally. If you guys don't know about Cutco, you're living a great life. Cutco was like these hella sharp knives, and a young boy usually would show up to your door with a little leather roll of knives, and he'd like use one of the knives to cut a penny in half. Oh my god. And then he'd use another knife to like do something really impressive. But it was literally like, how much was the whole set of knives? I think one knife was probably $300. And they'd be like, oh, but you can get all of these knives for the price of one knife, and then you just make payments. You know, it was one of those like, we'll finance you. But how many, like the problem with knives and Tupperware and shit like that is how many times do you need to buy that knife set? Once. So you have a finite customer base, which is the basis of the failure. You're set for failure. You have to know you are, you know? Speaking of crypto, the original quote-unquote crypto was the tulip, buds specifically, back in 1630 in Amsterdam. Oh, that's sick. One strain of tulip buds were traded for an entire house. It lasted for 3-ish years and just fell off into oblivion. It's called tulip mania. How did I not know about that? So this is crazy. In, like, near where my parents actually live and where I went to college, I think it's Burlington, Washington. It's either Mount Vernon or Burlington. They're kind of two towns that just kind of like melt together, and you don't know where the lines are. But they have like originally in Washington State, there was a huge population of people, the cultural people of you know, the Netherlands, I guess, who were familiar with tulips, landed there and grew, you know, acres and acres of tulips. And to this day, we still have it, but it's more of a tourist attraction. But they have a whole thing you can pay to go into and walk through and see the history of the tulip and, you know, all the crazy strains they have nowadays. And of course, I'm a nerd for plants and bugs and stuff, so I was like, fuck yeah, I went every year. I have a lot of pictures of my mom and I in these tulip fields. And it's like one of those creepy things where it's like as far as the eye can see is just different colored tulip squares. It's very kind of it's something unique. If you're ever in Washington in the spring, check it out. It's worth seeing. And you don't have to pay to see them. Literally, they line the freeways. Like, you just see them from the freeway. Just acres. It kind of looks like a checkerboard. It's pretty cool. Which one, Mickey? Katie's basically a pyramid scheme. Oh my god, am I? I technically don't have to put money out until things break, though. Technically. I love Tupperware too. I'm a big Tupperware fan. I still have Tupperware that was my mom bought from before I was born. Like, what's that really nice brand of Tupperware? I can't think of what it's called. Gladware? It's not Gladware, is it? You know the ones I'm talking about. They were like kind of like hospital green or like this faded orange color with the white snap lid, and they still work. My mom has drawers of them. So they were worth it, but again, how many times in your life do you have to buy it? Once. Do you get an actual sword? I mean, I wish. I think you get some scissors. Continual growth means one thing. You need more consumers. Thank you. That's a much better way to put it. You need more consumers, which is not sustainable. Exactly. When you're touting and actually creating a product so hardcore. Herbalife. Oh, dude, what was that other one recently got busted? Well, not busted, but they're going through litigation for something. It was like drinking essential oils for Jesus. I'm surprised I didn't know about this. Like, this should be in that thing in Washington where you see all the fucking tulips. And it's not, which is interesting. Or unless I just totally forgot. Is it Rubbermaid? Dude, right? It's literally, it's like 70s, like early 80s. People would go to door to door and sell it. And I don't think it's Rubbermaid. Man, I'm really blanking. My mom has a ton of it still. Next time I go home, if anyone reminds me. Oh my god, did a squid go extinct? No. We were just kind of talking about that earlier. I was talking about how my nodes are very swollen today. It's the wet. We were talking about earlier, someone asked if I believed in cryptids, which I learned is another term for like kind of like the Bigfoot, Mothra, like kind of mystical animals or legends, I guess. To which I answered, I hope they are real, and I think it's really narcissistic to not believe in something we haven't disproved, because I'm not a biologist, but I know from school and taking biology classes that like of the species we have discovered and named and, you know, probably incorrectly categorized somewhere on the tree, we know that there are exponentially more species we have not found, you know, and we've found thousands. So it's crazy to, unless we've completely like somehow ruled out an animal, which I don't know how you do that. It's hard to say no to anything. We discover new shit all the time. Like there's literally like squids in the deep sea that are miles long and have like spiky tentacles, and that was a myth. That's where like, you know, the myth of the Kraken and shit came from. But there are museums that literally hold preserved specimens of this actual squid. Will it try to harm people? Probably not, because your brain would explode that deep down. Mothra would be sick. Like, why not hope for them? You know? Why not? Dude, I'm all about Godzilla. Kong, it doesn't make sense to me. We've just been too many places all over the world to think that there's a gigantic gorilla we haven't seen that could hide. We're incestuous, you know? We're like herpes. We just get anywhere we can touch. But the idea of anything deep sea is still so fucking in the limits. We don't know. We still don't know how deep it goes. The Quacken. Sperm whales ain't diving 4 miles down for tiny squid meals, I'm saying. Dude, sperm whales' mouths make me laugh, though. There's a skeleton of one in Seattle downtown. Like, if you're ever in Seattle for any fucking reason, if you go on Alaskan Avenue, there's down by the Ivers, there's a really old, like, old curios shop, and they have a skeleton of one's skull, and they just have this weird one little dick bone for a chin. It's kind of hilarious. It probably, I mean, if you think about it, squids don't have, like, much of a, I mean, any defenses, really. So it's probably just chops them in half. It's more like a guillotine than anything. Guillotine? Wow, Katie, you American. I'll spare a thought for them. I spare thoughts for all animals. There's a page on Facebook called Weird History that has a video on Tulip Mania. Ooh, I'll Google it. I kind of try to avoid my Facebook because I hate it. My family just went fucking off the deep end, my dudes, let me tell you. I mean, I guess they were already there, But Trump made it okay for them to like talk about it on Facebook. I don't like it. Oh, you do? Oh, fuck yeah. Dude, let me give you a permit. Hold up. I got you, B. I beat my mods. That's incredible and never happens. Did I actually do it? Oh my god, it never happens. Godzilla is the king of the monster. I love Kong, but he's just a really large ape, right? And while I'd love that, where would it be? Where could it hide that we, other than maybe some deep cave? But then if it's truly like a mammal like us, it needs sunlight and like a circadian rhythm and shit. So there's no way it could be hidden all the time. Whereas like a deep sea reptile, I mean, you guys have seen was it Planet Earth? With the really cool, I can't remember what kind of iguana it was. Was it the Galapagos iguanas? They all like chilled on the tops of rocks, but when they're born, they had to like sprint through the sea of snake death. Does anybody remember that really epic scene? Because if you've seen it, it's burned into you. It's so crazy. Yeah, we don't do NFTs, but I think anybody part of our community knows that. I don't support spreading shit that's gonna ruin my community's life. You know what I'm saying? How a random shut up. That's so cool. I'm gonna watch that later. Thank you. How tulips became the Bitcoin in the 1600s. I am a slut for history shit like that. Like I love to put it on and just listen. That stuff is so fucking interesting to me. Do you watch Kurt? Whoa, words I can't pronounce. In a Nutshell on YouTube. No. Oh my god, no. I'm gonna write him down though. Kurt. Yeah, I don't want to be that person. Fumpf und Fumpfsig. That's my German. There you go. Those look German. I don't know. Thank you for being. That was really hard. That's such a weird word, but I got it. Thank you, dude. I'm always looking for cool YouTube channels. I watch a lot of just like history channels on YouTube, and just I don't really watch them unless they're doing something specifically that is gross and they start talking about it. And I'm like, ooh, and I crane over. But most of the time, I put stuff on just to listen to while I'm doing other stuff. So I love history channels that just like I will listen to one called what is it? I think it's called Cold Case. Literally just Cold Case. It's just this dude who narrates these really, really creepy unsolved murder cases from around the world. And they're dark and really scary, but I kind of just enjoy listening to them because they're wild. Wild. Oh, fuck yes. I love that stuff. I mean, it's really interesting because it's not only is it something that as an American subjected to this entertainment, this education system, like we just don't get a very high exposure of variety of education, I feel like, in America. Like they just keep making it more and more standardized and more narrow so that we can pass some fucking state test or whatever. And so a lot of this, like I know what World War II was, but listening to someone talk about the life of like literally the life from birth to death of Hitler is fascinating to me because it's the shit we're not taught. We're just taught Hitler, bad, evil, obviously. But it's still fascinating to hear about a dude that did this and how he grew up and stuff like that. Is that weird that I find that interesting? Or like listening to stuff about, King Henry and murdering all of his wives and, swapping religions just to get fucked. Shit like that, it's fascinating. It's kind of like listening to old school murder podcasts, I guess. Maybe is the way it feels like. Hearing about tyrants and how they got there. Yes, it's the psychology of it. Like that's what I'm looking for. Like I'm looking for the psychology of like where did this like I want one on Putin. Like where did that bitch come from? I would love something like that. Cuz that shit I mean, nobody can deny that the way you're raised and the way you grow up and how your parents choose to discipline or if they do at all molds who we are today. Constantly. Like I hear my mom in my voice. Oh my god, you guys. I had my little sister send me a picture of my mother in high school because I wanted to show it to you guys. Because Zach asked me the other day, he goes, "Do you look like your mom very much?" Because he's only met her one time for like 3 days. And I was like, oh, do I? And there's one specific picture. It's my mom's. I think it's my mom's senior picture when she's in high school. It's uncannily creepy. I actually hate how much we look alike, but I wanted to show it to you guys because it's pretty fucking creepy how genetics work. I saved it. Actually, let's take a break really quick because we are about due. I found it. God, it's so creepy. I hate it so much. It's like me if I hadn't gotten fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Whenever that or whatever. Oh, shut up. I'm Putin. No. Is it pretty good? Have you watched it? Wow. There's a lot of really, really good comments. Dude, is it good? Oh my God. I'm kind of super excited and grossly excited to watch that. Because it's honestly the mind of a psychopath. That's the only kind of mind that could do this. I love that shit. Thank you. I just recently watched one about Hitler that was fascinating. It feels gross to say that because I don't want to say positive words about Hitler. I don't know how to say it. What's another word that you could use to say it's really, really interesting, but not like in a wow, I sure idolized that guy kind of way. I'm gonna think about it. Miniman, how are you, love? Wasn't he? So correct me if I'm wrong, Zoe. Obviously, no. Like I'm gonna watch this, but all I know is that he was KGB, right? Is that even right, or am I totally off base on that? Intriguing. Oh, that's so much better. I find it extremely intriguing. Yes. That's it right there. That's so much better. Yep. Good job, guys. Thank you. Because fascinating, I was going to say, like, I'd say Harriet Tubman is fucking fascinating, but I would not put, like, obviously, I don't want to describe those two people with the same word. But both of their lives are equally interesting to me. But one is just intriguing, like, how did you become the kind of person that would do mass genocide of a people versus how you became a wonderful author? You know what I'm saying? I look on both sides, wonderful people and a lot of like I watched if you guys haven't seen the documentary on Audrey Hepburn on Netflix, it's heartbreaking. She had a horrible childhood. Horrible, horrible, horrible childhood. Like even those ones I love to listen to and watch. He was a high-ranking KGB, really? Oh, I'm so excited to watch this. I'd watch it with you guys, but you know, DMCA can't they own airwaves now? We're fucked. Do you like V Rising? I've played a little bit so far. I've been trying my damnedest to get this stupid table done. And it's a struggle between drying phases, you know, and my back and neck. So whenever I get a chance to sit down, I pull it up and fuck around in a little bit. But so far, I've had a lot of fun. I feel like it's very, very accessible for people that maybe haven't ever played a game like that before. It's not hard to catch on to pretty darn quickly. Like my fingers started moving pretty fast on the keys. It wasn't hard to get. You know how some games, I feel like some games just want to be unique. Oh, look at us, we're special. And they like fuck the keys up for some fucking reason. They didn't do that. Like it's very, very intuitive if you've ever played a video game, which is nice. Exactly. Yeah, I don't feel like I have to grind. I don't feel like I'm fucking struggle bussing to do anything. Like it's fun. And it doesn't suck. You can die and get to your body really easily. Like it's pretty fun. If only Trump had, quote, the best words. Then there would be, quote, intriguing people on both sides. Oh my God. All right, let's take a break. I have to go fucking vomit now. Dude, I'm like level 20, I think. I have not done enough of that. Literally, like, Zach and I played on his birthday, but we were on stream and trying to learn the game, and chat was helping so much. Like, seriously. Just with, like, we were just trying to play together. But you have to get to a certain level, you know, get past a whatever. You know. But it's fun, I like it. Oh my God, Annie Geek. I tried to point that out on Zach's stream the other day, but I think someone subbed to him or something right when I saw it. But when I saw that, I took a screenshot. I was like, compulsively count? Oh my God, they see me. They see right through me. You're welcome. Sorry. No, it was well done. So Putin was KGB, became mayor of a small town where he was very corrupt, was appointed by Yeltsin because he was so corrupt, and agreed to not prosecute Yeltsin. Of course. Sounds familiar. And then likely arranged attacks on the Russian people in order to become popular, get a rally around the flag effect. And then didn't he like lose? I know I'm still gonna watch the documentary. I'm just like basically saying what I know about it. I'm pretty sure he ran for president or whatever, ruler, and lost, but just like took it anyways. I think. It's been years. I took Eastern European history when I was in college, and I took Russian. So we got like, when you learn the Russian language, like my teacher specialized in the ancient languages of Eastern Europe, so he knew a lot about Russia and shit. So you just like get it by proxy. Fucking Christ. And they had a shadow president before that. What does that mean? Like a secret one? Oh, he ran, lost, and said, fuck it, it's mine anyways. Yeah, basically what Trump tried to do. He thought the world of his mother? Ew. It's Yeltsin. Oh, fuck. Thank you. Thanks for correcting me. I thought I was saying it funny, but we're all open to admitting we're ignorant white hoes here. At least I am. The only way to learn is to admit you are an ignorant white hoe. I appreciate the correction. He got elected to government, got drunk with his cronies, set the parliament on fire. When the other leader died, declared himself leader. Oh my fuck. Aspects, I've watched those. Those are wild. Have you ever watched the ones about the rigged Monopoly match? That was wild too. And depressing. Like, I can't fathom how much money people wasted on McDonald's trying to win those games. If you want a good book on how Russia developed into corruption capitalism, check out The Shock Doctrine. Ooh, I'm writing that fucking down. So I'm sure you guys saw what Scott got Zach on his birthday on his stream. But the book he got him, I've never read, and I have no idea how this book got past me in my life. I thought I kept it near my desk. I probably moved it away so I didn't get paint on it. Like, it's Callahan's Saloon, something like that. I don't know, but I read the description and I was like, Jesus fuck, it's like the bar in Star Wars. How have I not read this author ever? Totally missed me, I guess. The Shock. I'm always looking for shit to read. You know me. I've usually got a couple books going at a time. Oh, no shit. I've been to Munich too, but I didn't do the tour. When I went, unfortunately, we didn't do this on purpose. We kind of just, the way I did travel, we don't do this anymore because of COVID and shit, but I used to go with a big group of nurses and doctors and shit that I worked with. All of them, their kids were my age, which was weird, but they're like the coolest people ever to travel with. I don't give a fuck. They were awesome. And we just would plan our vacations basically whenever we possibly could. Because when you work in a hospital, especially when you're all in the same department and shit, it's really hard to get any days off at the same time. Because your boss will be like, obviously we need coverage. I can't let 4 people off on the same day, like shit like that. And so it just happened to be on fucking Oktoberfest. So we landed in Munich to hell on wheels and vomit and just so many dirty condoms on the streets. But the country was beautiful. Countryside was absolutely gorgeous. And I'm sure that if you are one of those people who likes people, then Oktoberfest is a blast. But I had food poisoning and there was so much vomit on the ground that wasn't mine. Wow. It was wild. I really enjoyed the daytime Oktoberfest stuff. Like, they have a lot of, it's kind of like going to a very extra special, like, I'm trying to think of a word, market, like a farmer's market kind of. But it will be, you know, the hops farms, and every stand is their hops. You can go walk up and be like into a bucket of fresh hops flowers and stuff, and they'll tell you about their beer. So that stuff was cool to me. I like the cultural stuff, but nighttime is a carnival on crack. No, what's it on fentanyl? That's what it is. It's a carnival on fentanyl. It's not a good time. I have pictures actually on my Facebook somewhere. I could probably find them for you of the heaping mounds of trash and vomit everywhere because I was just like, I'm all about a good time, but Jesus fuck, these Germans. I've heard though that the vast majority of the nighttime Oktoberfest things going on is either tourism or young kids. So it made sense that me and my 30-year-old self were like, filth. Oh, the Lance. Well, that was the thing. We landed in Munich and then drove out to the Alps to Grainau and stayed. So we flew into the vomit and just chaos, and then drove into the peaceful, just silence. I've told you those stories about how I'd wake up at 4 a.m. and there'd be like the lights lighting up on the hillside from the church, lighting the candles on the graves, and you'd hear the cows descending because they all have bells on their necks. Like it's something out of fucking Heidi. My God. It's gorgeous. Jesus fuck. Nobody speaks English though, so don't go there and be a snot. Learn some fucking German. Yeah. Oh, the mountains were fucking. I was literally at the base of them. I had no idea. We kind of let one of the people that we travel with do all the booking for where we're gonna stay, and then one of the people does all the flight stuff for everybody, and then we just go. And so I didn't know exactly where we were gonna be, and literally like at the base of the incline. So you just wake up and look up, and you're like, damn, that's an Alp. That's the thing that things are named after in my country. Weird. It was very surreal, and we went hiking all over it. The one mountain we were really close to, there's a lot of the Alps, obviously there are many, but it was a little peak, and they have like troll warning signs everywhere, and it was just, trolls are a big thing there. It's weird. Was it trolls? It's trolls, right? Yeah, trolls. Yep. My name is nothing. There are so few people with the phrase last name. It means strawberry in French, but I'm not French. I have no idea where my name came from. I'm not German either. That's what we thought it was. Germans know English, just a bit stubborn to adjust to the tourists. I mean, I always try to be super respectful, and honestly, I encourage all of you to travel at any point in your life, whatever chance you get, no matter where it is. And please don't fear language barriers, because regardless of whether they're fucking with you, if you're a nice person, they are nice people everywhere. And by they, I mean literally everywhere I've ever gone. I've been to Thailand, no one spoke English, but body language and lots of laughter and looking ridiculous gets the message across, and they laugh, you laugh, everybody's happy. I've never had a negative experience before ever. But I noticed when we were in like the countryside, a lot of little older couples will have a little market stand, and they straight up, I mean, they speak impeccable old school German though. Holy shit. I mean, they sound like an instructor in a school, teaching German. To adjust to the tourists, I mean, I get it. 100%. I would treat me like shit. If I found out there was an American in my city, I'd be like, get the fuck out. But people are so kind. But honestly, I try to be nice. Like, I am the fucking idiot American here, like trying to get some fucking world in me. So I'm usually the one that's totally okay making myself look stupid so the other person can laugh. But I'm kind of that way in general anyways. Maybe some people can't do that. Maybe that's why people come off as snobbish. It's like they can't stand to be deemed like less intelligent because they don't know German. Maybe that's where like that weird hate comes from. My family's from Chicago. Seriously, the phrases are all from Chicago. Interesting. They came down through New York. They like emigrated through New York from Liverpool, and then lived in Chicago, and then like my dad actually was the first one to leave. My biological dad, and go to Washington State, because I think that's where the respiratory, like, I think they were thinking of doing the respiratory base there or something, because he established, like, the respiratory program in Washington State. I don't remember why he moved there. Wow. Maybe I don't know why he moved there. Interesting. Weird. Mickey, right? I mean, honestly, like, I've been to big cities in other countries and they feel the same. I think big city's big city. Just like traffic and loud and rude. I'm not a fan. I don't like cities. I mean, I like to see the culture of a city, but I want to be able to leave it. I don't want to wake up to this city. Right? That makes sense. Cake, my love, how are you? How are you doing? When I went to Germany for TwitchCon, I ended up speaking English because of everyone I hung out with. I speak German, but I have issues switching around. Oh, I feel that. I don't even know. I mean, there's a really good quote. I'm probably going to misquote it at some point, but it's along the lines of like, never ever judge someone or make fun of them for mispronouncing a word or like having an accent because they are better than you. They know more than one language. Like, fuck off. I feel I am not fluent in Russian, nor am I fluent in Spanish. I can get by in both. I can get by, but that is not fluent. That is not a speaker by any means. Not all big cities have shantytowns under their freeways. That's because they put them on a bus and ship them out into the countryside. Honestly, your cities don't have freeways, though, so to be fair. Your cities have, like, stone bridges that kings built with blood and slaves and death that have pikes that used to hold heads. So, like, there's pros and cons to both. But imagine if homeless people, like, created, like, a boat city in the Thames. That'd be pretty sick, actually. Someone get on that. Thank you for the follow, Bad Brother. What's up? Can you call homeless an epidemic? It makes me feel like we're calling the people like an epidemic. We all know we're not calling the people who are homeless an epidemic, right? I think that's understood. Homeless people obviously do not have a choice. It's the epidemic of our government not taking care of its citizens. I'm trying to think of a way to say that, though. Because I agree with you, but it's like, it sounds like I'm saying the homeless people are an epidemic, which is a negative connotation, you know? Yeah, it's like an epidemic on this of the social structure of our country, yeah, that causes this homelessness. Yeah. Exactly, because they're not taken care of. Yeah. Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I was just trying to, for me personally, when I say that, it makes me feel like I'm saying that those human beings living under freeways are an epidemic, which of course none of us mean ever. Ever. Like, I would never in my life. Holy shit. Yeah. It's a problem of our country not caring about its people at all. Danish words are impossible, though. I mean, I've tried. It's black magic. I come on Twitch to hear bloodstone, slaves, and death. I mean, welcome to it. Welcome to my brainwaves all day long. Homelessness, that's a good way to put it. I like that, Cum Sugar. Homelessness is the epidemic. I like that. That's, yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's better. Instead of saying, like, an epidemic of homeless people, homelessness is an epidemic in our country. Absolutely, yeah. I like that. It just sounds like we're not criminalizing people for situations out of their control. And that's my point of view. I completely understand that. My firm belief is every human being deserves 3 hot meals a day, a roof over their head, and a bed to sleep, a safe place to be, period. And it doesn't matter if you're addicted to heroin or not, or fill in the gap. Like, those are just basic human fucking fundamental rights. And without those basic human, like, needs, it's real fucking hard to get a job or do anything that helps you get those human needs. The fuck? I get really angry about it. I'm sorry. It's really hard for me to talk about because in Seattle, I'm sure you guys know. Wow. What's a word worse than epidemic? We have miles and miles and miles and miles and miles of tent farms of homeless people just freezing to death under freeways and shit. It's horrific. I grew up watching it happen, and it's just worse and worse, and nobody gives a fuck. And they've literally, like, tricked homeless people into getting onto buses and then driven them out into the country and left them. And it's just so inhumane. Like, how is that different from murder? how is this homeless person with no money, no resources, no car, no nothing going to get back to their home that you have effectively just kidnapped them from, which is a tent under the freeway? Because, you know, mad. Mad. All right. We need to take a break. Every couple of hours, I take a break and stand up and stretch my legs, and I encourage you to as well. To wash thine piss mittens, load a bowl, get a beverage. Do what you need to do. I don't know what the fuck you do. I have to run a little block of 3 minutes of ads. You might see 20 ads, but I swear it's only 3 minutes worth. Just so Twitch doesn't run them while we're having a conversation. Because at the end of the day, Twitch is entertainment, and entertainment should be free. I don't think you should have to pay to get rid of an ad for Vagisil. Fuck that shit. So I'll be right back. Be good or don't, but don't be weird. Level of cold, my dudes. Didn't get them up though. It is not warm. I don't know what happened. Dude, you want to play? I'll hand it to you. It's a DMC. It's just one of those DMCA free ones. Hold on, I'll get you the link. This is the music. They're two different things because the music on top of the really cool screensavers is literally never DMCA. Ever. I tried. But it's got good music if you listen. And that is the screensaver. I used to listen to dope music all day in my channel. Like, literally, my channel was kind of, what's the word? Not surrounded, centered around music. I used to listen to music a lot. And then DMCA decided to ruin everybody's lives. Here we are, listening to fucking just generic-ass house music. Ugh. Fine, having a great time. I've been posting music on my Twitter, though. I don't know if I can get busted for that. Can you get busted for just, like, posting YouTube links of music on Twitter? I don't know, but I've been posting cool music I found. I found that one recently that's, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn fuck. I don't give a fuck. It's got a really good chanting line. It's very great to listen to in the shower first thing in the morning. Really sets up your day well. I'm trying the Cheetos Flamin' Hot Popcorn. It's not cheesy enough. Dude, everything I've ever had of those Flamin' Hot whatever doesn't taste like cheese at all. Just tastes like they rolled it in taco seasoning. I got an 85mm lens for my phone. I'm so fucking pumped. What does that mean? I don't know anything about lenses. Is that dope? What kind of lens is that? Dude, did you guys know that life didn't give us lemons? We gave life lemons by crossing two different citrus trees. So therefore, life didn't give us anything. Life can go fuck itself. I learned that yesterday. No, I don't even like normal Mountain Dew, though, so there's no way a Flamin' Hot Mountain Dew would be improved. It's the thick... Mountain Dew is syrupy. It's the thickness. I never could get into it, even when I was a kid, and everybody, my brothers all drank Mountain Dew. They fucking loved it. And I was like, why is this so thick? Dude, for real, like, what do we turn it into now? Compost? Lemon ass? For real, like, life didn't give a shit. Lemons are not one of the original citrus fruits. I actually looked it up today. It's, goddamn, it's bitter orange and... Fuck. I looked it up because I wanted to tell you guys because I knew we'd all want to know. It's bitter orange and one other fruit. Which one did I click? Found it. The first lemons came from East Asia, possibly southern China or Burma. These days, some prefer to refer to Burma as Myanmar. I'll try to stay out of that controversy and stick to fruit. I like the way that the author worded that. The exact date of the lemon's first cultivation is not known, but scientists figure it's been around for 4,000 years. The lemon is a crossbreed of several fruits. One fruit is a bitter orange, best known in the use for its use in marmalade, cocktails, and tea. The bitter orange is about 6 different varieties, the best known being the Seville orange, the famous ingredient in marmalade, and the bergamot orange. Bergamot's probably the smell you smell in everything. It's an Earl Grey tea. The bitter orange itself is 2 other citrus fruits, the pomelo and the mandarin. So it was the bitter orange and the citron were crossbred in the Himalayas and created the lemon. By people. We gave life lemons. Myanmar. Did I say it wrong? Thank you. Myanmar. Myanmar. I appreciate the correction. Seriously, I don't want to sound like an ignorant fool, and I don't want to teach ignorant, foolish things. It's so silly. Yeah. The banana, like, isn't the one we eat now pretty darn GMO'd? And by that, I mean, like, specifically bred to be, like, a super people-friendly banana. It's crazy when you go to other parts of the world how many... Like, you know how we usually have, like, a stack of bananas at the front of the grocery store or what the market, whatever, right in front of all the produce? Everywhere else I've gone in the world, they have their own section of the produce aisles just for bananas. And it's like 5 million types of bananas. That's everywhere, other than, like, Germany, obviously. I don't think they grow bananas. But everywhere else I've been, it's kind of wild. Even in, like, Italy, they really fucking dig banana varieties, like cooking banana varieties and stuff. Oh, they're bred to be sterile and seedless. Oh, so we didn't really change how they were. I mean, I've seen, like, if you slice a banana, you can see, like, the little black striations in them sometimes. Where the seeds would be. If a seed developed, right? Originally, carrots were purple, and they crossbred them orange for the king of the Netherlands. Are you serious? I really wish my grandma was alive for that. She would love that. I grow purple carrots in the summer. They're my favorite just because they're purple on the outside, like dark purple. And when you cut them, they have like a lightning bolt of like orange yellow down the middle. So they look like a flower, like a black flower, like with a orange middle when you slice them into rounds. They're really cool. I don't know. They taste just like carrots, just like any other carrot, but they're fun. And they're, what are they? An heirloom variety, whatever. Ooh, I have yet to see a specialist. Oh, and this is on the MRI, but basically we need to find out how saturated my liver is and how to treat it, which is likely going to include a biopsy. Enchelation? What is that? Never heard that word. Dude, Anubis, I didn't know that until super recently. I think someone in chat told me a brief. I'm going to read this out loud. This is pretty cool, actually. And someone told me because I was talking about in school when I was doing chemistry, we got to make esters one day. Every group, every lab bench got a mystery ester to create. And the way you knew what you made is suddenly you'd be over inundated with, you know, fake banana smell or watermelon or sour apple. So eventually the lab smelled like absolute trash. It was really bad because it was so strong. I mean, just insanely fumigated. It was so bad. That was how you knew you were right. And someone told me that, which is crazy. Let me read this out loud. This is pretty cool for those that just listen. This is really interesting. The banana flavored, so we're talking like banana Laffy Taffy or like, you know, like artificial quote unquote flavoring, tastes nothing like bananas. We all know that. Like what artificial thing tastes like the actual thing actually? I don't think anything does. At all. Now that I think about it. Anyways, the flavor was modeled off the dominant imported banana at the time, which was exactly like that. The particular banana is now extinct, but the flavor still exists. I'm kind of glad we don't have those bananas because that is not a fun flavor. Oh, it's chelation. All of the treatments to remove iron are crazy expensive. Like, there's like pump and pills. Oh my God. $1,300, which again, while I'm on Medicaid, I'm trying to go back to full-time work. No shit, dude. And obviously, like, if there's a less invasive way you can do than a pump or something, like, you're not a stupid person. I'm sure your doc knows that. Like, once you meet with them, you can be like, yo, I'm not an idiot. Like, let's do this smart. Is it Cavendish? Something like that's the type of banana you see everywhere. I don't remember. Honestly. My group we got like sour apple or something, which sucks because we still did our experiment right, but of all the esters, it's the weakest smelling. So we were like, did we do it right, or are we just smelling all the shit everyone else did? Like, we had no idea. We didn't have fume hoods because nothing was dangerous. It was just, it was like a candy store had melted. That's what it smelled like. It was so bad. All of the treatments. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's, yeah. Yeah, it's hereditary hemochromatosis. Yeah, he just had an MRI for it. And so now he's kind of on the talk to the doctor, figure out what the fuck to do kind of mode. Shall we cheers? I loaded a beautiful bowl. It's so stacked. I think I cracked a seed in it, so that might pop, but we'll see. Could be fun. Oh, Magnissimo, happy Sunday. How are you doing? Magnissimo, I was just telling chat, you want to know a fun fact I learned? Life did not give us lemons. Human beings living in the Himalayas approximately 4,000 years ago gave us lemons by crossbreeding two other citrus trees. Therefore, life didn't give us shit. Like, we're trying to make lemonade with ice. Help. A beautifully sad bowl. A little bit. A little bit. How the fuck are you, Easy? Thank you so much for summoning the class. Keeping the classy alive and giving an anus its wings. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways. You know what the fuck is up. How are you, love? I know, Kel. I mean, that's life, though, dude. I feel like that's life. I feel the same. Like, every time my neck feels better, like, I'm like, oh, I'm going to get a migraine or my period or something terrible is going to happen today that's just going to... I think that's just life, which sucks. That doesn't make it any better. I don't think we ever, I don't know. Maybe some people have just, like, health. Who are you? What's your social security number? Mag, I don't even know. I think I just found it on Reddit. And I just felt like I needed to share it with everyone. Because, like, constantly there's that saying, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. And fucking Beyonce puts out an album about she forgets her cheating piece of shit husband called Lemonade. But, like, life didn't literally give us anything. It gave us, like, some other citrus plants that we, like, fucked together to make something edible. Whoa! My mind was blown. Cheers, bitches! I know! Isn't that, like, it's, like, such a dumb, useless fact, but also, we gave life lemons. So, there. Life gave us bitter orange. No, it didn't even give us bitter orange. It gave us a whole bunch of other citrus plants that we created bitter orange out of, and then we fucked bitter orange and citron, and we made it a lemon. I just read it to chat. I'm not that crazy sometimes. Cheers. I like that. Make the lemonade, piss in it, and serve it to your enemies. I mean, fuck the lemons. Just piss in some ice. Dude, for real. Which is actually the coolest thing I learned this morning while I was reading about oranges, because of course I had to go read about, or oranges, lemons. I had to go read about it. Is that all citrus fruits, all of them, every fruit we have that's considered a citrus fruit came from one very specialized area in the Himalayas. And of 3 or 4 species that just, did their own thing. And then we were like, hey, bees, and did our thing. Orange is totally the new lemon. Lemon was like Soa season. And shit. Dude, I love citrus fruits. They eat my mouth skin, but I love them. 2 jobs, school, trying to get back out there. Jesus Christ. I'm super overwhelmed. Dude, that's a lot of social activity right after a pandemic. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that. Are you okay? Do you feel okay? Are you okay? Good morning, mole on face. How are you, love? I love fruit. I'm a big fan. It eats my mouth. Like, pineapple is dangerous for me. I will eat it until my mouth is just dripping blood, and people are like, Katie, you have to stop. And I'm like, stop me then. And they do. I'll just keep going. I just can't. It's so good. I don't think pineapple makes your juices of your genitals taste or smell anything different than normal, though. I think that's an old wife. I don't know where the fuck. I think it's hydration. Drink water. personally. I need like to go find a cabin up north in the mountains or a lake. Dude, do it. Why not? Man, you could probably find a, I mean, most people aren't really traveling. If it's somewhere you can drive to, I'm sure you could find something reasonable that's like in the middle of nowhere. Oh, I used to buy that shit all the time, Rod. Have you ever had those Mexican candies? You can get them as a candy, sometimes as a sucker. I can't think of what they're called, but it's usually like a pineapple or mango flavored like sucker rolled in chili powder. Oh, they're so good. I love them. I like them a lot. A lot, a lot. I don't know how my monitor moved, but it did. Swing low, swing low, swing low, swing low. And plastic. I feel that spiritually. I mean, you know what? Sometimes, I mean, putting $1,000 on your credit card to have a weekend of silence might be good for mental health. People spend more than that at Sephora in a day on not mental health. The fruit that eats you back. It's real, though. Dude, isn't that dragon fruit is probably one of the most disappointing things I've ever eaten in my entire life. For how epic it looks on the outside and how unique it looks on the inside, it's just mealy nothing. It was like eating a mealy old apple. I was so unimpressed. I agree. Hard. Chimoy? What is that? Is that what those candies are called? I have no idea what they're called. I like just see them and buy them and eat them when I see them. I have no idea, but they're really tasty. It's that mix. Because it's like, it's not just chili powder. It's like chili powder with some salt and stuff. And it's that, I'm going to burp, maybe. It's the salty sweet combination that is really what gets you in your genitals. In Gundam models? Dude, I mean, are you saying that you might sell them? Like, don't you love them? I still have the one you sent me. But I don't have 20K in Gundam models. I don't think I have 20K in anything. Maybe tech, if I added literally everything at original price. Maybe. Yeah, I did. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah, it's on a shelf in my, like, I have a shelf of delicate things in my kitchen on the wood floor where it can't get knocked over by dogs and shit. Hell yeah. I actually got a new thing I wanted to build on stream with you guys eventually. It is, where did I put it? I think it's over there actually too. It's like, I can't even tell you, it's all Japanese all over the box, but it's basically a kit to like make a little log cabin out of all the pieces it gives you. But I wanted to make it and like put it in a spider enclosure and make cool new spider enclosures with you guys. Because I have 3, possibly 4 tarantulas that need a rehousing. Like, ASAP. I've just been lazy and haven't put them together. No, I didn't make it anywhere. I mean, it wasn't just snow. It was so bizarre. It was like raining slush, if that makes any sense. And then it turned into snow, and then it just started to melt so fast. It's already warming up. So now it's just like rivers of mud everywhere. It's pretty bad. But no, I didn't get a chance to go anywhere because of the power and shit. I was mostly just making sure my animals weren't dead. Thank you, Nick. I realize it does kind of look like tits. But once I add all the lines, it's going to look like feathers, I promise. Or maybe still tits. I don't know. This has been a tumultuous experience, let me tell you. I'm too fucking anal for stuff like this. I can't even explain why I start them. Because it's torture. Atomic gardening? What? What is that? I played one of the newest Pokemon games and it was fun. I wasn't like quote unquote allowed to play as a kid. We were hella poor, but I didn't know it. So what my mom would do is she would just like make fun of things that she didn't want to buy that I wanted. So like when everybody was playing Pokemon, she's like, "That's such a stupid money sink. I am not wasting my money on cards of nothing." So I wasn't allowed to play. So I knew nothing about it until maybe like 3 or 4 years ago. I still don't know much about it. Ooh, lychee or lychee is really good. Also, mangosteen. Mangosteen's one of my favorite, like, weird, bizarre fruits I've ever had. Dude, spring in Colorado is a shit show, man. It's like, what's today? Show me your gushing mud river. Ooh, woo. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Bye bye. They made model kits of them? Oh, nuh-uh. So you actually get to build these? Oh, dude, if I was into this, if I knew what Pokemon was, like, I played one of the games, but it was basically like a farming cute animals game that you level up, which I totally get and love. But like, I don't have the connection that everybody else did from childhood. I didn't get into Pogs or anything like that either. I like read books. I had My Little Ponies. I did have those. But only a couple, and they were all from the thrift store. Not that I'm complaining. I was very happy. Wait, Nightmare Fuel Toy Story kits? On purpose Nightmare Fuel? Or not on purpose Nightmare Fuel? Important questions. Dragon fruit, man. And it's like, I've tried it in multiple stages of ripeness. I've tried the purple one and the white one. Both were just like mushy sad. But I don't like anything mealy. Like, is there anything in the world that's supposed to be mealy? I think mealy is a bad word. Other than like meal. Like what is it? Like cornmeal. You can see behind Buzz and Woody's face without eyes as you're building it. Speaking of, the new Buzz movie looks really dope. Has anyone seen commercials for that yet? I am mucho excited for the Buzz movie, but I'm a big Toy Story fan. Shit came out. I mean, I've like kind of grown up with it. I'm trying to think, what year did the first one come out? Like 92 or 94? I think like 94. Oh, God. I saw it in theaters. I know that because my neighbors went to go see it and they were rich, so they took us, the kids, and it was mind-blowing. If you ever get to go to Disney World or Florida, make sure to go to the Toy Story park. I can't even remember. I don't even know what fucking park it's in, but there is a Toy Story land, and it is so impressive. I mean, it's grandiose. They really did a fucking amazing job. 95, 96? That was close. Oh, it was November 22nd, 1995. Damn. It doesn't feel like that long ago, but that's a long ago. I was 7. I had just had my very first cell turnover. Oh my God. That was an epic year for me. I wonder if I was tired. They made model kits of them. Wait, I gotta look at these. I kept the model kit page open. I want to look through them. I don't want to close that. Oh, you saw it with school? Dude, you must have been to a rich school. No, actually, I know. I told you guys this before. My class was so notoriously bad. And I moved a lot. Every school I went to, my class was bad. We were just bad. We were bad. There was usually like 2 kids in the class that actually did homework and the rest of us didn't give a fuck. And it was every school I went to was the same. To the point where other teachers of different grades would like keep field trips a secret. And that's not a joke, until the day of. And then all of a sudden, all these buses would stay and all these other grades would be going to the aquarium and all of our teachers would be like, what the fuck? And they just would keep it a secret because we were so, and I'm not saying I was a bad kid. This is not a flex. It was just, you know how normally you have a couple class clowns and then a couple degens that really don't give a fuck and kind of just don't want to be there. They probably have a terrible home life. We were like 90% that. Everywhere, every school I ever went to. I don't know what happened the year I was born, but we're broken. Something wrong. It's almost 30 years ago. I hate everything about that. Was a bad influence. You know what's hilarious? Oh my God. Do you want to hold on? I have to smoke pot for that. First thing, I didn't have enough friends to influence shit. Oh shit, it's a I didn't know that it's a crayon. Forgot how strong that weed is. Stop taking such big hits, Katie. Jesus Christ. I forgot again. It happened. I'd like to thank the Academy. Ah. Oh, no shit. School got a deal on tickets. I mean, my school used to go to the aquarium and shit. Like, we just didn't get to go. So I was under the impression my school was so poor we couldn't go on field trips. But it was really because when I was in 4th grade, some of the boys were already having sex. Like, that's how fucked up my grade was. I didn't even know what sex was. I don't think I knew what a penis was yet. I mean, I knew. I had 3 brothers, and when kids are kids, we all run around naked all the time. So, like, I knew what a dick was, but I didn't know what a dick was for, other than peeing in the snow. But it was it's just bizarre how you always wonder, like, what the fuck happened? Were we the transition of education, like, where we got left behind or something? Because I remember, like, the kids 1 year younger than me were, like, hyper intelligent. Just 1 year. That was it. The grade under me. Almost the entire class went to college. And not saying college is, like, it's a bullshit, marker of, oh, look, you can go into debt. But just as a comparison, in my graduating class, 2 people went to college. And, like, it wasn't, it was for lack of trying. Most of them already had kids and stuff, and, like, it was just everywhere. 4th grade, oh my god, Nick. Dude, when I was in high school, I told you guys about the creepy cop that got fired for screwing kids. The cop that arrested all my brothers and, like, knew my family very well and where my house was. He was arrested when I was, like, my nose itches so bad, I don't know what happened. I think I was a junior or senior in high school because he was picking up young girls that were walking around town at night because they probably had a bad home life or something and had nothing to do. And he would convince them they were doing something illegal and then be like, come back to the station with me. And then he'd fuck them and let them go. And the chief was covering up for it. So we got a new round of cops. And by cops, I mean a chief and 1 cop, very small town. And our 1 cop was the coolest lesbian, the first, like, out lesbian I'd ever met in my entire life, which was pretty cool, outside of Seattle. And her name was Officer Lamica, and she was just, like, she actually just passed away last year from, like, a hereditary pancreas thing. It was so horrible. That was one of the rare times I went to Facebook to read the article, because it was super sad, but she was really, really cool. Like, one of those decent, it sounds terrible to say one of those decent cops. She was a cop for a small town that really wanted to, like, be part of the town, but also make a difference. Not just, like, a lot of people love to come into small towns like that and, like, steamroll them. Like, we got a superintendent one time that literally tried to outlaw guns in the city limits when 90% of the families in the city I grew up in, city's a strong word, hunt to feed themselves. And it was, they just try to steamroll tiny towns into being literal liberal havens. And it's like, that's not how these people live. Like, a few of us might be liberal, but you can't come in and steamroll like that. And she was a really cool cop. But anyways, one time I was standing in the school office, like the attendance lady is, I don't know how school offices are anymore, but in my day, there was like an attendance lady and then the principal. And right there, we were just standing bullshitting one day. And we were talking about this, like, being, like, how old kids are when they become sexually active with each other and how that just keeps going down. And just our theories on why, like, is it media? Like, I don't know. Is it just boredom? In my town, it was boredom. You either did drugs or fucked. Like, that was it. There was literally nothing else to do. And she told me that she went to the elementary school and there was kids in 2nd grade getting naked and laying on top of each other at recess. They weren't, like, doing anything. Like, they couldn't actually achieve anything. But kids that young, like, then she has to do a home check. She has to do, like, why are 2nd graders trying to have sex with each other, like, kind of thing. She has to go do home checks on it and stuff. And that blew my mind. And that was when I was in high school. It was crazy. I was like, I mean, it's weird because I don't even think you have horny hormones that early to have a drive to do stuff like that. So why or where it's coming from, I just don't know. I don't know. I don't have kids, so I don't know. I know little kids, like, they play with their own shit all the time, but you don't even have the conceptualization of intercourse. That's what I'm thinking. They're replicating what they're seeing on TV or what they're seeing somewhere they're being exposed to. But you have to be exposed to that, like, a pretty frequent amount of times to want to replicate it, right? Yeah, it's kind of creepy. Like, are you leaving porn on around your second grade? How old are you in second grade? Like 7? 6 years old? That's a little young for hardcore porn. Yeah. Little bit. Sets up false expectations, you know what I'm saying? Solo, kids aren't even taught cursive. Cursive's not taught anymore. It's so weird. I don't know how people sign things. I really don't. I'm like, how do you sign a thing? I don't know. Do you just like scribble after a K or something? I don't know. Nate, what's up? Oh my God. We were talking. I don't know where. What's up? Remember all the weird different kinds of bananas they had in Thailand? They tap. I see that in the preschool I work at sometimes. Preschool? Sometimes it's the sensory experience of being naked or knowing you can fall asleep at nap time if you play with your pee-pee a little bit. I mean, that, yes. Every little kid's playing with their pee-pees. But the sex part is the part that baffled me. But every kid's doing that. All of my brothers, every little boy I ever babysat in my life you were hard-pressed to get their hand off their dick. I mean, it's basically a fidget toy until you are sexually aware of it and stuff comes out. You know what I'm saying? As a newly minted calligrapher, I'm glad kids don't know cursive. It's honestly, like, if you think about it, in, like, I don't know, 20 years, there will be a cutoff, and suddenly there will be a large generation that has a secret language, and a large generation that can't read it. So sure. A little young for hardcore porn. Oh, yeah. I should probably think about that more often, huh? Like what people walk in on and what I say out loud. But this is kind of like my free place. You guys don't judge me. Well, at least verbally on your keyboard. And then it's a fun widget toy that makes a little bit of a mess afterwards, but you have to be a little bit more private about it. Yeah. Yeah, when 4 to 5-year-olds were saying, you little shit, definitely from home. Oh, absolutely. Oh my God, Cocky. I don't know if I've ever told you this story. When I was in second grade, that's when my dad died. So we had to move in with we didn't have to, but we moved in with my grandparents, emotional support for my mom, who is now a single mother of a lot of kids. And my grandparents are a lot older. My mom's a lot older. She had a lot of miscarriages before she was able to have kids. And so my grandparents were from like the World War I-ish, between World War II, World War I-ish era, and a little bit older. And my Nana would always have a bowl of nuts on her dining room table, always, with like the silver cracker and the little pick thing, always. That was just like there. And they were edible. Like we would all sit around cracking nuts and just like bullshitting or whatever, playing cards. And she taught second grade, 7-year-old Katie what a Brazil nut was called to her. And 7-year-old Katie went to school at her brand new school for second grade, first day, Mrs. Flaming, and told her what her favorite nut was for show and tell. Katie was wrong. Katie was very wrong. Baby Catherine was very wrong. However, I did not get in trouble. My mom was she knew exactly what happened because my teacher was like, whoa, like pulled me aside. And I did not know that any of those words existed. I was like 6 or 7 years old. Like none of that clicked. I did not know there was another name for a Brazil nut that is Brazil nut. So my mom and my Nana sure almost fucking went to fist fights over that one. They were my mom was like, how could you, like, not only teach my daughter that, but say those words around her. Oh, I remember that fight. My Nana had a really cool old house. It was a really old school, like, rancher. So it was a big house, but all one level just stretched out. And it was really bizarre. So you'd like walk in the front, grand ass, stained glass double doors that were fucking. My mom actually tore the doors out of the house before they bulldozed it because they were so nice. These Beautiful. There's a fucking fuzz on my face. Beautiful grand entrance. And you would enter, and to your right was this enormous, like, sitting room that no one ever sat in ever in the history of her owning the home. That was, like, the fancy living room for looksies. And then if you walked a little bit further in, there was, like, a fancy bathroom no one was allowed to use. But one day, my dad drank an entire bottle of wild turkey and vomited and peed all over it. And it was one of the best days of my life. And then you turn right, and right there would just be this really long hallway that literally went the extent of the rancher. And to get into the living room / kitchen, like I'm kind of wondering if this was like servants' quarters. I don't know. It was an older house. There were these like sliding wooden doors. Have you ever seen that in a house? It was weird. They were very rarely closed. Like literally, I think they would close them on Christmas just to pretend to be Santa and put out presents. But it was just these huge wooden doors that would slide into the walls and then slide to shut. And so I don't know. I don't know the purpose of them. It was so fucking weird. But they shut those doors. So my sister and I were on the other side of them just listening to the screaming. But I've never seen a house with that ever before. That, and you could actually, like, there were 2 finger holes that were brass to close them. And then this little flick switch so you could lock them. But it was bizarre. Okay, so the racist term for the Brazil nut is an N-word toe. That was a very common term back when racism was more prevalently out in conversation amongst people in everyday conversation. I don't know how else to word that because racism's still prevalent everywhere. Yeah. So, yeah. That's what 2nd-year-old Katie went to school and told her teacher for show and tell on her first day of school what her favorite nut was. Yeah. Sorry. I just don't, I'm white. It's gross. It's a gross topic to even be around, but I think it's imperative to like, just, be aware of what you say around, Nana, around your children and grandchildren. Because they gonna repeat it. They gonna fucking repeat it. Pretty sure my grandparents said, we don't say this, but, oh yeah. That was my grandma. I think my grandma was born in 1921 and my grandpa in 1920. Like, they were 1 year apart. Same. Yep. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. And it was really, honestly, though, on my teacher and my mom, they were amazing about it. Seriously. Like, my mom did not, she was obviously, like, she corrected me. She came to school and got me, corrected me. Because I was scared. Like, my teacher jumped at me. She didn't know me, so she was like, oh, God, little white girl yelling the N-word all over the place. What the fuck we got on our hands here in Seattle? And so she jumped at me, and I was like, adults, scary. My dad had just died, so I was already probably a little, And so she came and picked me up, and she was just like, I just want to let you know that what your Nana taught you was super incorrect, and it's called a Brazil nut. And I don't even remember the conversation, but I was not in trouble. Like, it was all my mom attacking she went after my Nana. Like, how dare you? Because she didn't want to live with my Nana, but she was a newly single mother, and needed the support, like, emotionally and financially. My granddad was the type who made ignorant jokes about my grandmother all the time. And my dad used to lay into it, saying he didn't want my brother and I to think that was acceptable. I kind of love that, though. Your dad sounds dope. How? How did he see that? I mean, I'm just assuming he was raised around it. You would think he would be kind of deaf to it. Hold on, Cocky. I gotta wait. Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, most of my family, they are like farmers and butchers and small town people who believe that saying I'm not racist, but makes you not racist. And it's really, really, really hard to be around. Oh my God, Viata. Wait. Oh, show me. Also, how are you? Good time zone, love. Ghetto, I can't take that. I don't like anybody degrading anybody else in a public like in any way. Like me just pointing out things about you I don't like and or deem are wrong. It doesn't effectively do anything for anybody involved. So why waste my time? Why waste your time? Like, really, Nate? It's hard. It's really hard because you want to love your family, but man, if you ever find yourself saying, I'm not racist, but just stop. It's racist. gonna be racist. No offense, but it's gonna be fucking racist. Like, that's what's gonna come out of your mouth. That's why you said that, and you know it. You're gonna say it anyways because we've like socially deemed that makes it okay, but it's not. It's called Book Nook. Okay, what is it? Okay, tell me what it is. I'm gonna write it down. Nobody's a loveless husk water dragon. It's just some of us know how to spread our love better than others. No offense, but yeah, I mean everything after the but is null and void. I don't need to hear it. You've already done the work. So like, you know, if you are unlike me and capable of thinking before you speak, and that comes to mind, maybe think backwards a few steps and be like, what was I gonna say? That was fucking racist. Book Nook. I got it. My mom is serious about I'm not racist, but I called her the C word. She still can't figure it out. I mean, when the dude, it's so fucking it's so hard because I don't want to give up on my parents. I don't want to give up on trying to help a generation understand things that are going on that maybe they don't see right away or they don't recognize as being as evil as it is because they grew up in a different generation. I understand that. But it can be so hard. I've been there, man. When the Black Lives Matter movement was right at its peak, downtown Seattle, a cop decided to just, speed through a wall of humans and killed some. And I showed my mom the clip and I was just bawling my eyes out and I was so upset about this. And she said, well, they can doctor up anything on the internet. That's not real. And my mother, who was like from the 70s, claimed to burn her bra and march against the Vietnam War, like begged my sister and I not to go near any Black Lives Matters marches for fear we might get a bruise or arrested. Her two very pale daughters. And I'm not just saying that, like, white people have a privilege. Cops are much less likely to touch me than they are anyone else. I should be the one marching. It was so fucking weird for my head to get around. And it's just because the time between when I lived at home and I was in high school and this all going down was the amount of time where her brain just changed. And it's like really, really hard, but they're my parents. I don't want to give up on my parents. I feel like they have a right for me. They have a right to have someone try hard to help them see the world, as it actually is and not through the glasses of their youth, which is different. I mean, my youth is going to be different, and I'm going to have to struggle not to see the world that happens in 30 years through the eyes I had when I was young, I'm not saying it's easy, but I think everybody deserves to have someone try hard for them. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I'm hoping that comes out. Oh my God. 33 bookshelf inserts. Oh my God, what? What the fuck is this black magic? Oh, I'd like to make a book nook with y'all. Real bad. That is, everybody click that link and look at that. That is so fucking cool. There's so much to scroll through and look at. Like, I am not going to scroll at the speed you would scroll. It is totally worth clicking on. Holy shit. Nessaros, I would never ignore you on purpose. How are you, love? Did I ignore you? Where is it? I would never ignore you. I don't think I've ever ignored someone on purpose, except for Booby across the street. Yes, Metal Hellslinger is in my wish list. Momo. Cheers. I love you, Nessaros. Well, a little less since you claim I ignored you. Bitch. Dude, book nooks look amazing. I have so many like little crafting things We could make tarantula cages. I just realized I didn't put plugs in. We could make tarantula cages into book nooks that are tarantula cages that are book nooks. I have so much crafting stuff. It's crazy. Stretch with me, bitches. This is the first day I can actually have full range of motion in my head in a very long time. It's quite nice. Without, like, extreme pain. Like, it still feels tight, but I'm working on it. Nothing's overnight. But, yeah, that's... Feels nice, man. Feels nice to look over your shoulder again. Excuse me. Did I just punch a dog? Or was it my blanket? Or did I make up a feeling? Carl, that's what I call Bobby. There's a man across the street who's like in his 50s who lives with his mother who's special needs. And he's mean and violent and scary. And if he catches you outside, he'll just start complaining about something and talking to you and like literally stand in the way of your door to shut it or something. But I've found that ignoring him or all of that doesn't really do anything because you can't drive away when someone's standing in the door of your Jeep. You will kill them. If I just start referring to him as the wrong name, he gets so frustrated repeating himself trying to correct me, he gives up. So I call him Booby. And now he thinks I'm special, so he doesn't talk to me anymore.
Welcome to the class hall.
That weed is so strong. My dude's crazy. Huh. Thank you, Nestros. Well, we had some crazy ass weather that I think fucked my sinuses up, and so I've been like snorting it and amphetamines, Jesus, antihistamines and shit. It was literally like for 2 weeks, like in the 70s and 80s, beautiful, sunny, hot weather, and then we got snow, like a lot. And then overnight, all that snow melted rapid quick, broke a bunch of trees over, and knocked all of our power out, and turned my yard into a mud pit of hell. Old style, motherfucker.
That's a lot of months, though. I appreciate your resub, and I appreciate you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an anus swings lever. Yeah, I just snort meth for hay fever. You ever try it? Meth for hay fever and a little bit of belladonna in the cornea so my eyes look nice and white. That's how I get away with smoking pot all day, and that's how I get away with saying my eyes don't turn pink. It's poison. Those are real things that were makeup items. I think about what's going to be poison on me these days. Amphetamines. I don't know if I've ever... Well, I mean, I take Adderall, which is basically meth. Shut the fuck up. Are you a chemist? No. If you say something that's stupid, let people feel better. You should see me without it. My workaround, I mean, honestly, like, I just brain fuck myself all the time. So I've kind of, I apply my own brain fuckery to other people. If someone I've talked to multiple times keeps fucking my name up, I'm going to stop talking to that person. Katie is not that hard of a name to remember. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to be mean, but he is very violent. Like, at nighttime, he lives with I believe it's his mom. And they scream like Italian fighting at each other, and you hear glass breaking, and then they come out in the street and start throwing shit that's glass at each other. Like, they are not nice. So I just stay the fuck out. I want to not be non-existent to that side. The diet meth? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if they're your meth, you get to call them whatever you want. Diet meth is kind of cute, though, to be honest. A diet is a measurement of cocaine, though. People might get confused and think you're on a lot of uppers. You know, my eyes turn pink from edibles. Every time, like, notoriously, take an edible, I will have fucking, like, eyes, even if I don't feel high. But smoking has never, even when I was in high school, I never got super pink eyes. My eyes would be so squinty though that my teacher, I remember we would always, it's terrible. Talk. I mean, if you're in high school, don't tell me. We're all 69 here. Just don't be me. Every day at lunch, me and a couple of the softball girls would drive to this little. I lived in the middle of nowhere. My town was very small, so literally like a mile from the high school, and you were in the woods in the middle of nowhere. So we would just find like a pull off spot on the highway somewhere, and it would be just enough time for me to chug a Diet Coke, and then we'd dent it in and smoke pot and be high as fuck because the next class we had after lunch was taught by our softball coach. So he just would give us A's. It was a terrible, terrible education system. Oh my god, it was so bad. But he would all the time think I was asleep in class. But I was just so fucking high. My eyes weren't closed. I could totally see him, but I couldn't get them to open far enough for him to believe it. So he just thought I was perpetually exhausted. Oh. I made it out. Is it scary to think I was in charge of human lives for a large portion of my adult life? And allowed to. Wild. OD instantly? Dude, I've taken an edible one time. Oh my god, Nestros. I don't know if you were here that day. This was a couple months ago. Fuck, I don't remember. I had a super bad migraine in the morning, and sometimes the only thing that touches a migraine for me personally is pot, like an edible or something. Smoking will just make my migraine worse for some reason. And so it was like really early, like 6 a.m. So I was like kind of out of it, drinking my coffee. And I took a microdose. It was a 2.5 milligram edible, little like sucky candy, hard candy. And the thing is, I have a really like turtle metabolism. I eat like once a day. I live off water. It's fine. I'm like a flower. I love the sun. Don't be me. Again. But I forgot I took it. I forgot I sucked on this sucky candy first thing in the morning, streamed for a couple hours, and it was so weird. It was like in the movies where they like zoom in on someone really quickly almost. Or like maybe the first part of the movie was a really fast forwarded montage and all of a sudden everything slowed down to real time. I was just talking to you guys and all of a sudden it was like my eyes split and went and I was just sitting here like, my dudes, I might have to end stream. I think I got too high. I don't know what happened. I'd completely forgotten about the edible and I did it before stream so nobody knew I took one. And it took about 30 minutes and I was like, I took an edible before stream. I just remembered. And I was fucked up on a microdose. It's crazy. Edibles are so different. What up, Jose? How are you? America! Fuck yourself! Because nobody ever washes their fucking hands. I cut my fingernails finally. I still need to paint them though. I was thinking about doing that with you guys, but that's like looking down and not at chat. I'm too anal about it. They have to be perfect. But I had to cut them. When I was playing the Vampires Rising game with Zach the other day, my nail was hitting a button I didn't want it to hit. One of my finger would hit a different button. That's when you know it's time to chop your fucking claws off. My god. It did the thing. I had my wrestling coach for study hall. I could do anything I wanted. That was literally our softball coach. Like he's actually in like the Hall of Fame of coaches, which is wild because I'm pretty sure he was fucking drunk the whole time. But he was a good coach, and we went to state every year. I don't know if it's because of him or we were just good. But my school was very small, and if you're from a small town, you know this. Most teachers do more than one class. So he was not only the softball coach, he was the football coach, and he taught a history course. And like, if you were a senior, you had to take current world events, where we literally were taught how to read a newspaper. Times have changed, have they not? And any class I actually had with him, he would literally be like, softball players go outside and pick rocks off the field, and we could just do whatever we wanted. It was crazy. I remember one time very specifically, I just didn't do a paper I was supposed to do for a class of his, and he was like, Larson, come here. Where's this assignment? Where's this assignment? What'd you get on this? And I was like, Fox, I'm pretty sure I got like a B plus or something. And he was like, all right, yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Just I never did shit. He just wrote it in the book. I just got a B plus. I could have said anything. It was a scary moment. The amount of power I held in that. I did not abuse it. I have way too much Catholic guilt in me to lie well. But I realized it, and I knew other people probably could do it. But I can't. I just break down. I've tried to lie. Trust me, every kid tries. Mm-hmm. That was exactly what it was, Momo. And honestly, like I just hadn't noticed. I don't like having super long fingernails. It's just they're in the way, and all I can think of is how dirty they are. But I hadn't even noticed. I don't know why. I think I've just been really busy painting and doing crafting and shit. But when we tried, and also I just haven't played a keyboard game in a really long time. That's probably a big part of it. I very much prefer playing with a controller just because I can have much better posture and I can move around. Whereas a keyboard, you kind of hunch, and I tend to like shove my shit away from me. I used to be big into PvP stuff. I get a little intense. And so I hadn't noticed, but playing that game, like I would go to hit, I think, what is it in the game? R does something. It's some power, and I would hit 5 instead, which would like eat a rat. So I'd be like, go to use all my rats, and all my rats would be gone because I was eating them instead of using a power. And that was literally just this inch of fingernail. I was like, oh no, absolutely not. They've got to go. It's time. And I sanded them and shit last night, but I didn't have time to paint them. I painted one. I was trying to, I don't know if it'll even come up on the camera. I was trying to do like a, kind of like a marble effect. It is so bright. It's not going to come up. It's like pale purple with dark purple. It's basically like you paint your fingernail dark purple and then you do a layer of another color on top and then just sand a hole through it with your nail file and then fill it in with clear. And it looks really cool IRL, but I wish I would have put glitter in it or something. So it looked like a geode. That's what I was going for, is a geode. That would have been really cool. That might be what I do to the rest of them. I don't know. It's hard for me because I'm so, like, what color I paint them tonight, I probably would want a different color tomorrow. And so it's like, am I going to waste my time or am I going to wait a couple days till I find a color I actually definitely want to paint them? I don't know. I'm too, what's the word? Finicky? I like to change up my nail colors. It's fun, but it's excessive and it's not very good on your nails to expose your nail or your cuticle to like acetone and all that shit all the time. That's how you have nubby nails. I just chopped my fingertips off. Oh my god, are you a cat? Have you been to Claude? Do you want to talk about it? Doesn't it feel amazing? Oh my god, it's comparable to like in the wintertime when we don't shave our legs for an extended period of time and then suddenly you shave your legs and go to put leggings on and you're like, "Oh my god, all the skin sensations." That's how I feel about my fingertips because I'm pretty tactile. I'm very tactile and I'm always doing artsy stuff. And so when your nails get a certain length, suddenly literally the tip of your finger just has access to nothing anymore. It literally touches nothing. So the nerves become very, very delicate and sensitive. And then you chop your fingernails off and you're like, the world feels like magic. But you're not on LSD. It's LSD without the LSD. It's great. I imagine it'd be a similar reaction. I mean, my legs are the only place I like that grows excessive hair that I have to shave. Maybe it's the biggest part of my body. I'm all legs. I don't know why that's the only one. I shave everything. I'm a smooth marble surface. I've never had a pubic hair. Seriously, I freaked out when they grew, shaved them off, never had one to this day. No shame to those fucking bushies out there, though. And if you shame one, I will kill you. And everything you love. Stop it. But I think it's just because it's the largest part of my body. Maybe. I don't know. Or maybe it's legs, I let it go the longest. Because I don't have a lot of leg hair. It's really only on like the front of my shins. And in the wintertime when you're wearing leggings all day, like you just kind of don't notice until one night you're like, oh, it's not prickly anymore. That's a sign. And then you shave. Bolt V, snow gone, living in a mud hell. How's yours? Freshly shaven legs sliding into bed with clean sheets. Oh my god, stop it. I have to be professional. You can't get me all aroused on stream like this, Fiona. It's not nice. For real, though. It's a feeling. It's wonderful. It's just seriously awesome. But also, the feeling of just not even thinking about your legs is really nice. I'm sitting here filing my nails like this is some ASMR time shit. Dude, you want to see my nail bucket? This is my nail, oh my god. This is my nail light, because I do gel on myself, because if I don't, I will pick it off neurotically. But I have a literal bucko of nail shit. I'll show it to you, hold up. Just to make you feel less bad. Like, we've all got a thing. I love painting my nails. It's very zen to me. I put on a movie or good music, and I just, like, chill out, and the zen part is perfecting it. Like, making the edge of the nail just, like, the perfect almond shape on every finger or whatever, making it so smooth it's like bud, like, I don't know. It's a very nice, trying to think of the word for it, like satisfying. It's very satisfying. Wait, you got scammed twice in a week? What happened? No! Dude, I am queen. So I look worse than you. Just again to make you feel better. I mistype shit constantly, but I won't correct myself. I've stopped. Unless it's vital for the thing to make sense. At this point, we're all on the internet. We're having a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like you're writing a thesis or any of this is like professional. We're having a conversation. People stumble over words all the time. Do you ever attack anyone IRL because they stumble over a word if you knew what they meant? Like, usually, unless it's hilarious, usually you just move on with your day because you know what they mean. That's my, yeah, I do not give a fuck. I don't got time. My fucking phone autocorrects to words that don't exist sometimes. I'm a busy bitch. I ain't got time. And I assume no one else does either. And I totally am okay with figuring out a fucking sentence. Like, I don't want you guys wasting your time with that shit. This is a conversation. Seriously. The whole, like, grammar Nazi bullshit, again, misuse, like, total, just, like, watering down of the Nazi term, by the way, but that was a big thing for the, like, 90s and 2000s to be smarter than everyone else and understand grammar, blah, blah, blah. Fuck yourself. This is a conversation. Grammar is for fucking whatever. I don't know, selling something on Facebook. If it's the same word over and over, and, like, absolutely. Like, if we're having a long conversation, sure. But I mean, most of the time in a text conversation, like, most people can figure it out. And I think we all admit we can figure it out, but we like to correct other people and feel superior in the back of our head. Didn't you mean THEIR asterisk? To which I respond, oh, hey, I realize you misspelled I'm a pretentious prick, but I have to go take a shit now, and that's more important later. But that's just me. I'm all about correct spelling in a book. But when it's a fucking conversation, we're having a conversation. I mistype shit all the time. I have 2 keyboards, of which I fuck up which one I need to type on at any moment all the time. And I'm usually, like, reaching over a bong and, like, paint and nail polish because I'm chilling here. You're lucky you got me to type in chat. Go fuck yourself if you can't figure out that is shouldn't have 2 S's or something. You know? The rah. Seriously, like, the English language is bullshit also. Thoroughly. One of the dumbest words ever. Vegetable does not sound like it's spelled. We could go on. Knife. Gnome. Forever. And, like, who decides how things are pronounced? Different accents pronounce things differently all the time. I probably pronounce things fucked up all the time. I lived in Baltimore for way too long not to do that. I used to know a guy who would rewrite my emails back to me. Oh, shut the fuck up. Hold on, Luna. This makes me die. Luna the Creeper says, I used to know a guy who would rewrite my emails back to me with all of the corrections. Like, in the midst of an argument, instead of responding, he would send me my corrected email. Who hurt them? Who hurt them?
Oh. Wow.
I would have responded with just a gif of meat spin because that's how important that was to me. Wow. Aluminum, color, liquor, liqueur. There's a ton of words that all mean the same thing and are spelled differently. Like, the English language as a whole is bullshit. Anybody getting weird about it needs a hobby in a place like this. Now, in a book, I can get pretty hung up if you spelled a word wrong. Like, if it's not on purpose, and it's obviously not on purpose, and I cannot find a purposeful way for using the wrong thing, I'm like, who's your editor? Someone fucked up. But, like, fuck that, dude. You know what I mean? As long as someone can get through it. I've definitely, like, asterisked myself if, like, my mistype totally fucked up the whole message or the meaning of the message. Like, absolutely. But most of the time we can get through it. And I think people that are too worried about it, like, for real, maybe challenge yourself once in a while. I don't know. It might be fun. I'm a cunt, though, so we all know that. Absolutely not. Oh, Luna. Nope. English language is weird bastardization of Germanic and Romantic languages, yet we tout it as the apex language. Absolutely. I mean, and the fact that we can, if social media uses a word enough, it makes it into Webster's dictionary. Stop it. We're done now. That's it. We're done now. I don't know what else. I mean, we can just make up words. Flibbity blah blah blah. Supercalifragilistic. Absolutely delicious. I'm gonna take a break real quick. I gotta pee so bad. But I'm gonna grab I just wanted to show you my nail bucket so you don't feel so bad. I love doing my nails. It's fun. But it's very much like I don't do any other like high self-care stuff. Like I don't like getting my hair done. I don't like getting my nails done actually. I despise it. Just because this person has taken both my hands and now I have to sit still for like an hour without the use of my hands. Like I literally can't do anything. Drives me crazy. One weird one over here in the Netherlands and Belgium. I need to poop means in Dutch, I need to poop. But in Belgium, it says I need sex. Are Belgians into the booty holes? No shade. But like, is it synonymous? Latin's crazy. You know, my sister double majored in history and Latin. What a nerd. The stigma keeps me from talking in chats to this day because I can't type fast or spell correctly. Same. Oh, hard same. I have so many spelling insecurities. Feel free to spell shit fucked up here. Please. I embrace it. Spelling sucks. I struggle to this day with many easy to spell words all the time. It's super nice to have a community that doesn't care about it. I mean, there's a time and place to give a fuck about that kind of thing, you know? Like writing a thesis paper, you know, where shit like that counts. But in my, like, feeling, I guess, we're all just having a fun conversation. And I think a lot of us as Twitch consumers are conditioned to type and get our message in as fast as possible because some chats will just fly so fast the streamer like can't get their hands on chat to even see your message. Which, like, no shade on either part. I miss messages all the time. It just happens. So, like, I think we're all, like, we fucking jump on our keyboard, like, fucking right, blah, blah, but it comes out like flipping mom dicks or something. Like, I get it. Been there, and I am fucking bad at it. But I don't care. And also, phone screens don't respond to the very tip of my thumb. So, like, trying to edit a word and just, like, delete one letter out of a word when I'm texting something can take up to 60 seconds long just to get the cursor in the right place. Does this look like a face that wants to do that? Does this look like a face capable of that on a regular basis? If your answer was yes, you must be new to my chat. Welcome. It's not a face that can do that. I have thrown my phone because I can't get the cursor to go to the right spot in a word. fury fills my soul in those moments. I've deleted entire messages because I could not get a cursor into the middle of a word to get rid of a letter because I was texting someone that I knew would be like, asterisk, that's how you spell that word, you dumbass. And I'd be like, your mom and dad ate your foreskin baked in a pan like bacon. Get out of my life. Hi, Eliza. How are you? Dude, phones are terrible. And I don't have huge fingers by any means. I think, honestly, they're calloused because I do lots of crafts. Like, I burn my fingers a lot on, like my glue gun and stuff. So it's so fucking hard, especially if the word's, like, at the edge of your screen to just get your fucking cursor to go there. I've literally just tweeted nonsense because I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. I did enough fucking edited, rewritten, reread, like repetitive paper nonsense when I was in college. I'm done now. This is where we chill and have conversations. Where words like okayish and doin' and I'm without an apostrophe are extremely acceptable and I will not make fun of you. Eliza, I'm sorry to bring up your message, but we're just talking about how like this is a conversation between friends and grammar is not important to me. If I can get through your message, like I don't want people wasting their time like asterisk and editing themselves because they're afraid. Like or afraid, like period, I don't want you afraid of me, but you know what I mean. Like I don't want people picking on you. I know I have to pee so bad. We got to take a break. It's fine. It's weird, right, Jack? Honestly, I think humans like have a natural want to like be superior in some way, but some people can't hold it in or recognize it. They just like do it. It's weird. It is a weird thing to do. Yeah. That's exactly, Eliza, exactly what we were talking about. Like, if it's a thesis paper, if it's a professional email for work, any of the above, 100% understand. I would want you to correct me. But I compared it to having a literal conversation with a friend. If every other word, someone would go, oh, I'm sorry. The inflection on the second syllable in that word is a little sharp. If you could just dull it down, I would just not want to talk to that person anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing if you're completely mispronouncing a word. Like I completely mispronounce some words because I grew up reading a lot and I like to be corrected because I do not want to say those words totally wrong repetitively. But we're all friends. You know, this is a chill place. Yeah, exactly, Eliza. 100%. I get that. My phone forces me to correct shit to bad shit sometimes. Like words that aren't even words sometimes. I don't know what it's trying to do. Nesros, sometimes I wonder, like when there's perfect punctuation in a tweet, I think I'm less likely to read it. Because I assume they're selling me something. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, this is an ad. Whereas if it's more casual and more laid back, I assume it's sponsored. Exactly, Eliza. Oh my God, I'm so glad I'm not alone. I'm the same, and I'm like, oh shit, is there a hashtag ad at the end of this? So bad! Wow. We shouldn't let on. They're going to start using casual language. Oh God. Domino's is going to tweet at me like sup or something. My eyelashes are, I'm kind of wanted to cut them this morning. They're so, I don't know what's happened, but in the past couple months, my eyelashes have like grown 1/4 inch longer than normal. If you type in a word and it bypasses the autocorrect or the autocorrect's ability, it will register that as a word you use and adds it to your personal dictionary. Man, I must have typed some fucking crazy words. For real. Like, I believe you, but I must have typed some fucked up words. Some words are just silly, like B, fork. I get stuck on fork a lot, or the word put. I have literally, like, been texting someone and been like, wait, do you really only spell put, P-U-T? Put. Put is also put. Put. Poot put. Puce. What the fuck is poos? Andrew, 2020. One of the most beautiful moments of my life. Yeah, putt is in golf, but I don't know if it's 2 T's or not, honestly. Or 2 and 2, like T-O-O versus T-O. Like, who decided that and why? Did we need to complicate bullshit? I don't think so. I read something ages ago that said that literally there was no official English grammar until like the Victorian era, and some dude wrote a book and then shilled it out to all the schools, and that was the end of that. Like, we now follow some racist dude from the Victorian era's like grammar book as law, but I don't know if that's legit or not. Full disclosure, I got banned. I've had 3 24-hour bans on Twitter. No worries. Twitter is it's a place. The extra O on 2 for the extra the words are gonna seriously, like when I see someone put 2 OO in something, I'm like, oh man, this is serious shit. Yeah, I've been banned from Twitter multiple times. One time I was banned, I got a 24-hour ban from Twitter because I reported too many fake Classy Katie accounts selling porn. So they thought I was a bot. I'm not kidding. So I stopped doing that. There's a lot of fake me's in the world, just FYI. A lot. I gave up. I don't know what to do. Like, nobody cares. Didn't Elon Musk try to back out of buying it? And all the people at Twitter were like, nah, bitch, you pushed this. You made fun of us. Buy it. Give us the money. Yeah, I don't think he can, though, right? Like, they told him to screw himself. Hello, Diabolical Wench. How are you, love? Thank you, dude. Look how much it's grown. It's been over a year since I got it cut. How much is your hair supposed to grow in a year? Isn't it a couple inches? I don't know how many the inches that is. How many inches is that? It's like 3 inches, maybe. The last time I got it cut. Oh, well, I did bleach it on my own, though, so fuck, I really can't go by the bleach. I bleached it once on my own. Shit. I haven't had it cut in over a year, though. Feels pretty good. Really? I thought most people's hair grew relatively, like, at the same rate, but slower. Isn't it, like, slower in the winter, faster in the summer or something? Yeah, the last time I got my hair cut was when it was red. Like, the orangey red. But I don't even know when that was. To be honest. It was last spring sometime. It was during the show I did with Dan. I think my hair grows fast. I think. It feels like it grows very fast. I feel like I had a pixie cut yesterday and now I can get it in a ponytail. It's weird. He also paid someone $250K to not file suit on him showing her his penis. Okay, it's time for a break. I'll be right back. I have to go fucking vomit and question all my choices in life. What? Apparently he... Thanks for hanging out. It took... Oh, my hands are still wet. I had to pee so bad. And sometimes, I don't know why, my bathroom sink takes, like, a very long time for the water to warm up. Like, insanely long. And it's too cold to wash my hands in cold water. Also, you should wash your hands in the warmest water your hands can take to kill everything possibly on them. And it takes forever, but then once it gets hot, it's like boiling and burns the skin off your hands. There's like a very happy time to wash your hands. It's very confusing. And they're still wet and so cold now. But I apologize. That took forever. I was sitting there like, come on, water. Oh, that's cold. Come on, please be. Oh, that's cold. All right. I guess I'll just sit here and do this forever. Okay. Oh, still cold. Love this. Love this. Oh my God. Synesthesia. I'm not even kidding. I have a sign in my bathroom and it's like a little plague doctor and it says wash your hands. I would put that there instead in every lifetime. I say that so often, like constantly. Ooh, I have a question. Is costochondritis just a fancy word for bruised ribs, or is it different? I believe it's it's bruising of the connective tissue, if I'm not wrong. I think Sales put it. Here it is. Costochondritis, excuse me, is an inflammation of the cartilage that connects the rib to the breastbone. Yeah, so it's the soft tissue. So, like, some people will be like, my rib popped out. It's probably not that ribs don't actually, like, pop out. That's a condition that's separate from this. But yeah, it sounds like it's something that has to do with the connective tissue, bruising or something. Yeah, that sounds bad. I mean, painful though. It's oh really? Momo lives with it. It's inflamed, swollen tissues. Bruises are pooled blood. Costo is swollen, inflamed cartilage. Oh, so is it all of the connective tissues or just of the ribs? Oh, my love, no. Some days I wake up and my rib is so inflamed, it's shoved itself out of socket. Oh my fuck. Oh, honey. Oh. Can you do anything about it? Or you just like, it's one of those things, you just like fucking live with it? It's specific to the rib cage? Fuck that. That's not fair to you. That seems like a mean thing for genetics to create. It'd be more than happy to send out some dude. I mean, that would be. I mean, I'll pay the postage. I'd love to give them to the community and shit and put them on everything. I honestly would like to graffiti the world with it and put them on every bathroom ever. Because it'll make people laugh and then think and then maybe wash their fucking hands. Maybe. Maybe. Sorry, I hate having cold. Now my hands are like freezing. I have no circulation. I'm dying. It's fine. Vampire life. My genetics are strictly assholes. Dude, you know what's crazy is for all the like weird little nonsensical issues I've had, I've gone to the doctor every time and I'm just fine. I've had my genes tested. Fine. I just ruined my body as a child playing school sports and now I suffer. Just fine. There's nothing I can do. Just live this. Dude, Nocturne, really? I don't know what it was about Nocturne. I think about it more often than I probably should, but there was something about Nocturne that was so quotable and relatable. Like, I felt like even rewatching it, because it's been so long now, rewatching it feels not like watching myself, feels like watching someone else. I can look at it from a different light, whereas before I'm like critiquing myself more than just enjoying the whole show. Now I look at it and I just absorb the show from it, which is pretty cool, but there's so much in it, and I don't know what that magic was. I don't know what happened. Denim, yeah, denim without stretch, though. That's where we enter hell. Denim with zero elasticity is a recipe for Katie can't bend over all day. While I was on my break, my phone came up with an alert. Every once in a while, I'll get an alert from Reddit, like a top post alert, if it has enough upvotes, meaning it's super important, or if it's from like a world news. And the top post that got an alert on my phone, let me enlighten. It's wondrous. I just tweeted it, so you might have already seen it. Marijuana violations have taken over 10,000 truck drivers off the road this year, adding to supply chain issues. So I went further and I read the article, and it's all non-violent marijuana crimes that they're not. Most of them are not in jail, depending on the state, but they did lose their job because while they weren't driving, they may or may not have smoked pot and got drug tested. And yet our country is like, we gotta really be there for each other in times of need, and I understand toilet paper and gas are more expensive than they ever have been in the history of the U.S. of the A, but we are still a country of freedom and choices and magic and unicorns and straight white marriages. I mean, people. Oh my God, did you guys see George Bush Jr. say Iraq? Please tell me you did. Oh my God. Rod, did you... I wonder if I can find a clip of it. Just a quick, just his little speech blurb, the blurble where he fucks it up. Because what he says before is just so... No shit. Oh, stop it. You guys are so sick. I literally was pulling up a browser to try to find it, but you guys are so fast and awesome. Stop. It's what he says before that's just... Stop. Hold on. Is it right at the beginning? Do I have to find a timestamp? Hold up. Let me turn the music off. Not that we can even hear it, but once I turn the volume up, we will. Oh, it's only 1 minute. This is it, isn't it? Oh, God. Oh. No, he doesn't. Oh, my God. Okay. Are you guys excited? Because it's, if you didn't see this, I'm not like out to villainize anyone. That being said, some people you just do it for you. They villainize themselves. And like if you didn't grow up in the sphere of 9/11, then a lot of it is probably comes off a little cold. But memeing his idiocy is the only way we can get around the fact that it was probably on purpose so we could invade a country for their oil. You know what I mean? So it's like making jokes about things just to survive them a little bit. And yeah, I'm just going to let you guys watch this. It's just, man, he really, haunted is a good word for it. All the Bushes are villains. Like you can't, for a long time, I struggled with an internal feeling of like, can you be a villain if you're touched by God in that special way of like half your brain is missing, you know? And I don't think dumb is an excuse. Or acting dumb, or just being, not even dumb, he's just like an airhead. You know? I don't think that's an excuse at all. And that was hard for me for a bit, but I don't think it is. No shit. Bush's great-grandfather, Katie, grandfather traded with Hitler during World War II. He was tried under the Trading with the Enemy Act. No shit. That's how they got their money? Oh, God. That makes a lot of sense, though. We're literally living in the Death Star of the world, and people don't realize it. I mean, I think a lot of people do this with a lot of things, not just that, but like, if I don't look, it'll go away. Like, if I just buy enough stuff, it won't happen to me, kind of thing. I don't know, because they can't not see it or feel it. Like, I haven't been alive that long, and I feel it in terms of like a lifetime. Like, I'm not really halfway through my expected lifetime. The women in my family live till they're like 95. It's sick. It's just gonna be gross and old for a long portion of time. Back when the Cheney guy shot a guy, oh my God. I thought he was a pheasant. Or no, a quail. It was even smaller. We were quail hunting, and I saw a person, so I fucking shot it. All right, let's watch this. So this is Bush, when was this? This was just a couple days ago. Bush Jr., which I thought Senior was dead, which is crazy. He's not. Bush Jr. is giving like an address, apparently, about the Ukraine. Senior's wife died. Is Senior still alive? I really thought he was dead, but Zach said he's not. Did he die in 2018? He was so, I mean, he looks like death if he's not dead. He looked like death the last time I bothered to look at a picture of him. Did he really? Okay, yeah. I thought so. I mean, he was fucking old. George Bush Jr. is getting up there, man. You'll see this clip. Let's just watch this real quick. You'll see how fucking old he's looking. He's getting up there. It's crazy how time, like, when you don't pay attention to these people, like, when I think of him, I still see him as he was when he was president. And then when I watch this, I'm like, ooh, time wasn't kind to you, son. All right, enjoy this, whatever this is. Pagan, do you want me to wait for you to come back to watch the clip? It's a minute long. We can wait for you to suck down a ciggy. I'm very patient. But it's literally a minute, so it's no worries. They stopped the mail for a day because he died. I think I remember that happening. His business dealings, which continued until his company's assets were seized in 1942 under the Trading with the Enemy, quotes, because you can't see the capitals, Trading with the Enemy Act, end quote, has led more than 60 years later to a civil action for damages being brought in Germany against the Bush family by two former slave laborers at Auschwitz. No shit. They settled with them? Or, wait, so what happened to it? Oh, that's wild. They did settle. Ew. I wonder how you settle for reparations of being forced to live in an encampment. I don't know. Easy always. We love bad influences. Get out of my head, synesthesia. 100%. I think Pagan left forever. Let's watch the clip, and when Peyton comes back, we can watch it again. It's literally just a minute. But man, it's almost like a couple weeks ago when Trump live on TV said, when I lost the election that was rigged, and everybody was like, oh, he admitted to losing the election. It's kind of like that. But worse / better. I don't know. You be the judge. Quote unquote enjoy.
Russian elections are rigged. Political opponents are imprisoned or otherwise eliminated from participating in the electoral process. The result is an absence of checks and balances in Russia and the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of of Ukraine.
What? I'm just gonna rewind it a few seconds for those that didn't catch the few words before it, because I think he has a great setup. It's a great setup.
Russia and the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of of Ukraine.
I'm sorry, I'm in physical pain. We have to pause for a moment. I will. I'm gonna listen to him. I just I won't process the next words if I'm puking. My mouth is doing that mouth sweats. Like I might just start to vomit really loudly. Cause it's like I'm okay, I'm not gonna puke. It's that gross. It's fine. Whew. Dude, evil, I mean, like I said, right? Like, did you guys probably, I'm hoping what you did is when we were talking about it before, you pictured him in your head. Like, how do I picture Bush? And then when you saw him, wasn't it vastly different to what you still have in your head? It's very weird how time and being an evil piece of shit. I know, we're going to watch the rest of it. I'm in physical, I just can't. Like, I have to process that giggle really quick because otherwise I won't even, you know what I mean? Like, have you ever been like, so kind of overwhelmed by the giggle that maybe you need to pack your bong and get high a little bit before you rewatch it? Yeah, it's that over fucking murder, mass murder, war, genocide, rape, murder. And he describes himself like it's nastily just I don't words escape me when I get too emotional. I'm way better with words when things are funny. When I get like actually angry about something, I'm just like, and then this nipples, you know? Real words don't come out anymore. Words don't register. I know. Oopsie, I mixed up nasty wars using the same descriptors. Lol, silly me. Okay, hold on. I'm literally packing a bowl and just getting a little high, and we're going to rewatch the whole thing. It's literally a minute, but I have not listened to this or seen it with headphones on. And let me tell you, the difference in audio with these lovely earbuds in, I did not hear the giggle. And I feel bad, like sick bad about it. So let's smoke a little drugs and then we can rewatch this. Mouth sweating, for real. He is an evil puppet, exactly. Like, and that was another thing. I remember when it was like fresh after his presidency. Again, I was very young and ignorant, like still figuring out the world. I'm still figuring out the world. I'm still young and ignorant. Katie, I can speak. But I remember thinking to myself, like, again, if you're that dumb and you're a puppet, can I be mad at him when I'm pretty positive he's too stupid to really make any form of a decision at all about anything? He just reads a prompter. I thought the same shit about Trump. I fucking hate Trump. Like, I don't use that word loosely. Fucking hate that douche. But again, I'm pretty sure he has dementia. He's senile. I think he just, like, reads shit puppeted at him. Like literally, like I think they have some puppets and they just like show him how to act like human because the look in his eyes is so full of dumb. But you can't excuse evil with dumb. And I've had to, like get over that mental hump in my own head. Like dumb doesn't make it less evil. Because it's dumb. Dumb is not really a thing. He's like a ditz. I don't know another word for that. He's a fucking ditz. Hi Derp, how are you? Cheers. He's kind of like, I don't want to say like me, but I'm a ditz. You fuck up words, you talk fast, you're kind of goofy. That's what he is, except he was the president of our country and allowed people under him to do horrific things amongst the human population. Cheers to not any of them. Thank you for saying that, Solo. I feel like a ditz a lot because I lose my words all the time. All the time. Like my words get jumbled on my tongue and in my mouth constantly, and I get really frustrated with myself. I need to be more self-forgiving. God damn, that weed is strong. I forgot. That was like a Keef bowl, my dudes. Okay, let's watch this while my throat burns. It's good. Crazy, man. Crazy. I don't know what to say. I mean, he's right. I would add, like, pay attention to local elections. I think voting in local elections is more important. If you have to choose, I don't know who the fuck's forcing you to choose, but if you had to, I think it's more important. But wow, just a big wow on that one. I am grossed out by him. And I love, wait, what? Hold up. Cake said, remember when we thought he was the worst it could get? Yeah. Remember when we all thought we, like, solved racism by voting in Obama? That was a fun day. I'm pretty sure one of my parents literally said, see, the world's not as racist as you think it is. And I was like, Cake, I said that, like, in high school to one of my teachers, and they got so mad at me. But, like, when I was in high school, I thought that. I was like, man, the world's just too fucked up, and people are way too, I believe. We just gotta, like, start over. Like, from bacteria again. Go vote in that one voting booth. Vote one voting booth 200 miles away with a 6-hour wait with no food or water allowed. Oh, not even just not allowed. Isn't it a criminal? Like, they'll arrest you. They'll fine you or something if you try to give someone water. It was some fucking even worse, wasn't it? What they did in Georgia? I know they've done it multiple places, but in Georgia, they were like, not only can you not bring any food or water, but you can't take bathroom breaks. No one can save your space in line, and it's like, we'll arrest you if anyone gives out water. And I think Killer Mike went down there with a crew of people and literally set up a food truck for free or something and, like, just said, fuck you. And he's amazing. Killer Mike's amazing. If you have never listened to him speak, he's very eloquent, has amazing things to say. People aren't going to want to do anything worthwhile enough to make any kind of change until it affects them personally, and they can't get their treats. It's true. I mean, or until what is good for the people also makes people money, makes the rich people more money. Somehow we got to trick them into doing that. Misspelling potato. Yes. I remember when my biggest concern about Trump was that he wanted to grab pussies. Man. And now we're hearing about how he wanted to secretly bomb Mexico because they'll never know. Sorry, what? Fuck. I'll never forget the image of Texans holding a stuffed doll of Obama hanging from a noose when he was elected. I didn't see that. I don't want to see it. But that's not shocking. But I remember hearing a lot of my family members much more liberally start using the N word after he was elected. When I was still forced to go to family things, you know. You know. There's literally a food truck that comes out to my town. Dude, in Georgia, like, to stop the voting this past time, they were trying to do all sorts of shit. I hate being from Georgia. Dude, I think you should honestly, like, not necessarily wear it with pride, like, on that weird, toxic, creepy level, but in a way, like, the only people I know personally from Georgia have all been very wonderful people. Therefore, my opinion of the Georgian people are very kind Southern people. I've been down there multiple times and had a wonderful time. My same opinion of Florida. Like, before Florida Man became a meme, before memes were a meme, I'd already been to Florida. And, like, every time I go, locals and everyone alike are just nice. Like, beach people. They kind of talk like surfers a little slow, but they're fine. Everybody's very nice. I think travel is essential to understanding people because the media is full, like, it casts, like, a false shadow, whether it means to or not, you know? Because, like, Colorado, for instance, we've got that Bobert bitch is our whatever. Everyone in Colorado that I've met so far has been super nice and mostly Mexican and fucking hates her. I've never met a Coloradan pro that shit, ever. But she represents the state I live in, unfortunately. I mean, seriously, Cocky, like, that's how I think. I never try to judge, or I've just never naturally done it, I don't think. I've never judged a place based on the way a book or someone else described it. Maybe that's why I strive to travel, because I don't trust people. I'm like, nah, I gotta go do it myself. And seriously, I remember when I went to Germany, everybody was like, people are gonna be they're gonna know you're American with your accent, even if you know German, and they're gonna be really rude. Not one person was rude to me in Germany. Not a human. There wasn't a rude human. People were nicer than anyone in America. They held doors open for you, and it wasn't sexual. Like, it wasn't like someone just trying to fuck you. Like, everybody did that as just a general nicety. Everyone says please and thank you in German, but it's just like, I don't know where these come from. I remember when I moved to the East Coast, my mom was so heartbroken because she was like, oh my God, the distance is going to make it so we don't know each other, blah, 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 all this shit. And when I was moving over there, she was like, you're moving to Baltimore, and it's the #1 murder city capital in the U.S. and all this shit. And on the East Coast, people are harsh, and they are very brutal with their words, and they are rude, and you are not. They're very loud and like, she basically just described Fran Drescher, and that was it. That was the entire Eastern Seaboard to her, and followed it up with, I've never been there, but I know that's how they are. I'm just letting you have that for a minute. Thank you. It was one of the most beautiful phone conversations because I was just sitting there like, and then not really believing that shit, but, you know, it's in you. You kind of have an instinct to not necessarily straight up believe everything your mom tells you, but your body's like, hold it in the back of your head because your mom made you with her pussy. And when I moved to the fucking East Coast, I was like, everybody's really fucking nice. They're just way more efficient than the West Coast. The West Coast would rather small talk your ear off than be rude and go on their way. Whereas on the East Coast, people are like, yo, I got a treatment to do. Can we talk later? Which I thrive on. Let us post cheers. Also, Otherin, my love, thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an anus its wings. I appreciate your consensuality. That's a lot of months. D-Moist, I'm doing pretty well today. It's been exhausting. Colorado's fucking weird. Denver, I think it's just Denver, because we're, like, really close to the mountains. But the springtime, like, it's been in the 80s, and then yesterday we woke up to snow. And then it all melted into mud, and then the house was just mud. So, we're both, oh my God, what is this? If you send it to me on Discord, I can pull it up. It's because I've got the light face here. This meme is so, I hope this makes you just laugh like I did, because it's pretty good. My favorite thing about living here in Germany is that they're so eager to know what I think of Germany and the pastries. Okay, pastries first, to be honest. No shit. I would never think of Germany when. Oh, did you send it to me? I would never think of pastries. When I went to Germany, it was all about Bavarian chocolate, which legitimately is 1,000 times better than anything you'll ever find in America. Glad I went there and bought pounds and ate it all before I got home. I have to show you this tweet that Zach just showed me because it's poetry in meme form. The face on the dog. I can't. Okay, just look at it. I can't look at it. It just kills me.
I'm not trying to rob you. I'm trying to help you.
I shoved my fist in my mouth for that. You're welcome. That is the eyes on the dog. Like, that is Trick in a fucking minute. There are some, like, meme culture is incredible. I love it. It's a way of communication. It's just become amazing. But some memes really hit, and that I'm gonna retweet it for y'all. Keep this and keep this forever. That is so beautiful. That's Trick. Like, and it's honestly, it's because Lilith doesn't like to play fetch. Lilith likes to play attack Trick when he wants to fetch. So, like, we throw a ball, Trick gets super excited, goes and gets it, and then Lilith waits by us. And then when he's trying to come back, and we're like, oh my god, good job, you did such a good job, she fucking goes for his throat and tries to kill him. Every time. So we've gotten to the point where we hold her. We, like, hold her collar and, like, tell her she's such a good girl for sitting with us. We're trying to train her that, you know, maybe you don't have to try to kill your brother every time he tries to play fetch with anything. And so when you know, Lilith is doing something and not wanting to slit his throat, we're like, come on, boy, give me the ball. And he, like, looks around with that look on his face. She's a psycho. To be fair, though, Easy, I could say that every female dog I've ever owned is a psycho. They're all like, ugh! I love them, but ugh! We have to relay with our Oz to play fetch. He doesn't give up his toys. Oh my god, cute. Trick will literally, like, so delicately, like, set it on your thigh if he wants to play fetch. It's just when Lilith starts the throat slitting mode that he gets really tentative about it, and he's like, I don't know anymore. So we try to, like, you know, occupy her otherwise. They're actually named after Nocturne, like our characters in Nocturne. And I mean, not to spoil the show if you haven't seen it, I don't think I portrayed a Lilith really. I don't know. Maybe. Black Forest cake? Oh my god, I love you know, if I eat a cake, it's got to be one of those crazy dense cakes. Like, if it's those fluffy ass cakes, I just feel like I'm wasting my time with some air. You know? Like, give me some fucking dense, something delicious. But air, though? I don't know. Angel food cake, I've never got around. Like, just give me the strawberries with the syrup and shit. And, like, ice cream. No. The dogs, they just turned 2. They're still the babies. We got them when we both moved here during COVID, and before we even picked them up. We were, like, thinking about names. We were trying to think of, like, fun, you know, pair names. Not couple names, necessarily, because they are siblings. Which is, I mean, it's dogs, but maybe mildly creepy. Because I'm well aware they have the exact same parents, same litter, everything. So we were trying to think of, like, fun, you know, couples names, and we were toying around. We were really strongly toying around with Mickey and Mallory. That was a very strong contender. And Honey Bunny and whatever she calls him, the other name. It's Honey Bunny and something, I can't remember. But then one time we were just driving somewhere, and Zach was like, I just thought of the perfect names, Trick and Lilith. And I was like, oh, fuck. Because they're poodles. So not only is it, like, sentimental, it's kind of hilarious. Hi, Solar. How are you, love? Oh my god, the Atlanta airport's the worst airport I've ever been in. Okay, that is one thing I do judge Georgia by. But Atlanta's kind of an island of Georgia. I don't consider it part of. How was I not following you already on Twitter? Dude, it's cool. I don't post anything like vital. It is kind of where I like if the power's out and I can't stream, that's like the only place across the board that I can reach the vast majority of you guys at one time. Like not everybody uses Discord or checks Discord in the morning. So when shit like that happens, that's where Twitter's very nice. But other than that, it's mostly just memes and, you know, me being pissed about people going to jail over nonviolent marijuana crimes. I don't know. Shit like that. Ooh, Nestros, is it nice though? Is the sun out? Childhood doggo would drop the tennis ball on your foot. Oh my god, that trick does that. I have a video of it on my phone. I wonder if I could show it to you guys. I sent it to Rod. So when Rod was here, Trick decided for the first time in his life to collect a rock from outside and like carry it around. Like now this rock was his new favorite thing in the whole world. And the day after Rod was there, he was just carrying it around and dropping it on the hardwood floor of my kitchen, and it would make the most loud, abrasive, like shocking noise every time he did it, and he thought it was hilarious. He was very much, but he does this with balls too. Like he'll just drop and watch them bounce, and then go pick it up and drop them and watch them bounce. Like he'll eventually just entertain himself. I think of Archer too. I mean, honestly, like I've watched many more hours of Archer than I have Natural Born Killers, but I've watched Natural Born Killers many times. Are generators allowed there? Where? Where? I don't remember. Here? Like in Colorado? For the house? Absolutely. And we have UPSs, but my problem is that like I'm on 2 different breakers because I'm in the living room. So I use one wall and another wall for all my plugs. Zach is in like the smallest room of the house, kind of like one of these side bedrooms where one UPS can literally be hooked up to his entire setup. So when the power flickers like it doesn't shut everything down or shut the internet off long enough to cancel stream. His UPS has about 30 minutes. So he has about 30 minutes. And if the power doesn't come back in 30 minutes, then it's dead. But while I sit out here, like it would just shut my entire computer down every time it flickered. And I was just furious. So I painted and was Amish all day. Everything is Rod's fault. I mean, or the lack of neighbor lady in his life, I think. I have 2 UPSs now, actually, but one I have to use for my animals because it gets so cold here that things die. People die, but things die. I also remade all my social media accounts when I swapped from Louise Hurl, I remember trying to pronounce that, to Synesthesia as my art name, so some things fell through the cracks. Dude, I still don't have Classy Katie on Instagram. It's the one. Actually, there's someone else took Classy Katie on TikTok too, but I don't really give a fuck about TikTok. Rin, absolutely. Nope, you good. If you sub, I assume that people who want to like just be, you know, racist, bigoted trolls, they're not willing to give me money to do it. So like if you sub, you get to post links willy-nilly. It's literally just to protect the channel from getting shut down for like creepy shit that trolls enjoy. My cab driver in Atlanta said, just go straight to the airport. Don't look at anyone and don't say anything. Really? Why? This white boy trying to get home? Oh, had you never been to Atlanta before? All right. The Atlanta airport is seriously just my least favorite airport in the world because of its sheer size. Like I said, I like to travel. So before COVID and I found out that oh my God, that looks so fucking tasty. I want that inside me. Yum. My mouth's sweating in a different way. I want that inside of my body. Whatever that is. Daniel. Wrong one.
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Scrappy, I think if you can invest in solar, it's 100% worth it. However, those people that want to put solar on your house for free, it's a scam. Like they're literally permanently stapling something to your roof that you don't own. Don't do that. Something I hadn't seen before, hundreds of people just standing around outside on the sidewalks. Fucking weird. That's the Atlanta airport. Like, you need at least 45 minutes just to get off your plane. let alone the extra 45 minutes you need to get across the Atlanta airport. It's wild. Like, if I can do anything in my life, I will pay an extra $100 if it means my layover is not in Atlanta, simply because it's a hike. Like, I don't want to walk 10 miles and run. Usually it's running, because usually your layover is way too short. It's impossible to get off the plane.
To the class hall.
Yeah, my mouth got so weird when I read 2-pound cake. Like, yeah, put it inside of me. Dude, amen. I mean, whatever. If he can fit in the overhead bin, we'll think about it. But you, me, and cake, I'm into it. I'm an easy person to please. I'm very quiet IRL. I don't speak much. This is why I speak really terribly on stream. I hated going through Atlanta. They changed my plane to one on the other side of the airport. Same. They've done it to me so many times. I've literally gotten off the plane, like my flight coming into Atlanta, and like turned my phone on to my connecting flight being changed so early it's already left. So now I'm just stuck in a mall with airplanes. That's what the Atlanta airport is. It's like a very high-end mall with some airplanes on the side. It's insane. It's just shopping and like train. You have to take a subway to get to your next it's just why. It's just insane for an airport. When did they need to become malls inside? Who's got the why? I don't know. I don't get it. To each their own. Maybe because I'm poor. Or just have that mentality of why does that purse cost $5,000? Crispy says, on behalf of Atlanta, I apologize for a ridiculous airport. It's wild. I'm sure it tortures you just as much as it tortures me. I mean, if you want to do a carry-on bag, how long does it take you to get from TSA to your gate? I'm wildly curious. I usually do a carry-on. I pack really light. I'm really good at traveling at this point. Like, I pack light because you don't need a lot, but some people are like, I will wear this outfit. Oh my God. Caramel doesn't get me as much as that other one, though. I'm going to be honest. It's that thick, like, whatever that top layer of nonsense is. I kind of want it to sit on my face. It's kind of bizarre to me to be able to talk about a place with other people. I don't ever get to go anywhere anymore, so I have no recent experiences to talk about. That's me also, just to add on to that. I don't know if this happens to you, but tell me if it does. So, like, the way my, like, brain can kind of gauge time passing is my traveling. Like, I can say because usually it takes about 2 years for me to save up, enough money to go somewhere for a couple weeks and justify the plane flight and whatever. And so that's where I'm like, oh yeah, it was 2015 I went there, in 2017 I went there, in 2019. And with me literally being in Colorado for the past 3 years, like not leaving other than to drive to Montana, thank fuck. I did escape twice. I feel very like isolated, but it's just because my normal way of going about traveling and shit is pretty much smothered and is twice as expensive as it used to be, which sucks. But I fucking love traveling, man. It's important, I think. You do not know a people until you go and like just feel the energy of people. Miami's just another big city. I think it's got a cool history, but it's also got a really ugly history. Which, and I guess most places on the East have.
Welcome to the class hall.
I've been just having my bong here, but I think I owe a cheers or two. I'm gonna cheers, but Dalfinis, thank you for resubbing to the channel. Keeping the classy alive.
And hailing thine self, or the Dank Lord, or Satan, or Santa, or whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. Bigfoot, Mothra, the evil Furby on my wall. You get to pick. But thank you.
And cheers. I love Florida. Florida's one of my favorite places. The people are wonderfully nice. I tend to enjoy places where the people, the like locals, are warm. Like, just warm people. They're friendly. Like, I really liked going to Greece. Everybody is just warm. It's not like they're gonna kill you with small talk, like when you go to the West Coast, like Oregon. I almost said Oregon. Katie, stop. I don't know how to talk anymore. Oregon or Washington. People will just literally small talk you to death because they're afraid to hurt your feelings by walking away from the conversation and doing what they were actually there to do. You have no, this is a stranger, by the way, I'm referencing. Whereas it's just, I don't know, not like that crazy. Mickey, right? It's crazy. It sucks. Honestly, the biggest, like, if I just stayed within the Americas, I could travel every year. The biggest part of travel is the flying. It's getting across the sea, getting across the Atlantic or the Pacific, whichever way you decide your plane decides to go. They're all expensive. Like, you're going to be paying over $1,000 at least. And so for me personally, the way I justify, a transportation of any kind that's going to cost over $1,000 is I stay there for like a month. Also, it takes about that long for my kneecaps to settle. Cheers. Sorry. I still didn't. I'm trying, DJ. A water garage? Oh my god, how did you feel? I think I called our freezer an icebox the other day and I was like, is there a ghost inside me? Is there a haunted Victorian child inside of me? Where are you? It was a moment. I think we're all kind of losing speaking abilities because we're just all digital at this point because nobody washes their hands. Wash your hands. So our flights to London, granted it's London, out of Denver are going to be about $1,200 a piece, which is why we were waiting off so much because that shouldn't be that much. They never used to be. Seriously. Like, it's the shortage of planes and pilots and plane staff and so on and so forth. They've just, all the prices are like $300 to $400 more expensive than they should be. But yeah, when I flew to Greece, I flew from Seattle, granted, which is probably the other side of the world, but that one was about the same. That was like a $1,500 flight. Round trip, mind you. And then when I went to Thailand was the most expensive. That was almost a $2,000 flight. It was like $1,800. But that's like a 23-hour flight. Those get up there. Like, you're going Southern Hemisphere shit. I think anybody pays a lot to go there. I don't know. But yeah, flights, to get international from the US get fucking expensive. And it's usually because you have a layover, you're switching to a new airlines, like a different country's airlines or whatever. It's crazy. But that's, I mean, I'm not even kidding when I say like it costs almost $2,000 to get to Thailand. But once I got there, I stayed at a 5-star hotel for $2.75 a night, with breakfast and dinner served by an adorable little Thai man that wore slippers and bowed to me every day, which made me uncomfortable, to be honest, but the breakfast was delicious. Like, he would come and get your order at your room. Like, it was, and this was not like an estate. This was just a fucking motel in Chiang Mai. So, to me personally, it always feels like the flight is the big, like, cha-ching on my account that I hate. I paid around $1,500 to fly to SF. I didn't take the cheapest one, of course. I mean, we're not taking the cheapest one, but I've flown to England before, and the last time I flew to the UK, it was $600. So, it's like double, almost more than double, which is pretty, I mean, that's a lot to get somewhere, Like, that's a luxury. I completely recognize that that is not something that is affordable to the general public at all, especially if you have a family or anything like that. Thank fuck I don't have any kids. I can spend all my money on myself and be an idiot, but is it expensive to go to from there? I assumed going Southern Hemisphere would, but it's kind of like, I think it's about the same as if I was to fly to Australia. Same reason why I've never been to Australia. I literally cannot fucking afford to fly there. I will go someday, but it's going to be, a wild day when I drop that kind of cash on a flight, because it's, I think, the most expensive. That or Fiji is the most expensive. Overlay, and everything's a layover here. Everything is a layover. Like, you're really hard pressed to find anything without a layover in it. And honestly, when I'm on a 23-hour flight, I kind of appreciate a layover. You guys know I'm fucking tall, and 3/4 of my body are legs. And even before the bitch inevitably sitting in front of me reclines her goddamn seat and snaps off my kneecaps are already, like, dislocating from the seat because I don't fit. So I kind of enjoy a layover just to get up and like snap my knees back into place and like get some fucking circulation in my body. Yeah, CO is one of those places. Colorado is a great state for traveling within the U.S. because you're like we're dead center and the flights are hella cheap everywhere. Oh, sick. Said something last night that we needed and I don't remember what it was. I'll think. Hold on. It'll come back to me. Fuck. He ordered groceries and there was something. I don't remember. It's gone. Anyways. But yeah, like traveling from Colorado anywhere in the US is really easy. I mean, literally like under $200 regardless of where you're going, which was our point of moving here cuz I could like, weekend trip to California, see some friends, weekend trip to Texas, see some friends, and my sister weekend trip to Florida, and all of them would cost the same. And then COVID, and now I'm fucked in the sass. When I went to Ireland back in 2006 from Tallahassee, Florida, Dublin was a $600 round trip. Now it's 17. Yeah. I didn't even go that long ago. I went, oh my God. See, it was, honestly, it was the August or September before the COVID shutdown. 2019? I think was when I went to London. I went to Wales and got this tattoo. I think. God damn. Time is ruined. I really don't know. But it was $600. I mean, it was insanely cheaper. Half the price. And it's the extra precautions they have to take. They have to take on extra staff because of it. I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen the videos of crazy Americans being duct taped to their seat because no one is taught how to behave in public, apparently. Massive judgment there. Holy shit. Act like an adult. And pilots and flight staff did not feel they were being protected, so they quit like wildfire and retired and said, fuck you. So we have a shortage of everything. Oh, and that one guy masturbated on a plane. So, America. I thought I'd be dead by 30, man. I'm really disappointed in this place. I've never been to Ireland either. That's one place, like, it's crazy that I haven't been there because I was raised so, like, culturally identifying. I'm fucking Irish, and then whatever my dead dad was. I just never made it. As little as 20 USD. Do you take a flight, like just a little pond hopper? That's what we call them here, is little pond hoppers. And flight attendant. Oh, yeah. And all the Mickey, I don't know if you heard about this. Oh, my God. This is wild. You probably heard about it. I didn't know it at all as an ignorant American. Again, ignorant white hoe, didn't know. Oh, I love that. Ignorant white hoe, didn't know. I love that. I'm gonna write that down. Hold up. Anyways, didn't know, but not an excuse. Educate yourselves. So apparently in America, flight attendants across the board are in general not paid until the plane door is closed and everyone is seated and then the plane door is closed. That's when their payment starts. So they're on strike because, as I'm sure anyone here who's ever been on a flight is highly aware, flight attendants are doing a lot of fucking work before that door is shut, i.e. shoving your 10-pound 6-foot-long duffel bag into the overhead bin that shouldn't be on the plane. You know what I'm saying? You can't join the Mile High Club going solo. I'm too anxious on plane flights to fuck. And I'm not scared of flying. I just want to be up. I can't stand sitting. I don't know if you've noticed how much I twitch. Sitting for extended periods of time are really bad for me, so... Also, as a 6-foot human, like, how the fuck are two people fitting in one of those bathrooms? Are you going on some elegant plane rides that have giant bathrooms? Ignorant hoe didn't know stickers though. But is that excusing ignorance? I don't want that. Like, you know what I mean? I just want to be like, ignorant hoe didn't know, but I'm learning. But I mean, it's a good one. Back pat. Feel free to make a sticker if you want. Take it. I'm sure someone else has said it first. No one's original. It's a 373 max of 8. Oh my god, I've been on a plane like that before. They are not comfortable. That's a scary time. I went on, I can't remember where I was going, but I thought we were going to die. It was so rumbly tumbly. I uncross and recross my legs 500 times a day. It's insane. Honestly, if you guys like before, I've said this before, but it's been a while since I said this. If it wasn't for you guys, I can't sit and play a video game for over 30 minutes. I physically cannot. I will stop paying attention to the video game. Like, I have to get up and start doing, I'll get up and clean, or I'll paint one of the peacock feathers or something, and then I sit down and play some more games. But when you guys, when I have people to talk to and shit, that's the only reason I've ever been able to beat all the video games I've beat on the channel is because you guys, like, help extend my attention so I don't get, like, bored and want to stand up and do hopscotch or something. I want the devil. Do you like the new album? I do. The first time I flew Ryanair, I got a culture shock. The flight attendant sold lottery tickets. What is Ryanair and what? Oh, a 373. I thought you said like max 8, like a maximum of 8 passengers. I thought that's what that meant. Again, ignorant white hoe didn't know. Educating myself though. That was on accident. I was magical accident though. Hi Mel, how are you, love? ADHD is a gift and a curse, let me tell you. Red-eyed hotboxed? Wait, what? Red eyes hotboxed? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, like red eye flights. Oh, I love red eyes. Red eyes are my favorite. Cum sugar, I'm so about a red eye. I don't know why my mom is so against them, but they're usually insanely cheaper. And they're a lot more often just straight shots. And there's usually no kids screaming or crying because it's usually like businessmen and shit. And you can just pass out. I've literally had entire rows to myself on red eye flights where I can literally just spread out amongst the seats and lay down. It's incredible. Easy, can you imagine? I would run away from fame so fucking fast, though. Attention makes me nervous. I fight rhyming a lot. I think my brain wants to alliterate all the time, and I have to be like, no, that sounds like that's made up, Katie. Don't rhyme that. For reference, the plane that Mickey is taking seats about 180. Oh, my fuck. Okay, no, that's totally different. Yep, sorry. My misunderstanding. See, these are the only weaknesses with chat, but I appreciate you guys being able, like, I appreciate you guys being patient with explaining things like I'm 5. Because I am. It's one weird thing about, like, when you grow up, you never know everything. You might know a lot about one thing. But, like, the more you know about one thing, the more you realize you really don't know anything about anything. Ever. It's really weird. And you never can. Like, 4 to 6 a.m. Flying out to my destination? Like, leaving at that time or showing up? Sorry, just so I know exactly what we're talking about, because I'm an idiot. Ryanair is the Irish budget airline. Think American scummy. Oh my god, like, is it Spirit? Is Spirit the one that's really scared? The one that's like super budget here, where they're joking about literally having people standing up on the flights? I think. But it's the only choice. I mean, if it's the only choice, fuck it. And it's so cheap. Like, honestly, for that cheap, you could whip me a few times. I don't give a fuck. A mega pint? Oh my fucking god.
Cheers to that.
I think I have to pack a bowl. I do, but I will cheers you. I will be a little post cheers. Let me pack. Fucking mega pint's gonna fucking rip Spirit. Did they join? I think they rejected a buyout or something. Yeah, like Spirit. JetBlue's buying them. That's what it was. Yeah. Yep. Spirit and Frontier like merged. And then I think one of the big companies, I think it was like Southwest or something, offered to buy them and they said no. But JetBlue, they said yes to. The Megapint. It's never going to leave us ever, though. It's with us till we die. Stop it. Ryanair was going to charge to use the toilets. That's a very German thing to do. I saw a lot of toilets that were €1 to use. I had to pee so bad one time. I jumped a turnstile I shit you not, we were in the middle of nowhere. Like there were no people. And when I came out, there was a small German woman. Euro, please. It was crazy. I was like, do you live in the woods? Are you the troll? Sorry, I had to pee. I mean, it was this or pee on the side of the road, which I think I'd be arrested for. I'm not aware. Oh God, I'm grinding up the super strong weed. Shit you not! Yeah, my Euro's in there. Go ahead and step inside. Run! She's gonna pass out anyways! Not just Germany. That's the only place I've ever been where they charged. Where have you been that they charged? Just curious. I really don't know. When I was just to talk about toilets in different parts of the world, because that's a fun experiment. When I was in Greece, more often than not, it's just a slit in the ground that you squat over for all the things you do, and you have to bring your own toilet paper, and that's like established or not. Like Athens has toilets and shit, but other than that, like you're gonna be roughing it. When I was in Italy and Rome, like no one has toilet paper. You bring your own toilet paper or you wipe your puss with a very sharp receipt paper and slice your labia. I didn't do that. You did. It was a rough time. And then a man jerked off on me in a bus in Rome. That was another story another time. Trying to think. When I was in Thailand and Singapore, it's like I guess it's considered a bidet, but instead of like a nice button you press and then a little squirter that no one's touching squirts your pee hole, it's like a handheld sprayer from a sink that you have to take in your hand and like spray down your hoo-ha, which like everyone else also put in their hand and sprayed down their hoo-ha before washing their hands. And then there's no sinks. So I had a lot of hand sanitizer in Thailand. Trying to think of any other bathrooms. The only thing, I mean, German bathrooms were wonderful, but they charged €1 pretty much everywhere we went. That was like the only thing weird about them. Honestly, I'd rather charge €1 than have to spray my hoo-ha with other people's poopy hoo-ha hands. One ply. I mean, I literally in Italy did not have toilet paper, did not realize no one provides it, and all I had in my purse was a receipt. Which aren't absorbent and mildly sharp. Oh, Sri Lanka, what were they like there, DJ? Tell us. Tell us. I love hearing about it. I mean, shitting is something no one wants. Everyone's like, oh my God, the views in Venice and like the sunsets and the fucking pasta. But like, if you don't have toilet paper in your pocket, you best not need to take a shit. No one talks about bathrooms, but it's kind of a huge part of culture. You know what I mean? Dude, it was terrible. I literally got a paper cut on my lab. It was a bad time. But I didn't know what to do. Like, I was wearing pants, like tight ass pants. Drip drying wasn't an option. Had no idea what to do. That was a rough one. At least, I mean, you may be squatting over a crack in the ground in Greece, but most places had toilet paper. In Sweden, there are a lot of toilets with that are crazy low to the ground. Really? Like, but you're still sitting on a toilet? That would make me feel... I mean, I feel like that's really bad for your knees. Like, squatting that far down all the time. I remember when I used to volunteer at a elementary kids school. You don't remember this, but, like, the toilets and shit are kid-sized. It's really fucking weird when you go back as not a kid-sized person and you go to, like, piss in a child's toilet. It feels somehow like a crime. Like, maybe a cop might break in and be like, you doing something creepy? No, I just don't fit. Because your head's above, like, the door. At least mine is. I'm a tall bitch. Okay, so in Sri Lanka, it was a literal wooden walled area with no roof and holes in the ground, and it was out in the stick, though. Wait, were you just like hanging out with other people over their holes? Like you could just like fist bump with other people shitting over holes? Rin, word on that. That is one of the dumbest American things. Like the fucking while you sit to shit, we're gonna give you a door that covers from your knees to your nipples. How much was it to extend that melamine board to the ground, though? And just give me maybe just a minute of peace and quiet. Half the reason any of us are in the bathroom for as long as we are is because it's the only place we're alone. And we secretly revel in it. Stop ruining that. But I've never seen that anywhere but America, really. Everywhere else, you get maybe a crack in the ground, and maybe not be toilet paper, but you get a fucking room to shit in by yourself. Your school got doors on the stalls. We had doors, but none of them would lock because we couldn't like lock ourselves in and kill ourselves when we were, in 4th grade, because that's what we're doing is something in the bathroom that could harm us. So you'd literally have to like hold the door with your foot while you peed. I got really apt at peeing in very strange yoga poses, let me tell you. It became a talent. Cake, it's honestly, none of us know. We've just not known anything different, I think, until we travel, until we're old enough to get the fuck out. Because I think most of us, our parents and our grandparents, they're very much like the golden era of like, America. Why would you need to go to Europe ever? So we all had to go get our own jobs and like get out and see the rest of the world and be like, freedom, huh? No, go on. I'm enraptured. And then that pissed them off because their kids got more worldly than them, and then they called us millennials and alienated us, and now they hate us. Did I tell you I wrote a D&D campaign where all the millennials imprison their parents and feed them strictly avocado toast until they die? And the way that we take over the world is by tricking all the old people into believing that gluten is bad for them so they become weak. That's what I've been doing at night when I can't sleep. What have you been up to? The one-legged US door lock is a classic move. I mean, what else do you do if you just don't want someone staring at your spread thighs? It's something we all had to learn to do, I think. That or you had a torso and arm long enough to hold it. I'm all legs, so for me it was a foot. Like I definitely just had to I got real good at sticking my left leg out and holding the door open and somehow being able to piss at the same time. Or hold the door closed, I guess. Just like not even closed, just like in line with the other wall so that no one's staring at me. Like that became a thing, but you guys, I got little arms. I got little arms and a big head. Stop it. Someone was FaceTiming in the stall next to me once. I laughed my shit out. First off, the fact that you laughed your shit out is fantastic. Second off, how is that person that busy? Like so busy that FaceTiming on a toilet, it was time. Keno, those are in Seattle. If you ever have to go to Pike's Place Market, shit in your hotel first. The bathrooms at Pike's Place Market, you literally will be sitting there trying to take a shit and staring into a 4-year-old's very frightened, sweaty face. That is probably sunburned because no one wears sunscreen in Seattle. They don't realize there's a lot of water and a lot of reflection off said water. I'm not kidding. Like that's how high the doors are. There is a little door, but it's like as big as the cupboard under your sink. You know what I'm saying? It's like Harry Potter's bathroom in half. I mean, bedroom. Excuse me. The cupboard under the stairs. Well, I mean, Scrappy, that's what I hear. And honestly, like, Olaf's given better advice than most of the people in my life so far. I was born in 70, get called a millennial. What? I've never actually been called a millennial to my face. I don't think. Unless it's like, a joke, like, goddamn millennials, like everybody makes those jokes. But I don't think I've ever been called a millennial to my face. Ever. But I think people have a hard time placing me because I'm like in my 30s, but also have blue hair. So people are like, wait. Professionals can't have blue hair and all adults must be professionals. Therefore, young? Question mark. It's great. I like the confusion. I don't go out often, so it's nice to affect the world when I do. There was always that one kid that had to pull his pants all the way down to pee at the urinal. Shorzy, though. I mean, it's a Shorzy kid. Seriously. I mean, there was always that girl on every sports team I was ever on, and it was a different girl who needed a friend to shit with. Like, they could not shit on their own. Always. Please come in with me, please, please, please. It'll be really fast. I just can't shit alone. And like, literally, I'd just be standing in there like, this is fucking sick. But it was all the time. It was just, there was always that one girl on my teams, on my sports teams, who like had to have a shit friend. Whereas myself, I can't shit anywhere but my own personal bathroom. My body doesn't feel safe. I just don't get the urge. Doesn't happen. It's crazy. But some people have superpowers. They can literally poop anywhere. It's amazing. I'm very jealous. I have had legit nightmares about pooping with a teeny tiny bathroom door. Pike's Place Market, Seattle, Washington, United States of America. Your nightmares could be made real. Welcome to the city that burnt down, so we built on top of it. And killed the chief. And then named our city after him. What up, Koto? How are you? Oh my god, Cake. When I went to Greece, she's actually an infectious disease doctor now. So I feel weird saying one of the nurses I traveled with, but just to clarify, she was a nurse at the time. Not just a nurse, but different title. She was going to education for the other stuff. But anyways, when we went to Greece, she's the same, but we were in Greece for 3 weeks, and by week 2, she had not pooped. And she's a very small, thin woman. Like, thin. And she looked like maybe past first trimester pregnant and was living in sweatpants. And we were like, we need to go to the pharmacy and find something. But Greece is one of those countries that, doesn't exactly cater to Americans and the English language. Thank fuck. Honestly, I don't think they should have to. Like, fuck Americans. We need to learn more shit. Or be offered the education or something. But anyways, we had to go into a pharmacy one night and try to get across to the pharmacist that we were trying to find laxatives. But she kept taking us to a shelf of, like, plugger-uppers. I don't know what you would call those. The opposite of laxatives. So Nancy just started motioning, like, this, like, a bursting motion out of her asshole. Like, that's what she wants to do. Like, yeah! Yeah! She was, like, this little 60-something-year-old nurse that is so constipated she looks mildly pregnant, is, like, cheering on her fake diarrhea moves in the middle of a pharmacy in the middle of the night in Athens. The comedy writes itself with these people. This is why I travel with them. They don't realize how nauseatingly fucking funny they are when they're doing it. They're just old. It's great. I love it. And then they're like, oh, fuck, I'm still funny. I'm like, you're fucking funny. When did you think you weren't funny? This was before video phones, though, so I don't have a video of it. Otherwise, I would 1000% have a recording of whatever the fuck we had. What she did was just otherworldly to get. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you do shit with a smile, and honestly, at the end of the day, that language barrier isn't a big deal because people are, in general, very kind and nice, and want to help. Oh, Koto, boo! I'm sorry you had a shit weekend. I mean, mine was kind of shit, too, if it makes you feel any better. Probably not. No one else's experience makes you feel better. We lost power. I felt Amish. And cold. I want to be super happy when I poop. I mean, who the fuck wants to be sad? No one wants a bad poop. I once forgot to lock the stall door at work once, and a colleague walked in just as I was giving birth. Oh, God. My face was a red-straining horror show. Stop it. He emailed me after saying he wanted to be fuck yourself. That's fucking beautiful, though. That's so beautiful, though. Imagine being that pharmacist lady. I really hope that she understood we were all laughing and that she went home and told her family. I hope she takes that story forever. Like, seriously, I don't know what the culture is like in Greece, like, with, taking home a story like that, but I hope she does, because it's, oh, fuck, man. It's almost like these moments need to be pointed out as funny. Otherwise, they would go by in history and no one would have any idea they happened. Like, had Nancy been alone in this pharmacy with this pharmacist, no one would have been there crying. I was literally crumpled on the floor, crying, laughing. It was so. My sister and I couldn't breathe. We were gasping. It was so funny. Nancy was laughing. We were all laughing. And had that not been the environment, maybe it would have been a much weirder situation. But like, we were all laughing, and we were laughing over the language barrier. Like, that was it. It's hilarious. We were recognizing, like, we are all human. We know laughter. Like, we all recognize this is a hilarious situation, and yet we cannot communicate other than, woo! Woo! That was it. And that's kind of beautiful at the end of the day, you know? And that's why I travel. Welcome to my TED Talk. She did get her poopellant. Yep. And I think it actually took a full day to finally shit, but she finally did empty out herself. But it wasn't all at once. Like, it was so much. It took her body a couple days. But it's really dangerous. In case you guys, like, care or give a fuck, it's important to say it is very dangerous to let your body stay constipated for over what I've heard a lot of nurses say and what I was taught in school is double the amount of time it normally is between poops for you. So, like, if you normally poop every other day and suddenly it's been 5 days, time to call your doctor kind of thing. Because the longer necrotizing bowel material sits inside the bowels, your body doesn't know the difference between nutritious, fresh food and stuff that's been sitting there for weeks because we're dehydrated or constipated because of painkillers or otherwise. And your body will continue to try to digest the rotting refuse, and it becomes toxic, and you can get bowel cancer. It's the leading cause of bowel cancer is constipation. You can also get a bowel rip, all sorts of shit. It's really delicate down there. You don't want to be constipated. Get your fiber. For real, in all seriousness. He rarely spoke to me after I might add, not sure why. No shit, he made a really hilarious joke and then nothing. I feel like that was a one-night stand. Too long didn't read. My contractor invaded my bathroom while I was taking a bath. Oh my god. Stop it. I have to keep reading and stop pausing. My contractor invaded my bathroom while I was taking a bath, had explosive diarrhea, and proceeded to try to talk to me while doing it. I'm just going to add in here, this is the contractor who did this. Then when my mother called out to let me know she was going to her mammogram, he responded. She went, I thought Sin was in there. And he went, he is too. And I'm still traumatized years later. I'm pretty 1000% positive as a mother, I would have burst through that door and been like, bitch, what you doing? What in the fuck? Why are my dogs barking for no reason? Interesting. I'm unokay with that. I would have just started been like, no, you should go. You have to go now. That's like, how close was his pooping butt to your head? In terms of bathtub to toilet ratio. Yeah, and holding your pee is never a good idea. It's the leading, actually, like, I know it's crazy. I feel like I'm always like, it's the leading cause, but for real. Like, you just happen to be bringing up really important things. UTIs are the leading cause of death in the elderly. Like, it's crazy. They can go straight to your heart and kill you if you don't take care of them. I love you guys. I just want you to be healthy. And these are, like, things that we're not taught in school because it's more important to be able to boil an egg or something. I don't know. I feel like most women, or I shouldn't say women because I fucking hate the gendered bullshit, but, you know, like, uterus people, our periods, like, start with some incredible shit and end with one incredible shit. And, like, most of my friends have said, yeah, that's about it. But nothing in the middle. It's kind of magic. Because that's when your body's just, you know, discarding the potential goo. Dude, for real, Aenia, also to pass out. That's how Elvis died. It's a lot of people are like, oh, he overdosed with, which I'm not going to argue whether or not he had a healthy heart. He probably did not have a healthy heart. But if you bear down, that's like the medical layman's term a little bit. Bear down meaning pushing, like you're going to push a baby out or push out a shit too hard. You can pinch your vagal nerve, which is a nerve that goes between your liver and your brain. Easier to remember because vagal is similar to Vegas, and Vegas is where you go to fucking kill your liver. Boom, vagal. But what can happen is a vasovagal reaction. Your body can it literally just does this when you trigger this nerve reaction. It slows your heart rate down to a critically low level, which can be good, i.e., say your heart is racing and you're very uncomfortable and you don't know why. Bear down. Don't actually take a shit in your pants, but like do the bearing down. Like with it's basically you're just increasing your abdominal pressure by flexing your abdominals as hard as possible. You can actually help slow your own heart rate down and calm yourself down in panic situations. So in some evolutional ways it's great, and in others you die on the toilet. Fiber and water, my dudes. No. Oh, I mean, you probably feel light as air though. Did you measure your waist? Was it smaller? Something my mom would say. Gotta take my nail polish off. Gonna weigh myself today. I always forget to pee. I get irritated when my body wants to pee. I'm like, but I'm in the middle of doing something body. Can we not, though? I'm busy. It's terrible. I was definitely that kid that would just wait forever. Never had a UTI, though. Knock on wood. There's peanut butter jelly time at the start and then nothing for a few days. It's true. Yeah, peanut butter jelly time. That's such a good way to put it. When I was in college, I was dating an engineer, and he was in college to be an engineer. And he was doing the part of the schooling where they were learning how to code their own Raspberry Pis. And because I like to be a dumb cunt, I started calling my period Raspberry Pi because, I mean, theoretically, they'd look kind of similar. And he did not like that. Which made me like it more because I'm a bad person. Me too. Shitflex just doesn't seem like the best, but it works. I mean, I get heart palpitations every once in a while. Usually if I have too much coffee or if it's insanely hot outside and I can't find a way to cool myself down at all. Like I'm getting naked and I just can't cool down. I'll get really weird like heart palpitations and I'll feel it in my neck. Like just whoa. And I will sit there and like you just like clench your abdominal muscles hard and your whole abdomen. You can even like pinch it or hold the front of it, like brace it, and push like you're gonna take a shit, and it works. It does slow your heart rate down. But if you're, sleepy on the toilet first thing in the morning, just taking a hard shit, and you do that, you could go bradycardic and die. So we want to eat fiber and have nice smooth shits that we don't need to be activating any vasovagal nonsense to poop. Ooh, Koto, right now, dude, I've been smoking this strain. It's called Empire Apple, and it's so strong. Like, every hit, no matter what, I have to, like, stop, and I get sweaty, and I can't speak for a minute. It's crazy. It says it's only, like, it's 23.5% THC, which is granted pretty high, but definitely by no means the highest I've seen. Not even the top 5 I've seen, and bought at regular prices. Like, I'm not talking, like, top shelf fucking exotic marijuanas or whatever. But holy shit. Welcome back, Lizzie. Crazy. I don't know. This one specifically is by the brand Tickle, if you're a Colorado local. I pronounce it Tickle because it's funny. I have no idea how to pronounce that. But usually every state, I don't think marijuana can go across state lines because it's not federally legal. So I think it's state specific. Not the strain, but the brand. Like the fucking whatever this is. What was it called again? Tickle. There's another sticker on here that says Vera. So, like, the jar says Tickle. Riddle me this. And then when you turn it, it says it was cultivated by Vera. The fuck? But I bought it at a store called Medicine Man. Fucking got me. Hi, Luke. How are you? I literally, like, my life consists of walking into rooms and not knowing why I'm there. Pooping, I mean, cake. I don't think anybody here would argue that a lot of our human life is taken up by pooping, and a lot of your day is affected by whether or not that poop was a pleasant one. I think people should talk about it more. It's something literally every single person in the entire world does. And honestly, like, we could save a lot of people ruptures and tears and horrible bowel obstructions if people were just more regular about it and less, like, Like, you don't have to be gross to talk about healthy digestion. Unless people are just super sensitive, in which case, I don't know what your parents did wrong. Figure it out. Get a hug. Aw, Lizzie Boo. Do you have access to any, like, fiber supplements? You don't want to be backed up too much. I've had people come in respiratory distress because they were so backed up with poop, their diaphragm couldn't expand their lungs. That's not a joke. Not to scare, but just saying, like, you don't want to let it go too far. If I take a x-ray of your lungs and I can't find them because your intestines are in the way, we should talk about it. No, Lizzie, it's totally cool. I mean, even in a breakdown, like, I could throw a fucking spoonful of Benefiber into my Monster. You can throw a spoonful of Benefiber into anything. If you have, like, Postmates or any sort of delivery that gets something from the food store or a gas station, literally, I'm talking like the fiber powder. You can throw that in ice cream. You can throw that in a fucking cheeseburger from McDonald's. I'm saying, like, you can still be in your total fall and have a healthy poop. I love you. There's nothing wrong with feeling shitty. Your feelings are valid. And I love you. But I don't want your shit being shitty on top of it. You know what I mean? Why add insult to injury if we can, like, sprinkle Benefiber onto Ben and Jerry's, mix it in, and you don't even know it's there, but now you poop better. You know? That's my logic anyways. Shall we cheers? I don't even know what time it is. My clock unplugged itself ages ago. Ooh, it is 4:20. Cheers. Where's my... I just packed a bowl of the well, not the rest of, just some more of that Empire apple. So I'm not going to take an enormous hit, just simply because I'm already incredibly stoned right now. And I want to be able to walk straight. And it's strong. Check your posture, motherfuckers, and stretch with me if you like. Oh my fuck. I love when everything pops. It's the best. Oh. Someone just told me anal sex can cause delayed fainting. What's the logic, though? I know some people come after... some people faint after coming. I mean, literally the rush of blood all over the place. Sometimes it leaves your head and goes straight to your wee-wees. So that's totally possible. But I don't know about your butt. Like, your prostate and shit's in there, but I don't know about fainting from anal. Maybe if... I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know about enough about, like, how far would something have to go up your ass to touch something that would affect nerves that would make you pass out? I mean, the only thing that really makes sense to me is, like, the just blood going places. I've definitely passed out after having, like, an amazing orgasm where all the blood in my body went straight to the middle and my head was like, hey, bye. I've done that. But I think that's a combination of, like, O-ing and just, you know, the cardio activity of it. Blacking out? I wonder why. I don't know. I don't know personally, but I kind of want to research it now. A strap-on? Oh, God. He said he's done that before and he wasn't into it. He said it just felt like he needed to poop. My meds have sudden death as a very rare side effect. My mascara says don't apply near an open flame because highly flammable until dry. So, that's fun. Koto, I have been playing the living shit out of Have a Nice Death. And I just started getting into V Rising, and it's actually pretty fun game. It feels very casual, but, like, challenging. Challenging enough that it's not boring. We're in the process of an immediate can get a hold of marijuana in New York State. As a cancer patient, will that help with my anxiety? Basho, I don't think anybody can rightfully say yes or no to that question simply because marijuana acts in everyone's body differently. I can give you tips and tricks on how to avoid the potential of the paranoia, which is the one complaint a lot of people like stay away from weed for is that they can get to a point where they start to feel paranoid and they can't get out of it. It's kind of a cycle in their brain when they're high. I've been smoking weed daily for many, many years now, so I kind of know how to control how much I smoke and my highs and stuff like that. But my biggest piece of advice is if you want to try it, first find someone, like if you have a friend who smokes that you trust, just to be with you and smoke. Don't do an edible. Edibles are just, there's such a range of when they'll kick in, how long they'll last, and what they'll do to you. I don't like that to be people's first experience because it can be awfully terrifying. Like, it can be scary for me to this day. Edibles can be scary. And then my last piece of advice is get some CBD. Like, if you get some pot, like at a legal store or something, to smoke, get a very small amount, get like an eighth or something. Roll yourself up like a spliff if you're okay with some tobacco, but probably not the best idea. Roll up the tiniest baby joint, take one hit, put it out. That's all you want to do your first time. And you just want to like gauge, like, how do you feel? How long did it last until you felt like you could do more? Because smoking, it's right away. You'll feel it right away within 30 seconds. And it's going to wear off within maximum 2 hours, maybe 2.5. You're literally, that's the end of anything, any side effect from that high. Normally, the stoned you get from the first hit is gone within about 30 minutes. And then you're just kind of that mellow, stony, you can read silently and your brain doesn't go elsewhere for another like hour and a half. But at the end of those 2 to 3 hours, most everybody, it's gone. Whereas edibles, they can kick in anywhere from 30 minutes to 2.5 hours to 6 hours from the moment you ate them, and they can last 2 hours or the next 48. And it doesn't, like, I've experimented personally, and I've listened to so many stories in chat from other people. Like, dose doesn't matter, brand doesn't matter. It's all body. It's all our body. It's all like you individually. For me personally, I find that edibles that are microdoses and that are a hard candy I can suck on are the best for me, because anything that has to bypass my digestive tract, I can't trust. Like, I basically have to be like, okay, I don't have any plans or anyone I need to worry about for the next 48 hours. Sick, I'll take an edible. Because I could literally be dizzy stoned for 2 days. Like, not safe to drive stoned. You know what I'm saying? Like, I try to be a responsible person and not kill people out of selfish acts. And that is not a place I want to be. I prefer the control over the high. I like that I can hit my bowl and know that I'm not going to be out of control high in 48 hours or 20 tomorrow morning. You know what I mean? But that's me personally. So that's my piece of advice. The CBD advice, I think everybody should have, if you smoke pot, you should have CBD in your house. A product, anything. It can be weed that's just CBD, gummies, tincture drops, whatever the fuck you want. But CBD is a part of the original cannabis plant that the professionals have bred out of the plant, because that's the part of the plant that made us sleepy and lazy and quote unquote the stereotypical stoner. And everybody was like, I just kind of like want to smoke and go do activities. So any weed you buy is literally, it will say CBD on it. I don't know if that's even going to come up because it's so bright. It's 0 right on there. You've got your big old THC percentage, and then you've got your CBD, and it doesn't matter if it's an indica or a sativa anymore. Those plants are still genetically different. However, the identifying factors, originally were the indica plant produced lots more CBD that we were consuming when we burned it. Sativa had a lot less, and the CBD is what couch locks you. But this is the thing with CBD. Because all the weed in the world is essentially sativa at this point, because there's no CBD in it, that's what makes us in the paranoid levels. Like, if you smoke too much, or if it's just you're not the one for weed. Like, some people just don't like weed. It's totally fine. I don't think it's right for everybody. CBD, it's not going to make you not stoned, but it takes the edge off that paranoid, scary place and can help neutralize your high and bring you down to a more functionable level. So even I have CBD in my house. I have a huge jar of Wana CBD gummies, just in case. I mean, it's happened. I've gotten too high once or twice in my life, and I don't like it at all. It feels like I'm on a ship and I can't walk straight. You never know. And what if someone came over and smoked too much? Like, Colorado weed is goddamn. It's fucking wild ride, man. It is potent shit. It's good to have. Oh, it is the vagus nerve. No shit. That's what Mickey, I'm not even kidding you. When it was first asked, I was going to be like, maybe with like a gigantic dildo. But I thought that sounded ignorant. Cake, that happened to me one time. Oh my God, that happened to me one time and it was so fucking bad. I woke up in the morning. I didn't think I was dying, but I thought I was dreaming. I remember waking up and like getting out of bed and walking and being like, this is a dream and I am a Barbie doll. And just nothing was real. It was so fucking weird. I did not like it. Whereas like if you smoke a bowl before bed and unless something's wrong, you should not wake up high at all. Hi Nico, love, how are you? Interesting that's the vagal nerve too though. I mean, it makes sense. I think it's one of the longest nerves. Because it goes all the way from your brain to your liver. But I don't remember. I wasn't very good on the nerves test. There are a lot of nerves in your body, and they are complicated. Hi, Greg. How are you, love? CBN's also a really good Noid. Is it really? I've never seen CBN for sale. That's why I just never bring it up. Oh, no shit. It continues through the guts? Oh. Sick. Yep, the manually breathing, or manually blink. That's my favorite. When you suddenly realize that your eyes are so dry, they're stuck now. Ugh, that burn. Oh my god, the burn of the first blink. It's the worst. What I know about nerves is that if there's a cut or abrasion that's quite deep and looks like there's a hair coming out, don't pull. Terrible timing. Terrible. Can I ask what they pulled out of their arm, though? I, don't want to know, but I have to know. Oh, that was fine. Honestly, I had... Just let me read this to you real quick and tell me how you feel inside. Okay. Other Ren, what I know about nerves is that if there's a cut or an abrasion that's quite deep and looks like there's a hair coming out, do not pull. I don't know what it is, but everything inside me clenches. My asshole's never been tighter when I think about what it is.
You ever seen 128 Hours or whatever?
No.
Don't.
What is it, though? I don't want to know. Kind of want to know, though. Yeah, Cake, same, though. My butt is so tired from clenching. I hate it. What? I actually told everyone we have a bidet. We have a bidet. And when you're like, why do you have a bidet? Let me present this question to you. If I took a shit on your hand and then offered you a piece of tissue paper, would you feel like your hand was adequately clean from the shit on it? Luker, I mean, honestly, he literally bought that thing for his brothers and family members. And honestly, I got him not a knockoff one. I got him a nice bidet, but it was the cheapest version they had. It doesn't warm the water or anything. He enjoys the refreshing cold, I guess. But we do save on toilet paper, for real. I mean, as a person who doesn't have a hairy butthole, I feel like I have no room to complain in the department of toilet paper and its quality. For those of you out there that grow butt cheek hair, I don't even know how you handle what you're dealing with at this point. Do you just accept you have shit on your ass all the time? Or do you use a roll per poop? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he does poop every day. It's kind of at the top of his list. Oh, no shit. It's closed all the way around. What do you mean? Is it you can't... Oh, it's enclosed. I know what you mean. One literally, there's no room for it on any side of the toilet. I know what you mean. We ran into that problem with my Nana, but instead of the bathroom not having any room, my Nana was like really short and, you know, like I'm in my late 80s, don't give a fuck fat. And so when she would sit on the toilet, her like butt would go over all the buttons and like everything would go off on the bidet. It was a bad time for her. But she also couldn't reach her own asshole, so what are you gonna do? What we got her a soaker tub. What are you gonna do? Try to keep her alive. UTIs are dangerous. I bought a real fancy bidet. It has floodlights and everything. Stop it. Warm. I mean, we'll probably get one. As this one will probably break. This I literally think I spent $30 on it. It was kind of a gag gift, but I got it for Zach during our first Christmas together because a couple years ago he went to Japan, and I'm sure you remember Luker. He did not shut up about the goddamn bidets in Japan. He was just like, at first I was like, nah, but then holy, you guys gotta just bring it up on his stream one day and ask him about the bidets in Japan. Apparently they like licked your asshole and they have noises, like fake poop sounds to cover up your poop sounds and stuff. They're just so extra. It's kind of hilarious. So I kind of bought it as a gag gift, but I did look up a quality one. I just got like the cheapest of the quality ones, and he fucking was like, oh my God, thank you. Thank you. He was so grateful. It was crazy. But again, as a person, I just naturally do not grow thick mats of curly hair between my butt cheeks around my butthole. I take for granted that. I take that for granted. I feel very lucky. I have no idea what the penis people that mostly just penis people, I think, grow the hairy buttholes. Like, what do? Do you have to like strain it with your fingernails through the curly? I don't. Yeah. Hi, Sly. How are you? What is going on? It's like I live in the city again. Oh my God, apparently the dogs are howling at the ambulance. Oh my God, I hear it. Trick is howling at the ambulance. I was like, go get a video. No, it's not. Our dogs are howling at a siren that was outside, and I heard it, and it was really precious. DJ, if you have a link to it, will you send it to me in Twitter or something just to check it out? Because I'm sure Zach, like, we're not the types to just upgrade shit out of nowhere. We wait till it to break, you know? Just lazy and resourceful. He's helped keeping him safe. Surround sound, exactly. He's chanting them to the hospital. Survive! But he sounds like a crying goat, and it's so cute. He doesn't have a very pretty howl. Lilith's got a very clear, like, ah, woo. Trick's like, ah, like a little, maybe it's like balls dropping time for his voice. Did you hear it? Did you hear it through the thing? It was fucking cute. Our dogs are, for the most part, really quiet. Like, that's why we get excited if they do the talking thing at Zach or something like that. Because unless they bark at something they're scared at, they're just quiet all the time. They really don't make a lot of noises. So we get really excited when they make one. Like howling or something. I don't have to shampoo my butthole either. And we take that for granted. I've known people, I dated a guy who was, he literally like had one chest hair. One. But from the hip bone down, it was like a pantsuit of leg hair. Like, you couldn't see his butt fold because of the amount of hair. Like an inch of fluff across his legs. It was wild. And I would be like, how do you get the poop out? Does it get stuck? Does it like catch in the hair and then swing against your balls? I had so many questions. It just sounds like it sucks. I have one small one that I like traveling because I never know when I'm going to get nailed with lactose. Dude, I mean, that's smart, honestly. Most people probably serve it to you and have no idea they're even doing it. They're probably like, oh, yeah, it's lactose free. The fuck is lactose? Oh, it's like gluten. Yeah, this doesn't have any fucking lactose in it. It's like cheese pie. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever seen that? There's fucking fuzz on my face. The Joe Rogan movie, it's like, This Is the End. At the very beginning, when he's like, nah, man, I'm off glutens. And he like quite literally cannot explain what a gluten is. It's just everything delicious is a gluten. Or is it glutens? Or carbs or something? I don't fucking remember what it was. But it's hilarious and very indicative of society. Luker, you need this little bidet thing. I mean, knock something out. Do you need a shower? That's Trick is the talker. I don't think Lil's, every once in a while, like at the end of a yawn, she'll do like a little sing-songy thing, but she doesn't really talk. Like Trick, straight up, and like wrinkles his eyebrows and stomps at you, and like it's just so fucking cute. But it's only when he doesn't get his way, so you kind of have to like piss him off to get him to do it, which sucks. But we're trying to reward it so we can somehow get a trigger with, you know, how to get him to speak because it's super cute. Was it Glutens? Yes. I knew it. I mean, we all need a shower. Just sucks that your bathroom. I mean, our bathroom seriously is borderline that small. There is no room between the little bidet, like the little controller panel on the side of your toilet's literally like this big, but there's no room between that and our bathtub. Like, you're right. It's right there. We have a really, really small bathroom too. I get it. It sucks. But also I think small spaces are they're good for being like responsible with stuff you have, like stuff, not essentials like a bidet or a toilet or something, but my parents, they just keep buying bigger and bigger houses, and it's just an excuse to buy more stuff. In which they ask all of us kids to ask them move every time they want to move, and at some point I'm gonna be like, no, you just keep getting more. This is more now. No, stop it. You're 2 people. Stop it. Oh my god, did you order pizza? Is it delicious? Did you get Pizza Time pizza? Stop it. What kind? Don't you fuck with me. Pizza Time's a real place from my college town, and the chicken teriyaki pizza is a wet dream of mine I still think about, but they might have gone under. I don't know. I'm excited for you. Ooh, fucking A! Elevating your feet while you poop. Yes. Well, I mean, the natural position of human beings, like if you think about it, if you're in the woods and you had to shit, is there any way in God's green earth that you could somehow do a wall sit in the forest to poop, which is essentially what we're doing when we sit on a chair? Like, if you look at the anatomy of it, it's totally legit. Like, if you squat, which is why they invented the squatty potty, it essentially, like, simulates squatting at the level of the toilet, so you can still sit. But I've heard that that's, like, way better. I've never had a problem. I eat enough vegetables, I guess, that I get through my day. I have yet to be, knock on wood, constipated. Everyone's peed out their butt, though. Cake, I'm kind of the same, like, when I was in Greece, I think I somehow managed it. That was like 2014, though. That was a while ago. I kind of am forgetting it. I gotta go back. It's been too long. Mail order porta potty? Oh, God, no. Oh, God. You could poop against a tree. Well, the way my dad taught us is you wrap your hands around the tree. And, like, you hold the tree with your arms and then shit. But you're still kind of squatting. There are cassette toilets with bidets for RVs, so you can get them. No shit. Like, they're super, super compact. Ew. Synesthesia, I mean, if you think about it, think about how many people at this exact moment are releasing the birth, like the child, at the pool. So many are enjoying, like, that ecstatic, endorphinous smile at the end of a delicious turd, where their sigmoid colon just sighs. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty common. See, Vile. Boosh! Just came back from a poop and had a great time. Yeah, you hug a tree and, like, scoot down, and then you're squatting over the hole you dug to take a shit, but, like, you just hug the tree and put your face next to the tree, and then you can kind of, like, sleep and shit at the same time if it's early in the morning or late at night. It's whatever. We used to go camping a lot when I was a kid. You gotta figure it out. So, it's kind of magical, but the way it's rigged up, it's not like the bidet, like, the mechanism that squirts you is not under your asshole. It's way back, either under the back of the toilet or under the side of the toilet, and sprays at your asshole at an angle. So when you first set it up, you have to sit there and, like, calibrate it for your asshole. Which is in general pretty much the same for most adults. Yes. I mean, that's how I was taught, was to hug a tree to shit in a hole. Yeah. Was no one else taught that? Were you just taught you had to, like, squat in the woods and hope for the best? My dad hunts, so he's used to, like, sitting in a tree stand. That's how you would shit in a tree stand, is you would hug the tree, squeeze your ass over the seat and shit. So we just dug a hole instead, and that's how we hunted. I mean, camped. Think oh my nope, that's can't go there. What up, Alexis? How are you? She sent me a pillowcase for me to demo. A latex pillow? Oh, you mean the latex foam? That's what our mattress is made out of, honestly. And when I first heard that, I was like, absolutely not. A latex mattress. It's not like the texture of latex. It's the foam type. And it's supposed to be really good for your back. And so far, our bed hasn't been bad. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Is it nice? Because I think that's what my bed is made out of. What is it? Oh, I thought you said sock cock. It's the brand is Satva. I said Satva. He said Satva. It's SAATVA. That's the brand of our mattress, but I think it's like a latex rubber, but it's a foam, it doesn't smell like a condom. I would know. I can't stand the smell of latex. I would fucking smell that shit in a second. Oh, are you allergic? Yeah, I wouldn't then. No. I mean, it's basically the reason we got it is we were looking at purple mattresses, like the purple, I think they're just called purple. I don't remember, but they're just another, kind of different modern mattress, whatever, because spring mattresses aren't great for super tall people, and both of us are over 6 foot. And Scott told us about Safa because it's less expensive than these purple ones that everybody knows about that are super, super expensive, but, same concept. We got it, and I really like it so far. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's no good. In the hospital, honestly, you're hard-pressed to find latex anymore, but the nitrile gloves smell the same. Anybody here have a sock cock that I can borrow? I mean, I have to prolapse it first. Can you give me a few minutes? Oh, the powder. I heard a lot of people had reactions to the powder on it, actually. A nectar? Is it like the same concept? Is it like one of those foam? I say foam. I don't know what that even means. It's one of the mattresses that come like rolled up and you unroll it and it expands over a certain amount of time, but they're kind of the new thing and we like it and it's cool. You can like know. Oh, is that it? Oh, our model is called Zen Haven, if anybody cares. And it's the California King because, again, we're both over 6 feet and huge people. But I like it because I feel like no matter what, there's never a dent in it of a human. Whereas in a spring mattress, you are going to wear a dent into it, especially if you're over 200 pounds and over 6 feet. Like, it's just going to happen. We're big. I mean, it's just going to happen. I'm only 6 foot. I'm not 6'3". But I'm like 6 foot 170, and in a spring mattress, that's gonna make a dent no matter what. They're just not made for people my size. Whereas this one, like I can lay with my head at the foot or at the top or crossways, and I don't ever feel any weird imprint from the bed. And we've been sleeping in it for 3 years. Not that I'm selling anything, but it's nice. I like it so far. I bought Mickey the pillow you recommended. It hasn't hurt him yet.
And I can lay like this or like this or like this.
And he does. You guys think I twitch a lot on stream. Some night, I should just secretly catalog the different positions and every moment he does them. He never stops moving. It's insanity sometimes. Like, never comfortable. He vogues. He's voguing in bed. Oh, so yours is like memory foam kind of thing? Ooh, I've never slept on one of those, I don't think. I don't know if ours is memory foam. I don't think so. So I was going to say, I've been using my pillow for 2 weeks now, and like, my neck feels great. And I don't want to say it's all the pillow, because I've definitely been doing stretches and stuff. That being said, I'm pretty sure Mickey knows to do stretches and shit, and is trying. Like, Mickey's not a fucking idiot. So, it's definitely helped me. And I think, like, I've been thinking about it literally every day. I look at that pillow, and I'm like, what are you doing that's special? And I think what it does is literally corral your head into the middle, so you cannot sleep in a weird crooked position while you're sleeping. Because some of us just do it. Like, I'm a weird sleeper. I will spin in circles and do all sorts of shit if I'm allowed to. And it just gently corrals your head into a cradled position that's not, like, janked off behind you to where you're going to wake up with a stiff neck all the time. And it also supports that cervical spine so you can actually relax your neck muscles at night, I think. That's my theory. Cake, man, I've literally, like, consciously but unconsciously, like, fallen asleep in the fetal position and spun. Like, you know, somehow kept trying to curl myself into a deeper fetal, but just spun. So at one point, my head was at the end of the bed, and then the side, and then the top, and I would just wake up just a little bit inched more every time. I don't know, man. Some of us just can't sleep unless we snail. Sleep is rough. People take that shit for granted. See, and Luker, I sleep on all my sides, but I like a firm mattress too. I'm kind of the same. Like, I like to sleep on my stomach a lot. The mattress we got is not as expensive as the purple ones. It's more of a middle of the line. Like, it's not this. It's a Saatva, Saatva. So if you want to check them out, but they're kind of more middle of the line. But we kind of, you know, if you think about it logically, we spend more than half of our life in our beds or in our shoes or in the chair you sit on at your desk. Of anything, you should probably invest in those a little bit. It wasn't as expensive as a purple, so there is a more expensive, like exceedingly. So then on the surface, the purples look like it and probably are double the price then, right? So then there's... Man, I don't know either. Zach thinks they're top of the line, but I remember them being like... Was extra. Oh, ew. I mean, I'm not sponsored by them. I'm not trying to sell you guys anything. Just the idea of the type of mattress. I think there's a million brands that do these foam mattresses, honestly. Hi, Nurble. How are you, love? I am a human fidget spinner. It's true. I'm not... I mean, yesterday when we woke up to no power, I quite literally stood right here and spun in circles for about an hour just trying to figure out what I could do. My ADHD first in the morning raging energy self with no music and no nothing. And it was dark. I had no idea. I just spun. Literally. I'm like a homing missile with no receiver. It's crazy. I am incapable of doing nothing. I would probably try to enter a womb if I was allowed. Rin, absolutely. Chairs, shoes, tires, bed. I like that. That's a really good way to put it. Anything between you and the ground. You only get one back. And as someone with a fucked up back, like, fucking Christ, man, waking up not in pain is a gift I would blow some rotten dick for. But I didn't have to. And I know it's completely crazy and super privileged to be like, spend your money here. But for real, like, if you can invest it anywhere, why not wake up not in pain first thing in the day? It doesn't really set a good mood. I like that. It's me too. I've been doing it for years. Seriously, like, my dad said it to me when I was young. Because I remember I wanted to get some, like, really, really cool looking neon soccer shoes, but they were a really shitty brand that was, like, really cheap. And my dad was like, your feet have been done growing for years. Like, we're going to get you some nice soccer shoes and never get another pair. But they were, like, ugly and they were men's and they were black and boring. But I'm pretty positive I never needed another pair of cleats in my life. And I appreciate that because double buying and double work is pointless. Facts. It's true. I mean, it's totally true. And, like, if you're like me and you have a job where you're sitting in a chair, you should probably be sitting in something that's not going to destroy your back. You don't need a fucking Herman Miller, but there's a lot of affordable office chairs out there, you know? Or just, like, there's little changes you can make about the way you sit that can really improve your spine health and just the ease of having good posture, i.e. having something to put your feet up on so they're not dangling off the end of your chair, shit like that. You can adjust the way you sit so it's better for you. If you're not in one, you're in the other. It's really true, actually. I kind of like that. There's so many fucking chairs out there these days. It's hard for me to believe that you need to spend $3,000 on a chair to have good posture. Like, the science is past. They must have figured out the science of, like, how to create a good back to a chair at this point. Oh, my love. You really don't. For real, though. And this is why I love you. How are you, love? Same. I mean, this is the thing, though. We're all highly aware of how gay we are, and we will gay a chair up. I'm sitting in a Herman Miller. I'm sitting in a chair that's more expensive than my heart is probably worth at this point, and I make it hella fucking gay. Like, I'm a gay up no matter the chair you put me in. It could be a throne, and I'm gonna do this. And this how I get comfy in it. And then in 15 minutes, I'm gonna do something else.
Welcome to the classroom.
You can be my everything. Let's write a 90s pop song together, though, and do a coordinated dance. And end it with fucking. And a blunt. Yes. I knew you'd be down. I mean, I don't even know why I would ask. It's like one of those, like, understood relationships, friendships. Like, one of those things you could just show up and be like, yo, we're gonna do this. And the other, it wouldn't even be like, you don't have to be nervous.
Blood orgy! Yay! Blood orgy! Blood orgy! Yay!
Two different alerts just went off, and my chat went blank. So I have to, let me refresh. I have no clue what just happened. I hate everything. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a VD. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a... I don't know. I got nothing. Do you guys know what an episiotomy is? So if your baby's too big and the skull's head is really big, they'll slice the pussy open to the butthole and destroy the presence of a taint. And it's called an episiotomy. I can't see chat yet. Just give me a minute. Someday it will load. Tell me why. Oh my god, there it is. Hello, welcome back. Wait. Thank you. I see there's a gifted sub, but it just says a sub was gifted in chat. It doesn't. Is Twitch taking a dump on my face again? Well, I guess since a day ago. They scissor your vagina, but in a bad way. Well, they do a very micro cut, and then they let it rip because you're more likely to heal healthier along a natural rip, I guess. I know. My asshole's on the inside too now. I don't even have kids and I feel bad. Oh my god, BDO! BDO, I love you. BDO gifted a sub to one of my favorite humans in the whole world, who's also a streamer who you should be following. Did we bang? We bang! We bang! BDO is not innocent. Lies. Oh, LCT, did you raid me? I saw it. I saw, like, something happened, but it won't. I'm not getting an update from my stream elements, so I think Twitch might be. Twitch was weird 2 days ago doing the same shit. I couldn't even get chat to load watching someone else's channel, so. Fun fact of the episiotomy, you can hear and feel the snip and the rip. I want to die. Right. That is... Oh. I don't want to do... My asshole's never coming back. They don't numb you first. And this is why we must respect mothers. Because without them being like, sure, I'll episiotomy, most of us wouldn't be here. Because we got big, fat, nasty skulls. And Kegels are real. Tell me why. Never. No, I don't want them. I would like my nothing. Nope. Honestly, never had the drive. Not gonna do it. My asshole is so fucking puckered right now. Like, I just, yeah. The, um, I don't. What does it sound like? I don't like I don't want to know, but like I do want to know. Scissors. Oh my fuck. It's like I like being alive, but also when I hear things like that, I don't want to anymore. There are no sounds like that during C-sections, but you do smell bacon and burnt hair. 13 pounds? Go fuck yourself. And the second of 11 kids? The rest of my aunt and uncles literally fell out. No shit. That's because her body was like, we give the white flag, ma'am. Do what you will with this poon. We no longer command this ship. And Sales! Are you taking off? I love you. Sales! Have a beautiful evening. Sleep well. Brush your teeth. Wash your hands. No, I'm going to take off too because I want to get my dogs outside to exercise before the sun's gone. But I might stream tomorrow because I don't have any plans other than the fence dude coming over. And because I took a couple days off to do birthday things. I kind of want to play what's it called? That V game tomorrow with you guys. And if I'm lucky, I might be able to get Zach to play with us. Maybe. I love you, Rin. Take care of your pumpkin. I'm ridiculously excited. I mean, I imagine he has the same level of anxiety about it I do. Every time we let our dogs out, in the back of our head, we know that if they see something exciting enough, they can blow through our fence and get hit by a car. And I watch them like a hawk. Like, I don't let my 2-year-old adult poodles go out in their 6-foot fenced yard by themselves because I'm afraid that'll happen, and that I want that gone. Like, I want my dogs to be able to just own their own yard, not be able to get hit by a car, and just do what they want to do, you know? That's going to be so much relief off my soul. Yes, let's do last group cheers. I found someone. I was looking for cool people to host. And I think, yeah, I found someone awesome to host. Yeah. I try to mix it up, you know, just to show you guys different friends of mine. You never have to stay there. I know most of you like piece the fuck out and you're like, not mine, not my life. But every once in a while you're like, holy shit, who's this? And maybe I introduced you to your new favorite streamer and you're welcome. You don't know. That's how we find each other. I'm gonna burp. Maybe. And printing other things. I love you, Vile. Be safe. Don't let the man get you down. And make sure to keep taking your weekends off because it's good for your mental health, my love. We rated Rod last time. Otherwise, I totally would have rated Rod. I like rating Rod because it's funny and I get to see a dog. But I try not to do a repeat because it's just like I follow a lot of people. Rod is my friend, but I got a shit ton of friends. But you should follow my friend Rod Johnston. Local Coloradan, dope dude. Has a French bulldog. Is awesome. Cheers, motherfuckers. Oops. I forgot that's the very strong weed. I'm gonna go be incredibly high all by myself. Thank you for the follow. Take your fucking joy and be kind. Everything is chaos. I'll see you maybe tomorrow. But if not tomorrow, definitely Tuesday. Tomorrow's just normally my day off. But like I kind of want to, I don't know, I'll see you maybe bye.